I sent the message in Discord. Let's see if Twitch is picking up on everything here. Yes, yes, we are. I'll take off my glasses then, because that only ever messes with the model function. Otherwise, hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Oh, it is a chilly day in Florida. I will tell you guys that. I know it's not nearly as cold as anywhere else in the US, let alone the world, but to my little Floridian heart, it's been really cold. We've all been bundling up in jackets and everything like like weak sauce losers. We're in jackets, we're wearing like layers. Oh my goodness. Hello, hello Bob. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. I saw in the Discord you've actually you're almost done with a story outline. That's going to be so exciting. Let me take a sippy real quick. But yeah, I was just saying it's a cold day in Florida today. It is chilly. Hello MSM, it's good to see you. Oh, it's good morning for you? Oh my goodness. It's I start 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for me as a local Floridian cryptid. So it's always a little bit late when I finally start. Chatty Maddie, oh my goodness, welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome on in, it's good to see you. Shields up. Oh, that's funny. Hello, Raiders, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid, Chatty Maddie, and it's good to see you. Hello, hello, what? Oh my goodness. But yes, hello all my raccoons, hello. I hope you guys are having a good night, even if it's a chilly night. It's chilly here. But otherwise, I'm here, and I think we have some submissions. I do have what here? It looks like you have a story called Solaris. Am I saying that right? 7KW. I'm not quite sure what that is in reference to. You were editing chapter 3 on stream. Oh, that's so awesome. And went to book 3. That's a very big difference. That's a big leap. Maddie, you ditched us? Oh no! Yeah, I stole him. I stole Maddie. You wouldn't believe how freaking cold the monsoon is, even at January. Oh my goodness, no. I'm in Florida. It's not even that cold, but we're all shivering in our little boots over here. Still working on mine, but I have the 30 minutes left to finish the outline. You have 30 minutes left to finish the outline. Wait, why is it timed? Why do you only have 30 minutes left? Well, are you okay? Do you need to call the police? Like, somebody have a bomb on you if you don't finish it in 30 minutes, you explode? Not on purpose. Twitch just dumped you guys. Oh no! Diff country, different way to experience cold. That's true, that's true. Even, here, a lot of people are in very hot climates too, and they still kind of get freaked out if they come to Florida because it's a different type of heat. It's a very humid heat. Very intense, very humid heat. A lot of people, even if you're used to hot temperatures, are not used to Florida heat. So that's always interesting too. 7 Kings War, just shorthand. Oh, okay, a little acronym. Okay, thank you for the explanation. I thought it was the tavern that was live. Hey, K-Boogie, it's good to see you again. You're one of our new raccoons too. Welcome back on in. You're working on writing? Yeah, you're hard at work. Oh no, that's how long it will take you. It'll take you 30 minutes to finish. That's not bad at all. Aaron, you guys are getting more snow? Jeez, God, no. Oh, thank you, Chatty Man. I'm glad the advice helped. Hello, Pixel. Pixel, I believe you actually have an old submission too, as I'm scrolling through and trying to get rid of stuff we've already gone through. I believe you have one that's called The Here's Fable. Am I correct? I don't know if we already did that one or not, but I do have that here in my lineup. The high tomorrow is 22 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the high? Oh no! All my bones would freeze. No, I could never. But that's our low, right?
No, that's the daytime.
Is 22 degrees Fahrenheit? That's the high. I'm not looking forward to that. I'm gonna get goosebumps, and the goosebumps are gonna freeze and fall right off my skin. Mm-mm. I'll need stuff from the grocery store, not a single bag of salad. Okay, Pixel, you don't think we did that? Shelves are pretty empty. Yeah, it's always scary. We get that sometimes if there's a bad hurricane coming. People will freak out and rush to buy a lot of stuff. So you got chicken thighs? It's supposed to be the hare's fable. Oh! That's a funny misspelling. We can, let me see if I can access it. It's a download? Let's see. Open file? God, it's making me do. Oh, wow, wow. You guys can't see it, but it's doing things. It's doing things. Things are happening. Please, no. Pixel, this is all your fault. Yeah, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's see. How long is this? This is. Is it mostly dialogue? Okay, let's see here. So we can start with Pixel, because I think Pixel's been waiting for a while. So let me switch my OBS over. Okay, Pixel, we don't need to go that extreme. Oh my goodness. Everything is ice. It's oh for a second I thought we were talking about politically. But yeah, where you are it's so cold. Yeah, everything is snow and ice. Oh no. You know, we had so much snow in Ontario. Oh yeah, that's yeah, you guys will get snow. You guys are cold up there. I wanted to cry. It was so cold today. Okay, well, everyone get some hot chocolate. Everyone get comfy and cozy. This is the first stream I have. I'm actually bundled up in a jacket with a little hood up. It's a nice soft jacket. I wanted to be warm and cozy this stream. You had to take a broom to break the top layer of ice off my car. Oh no. Could never be. Let's see here. It is this. Like that. I don't have it in dark mode. I'm sorry. It's because it's in a Word document rather than a Google Doc. I don't have it in dark mode. You're swinging it like a pickaxe. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I love seeing every year there'll be people who aren't used to snow and ice but have moved to a place with snow and ice. And so every year it's like clockwork. There will be the new people who fall for the hacks, right? The hack of like, oh, there's ice on your windshield. Oh, just boil some water in the morning and throw the boiling water on top of your windshield. It will melt the ice super fast. And the little noobs are like, oh, that sounds great. And then they go and do it and their windshield shatters.
It's not funny.
They do it to themselves. Mama Cryptid's in the background being like, that's not funny. But it's because every year there are some people who have moved, and so every year there's brand new targets to fall for those things. ID key Fahrenheit. All my homies use Celsius. Yeah, I think, isn't it true every single other place in the world uses Celsius? It's only the US that uses Fahrenheit. Am I right? I could be wrong, but I feel like I've heard that. I think it's only the US that uses Fahrenheit, right? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Literally every country except the US and Canada are my homies. Oh wait, does Canada use Fahrenheit? Took me an hour to clear just the roof of my car. No, just stay in. Just stay in. I forgot my glasses were on. Chatty Patty was like, why can't I see properly? Oh my god. I use freedom units too. I'm different. Oh, well, there's not a lot of freedom here in the freedom units area, but hey. But yeah, otherwise we have this up. So good to have you in, Pixel. Thank you for waiting so long. I didn't realize we were so far behind on some people's entries. Oh, Aaron, you fell on your ass, or did you slip on the ice? That's never fun. used to wake up at 5 a.m. and work and take the bus to school at exactly that temperature. No, it was not fun. Aaron, you gotta go to work. No, I think this is my Floridian ass over here. I'm like, when it's that cold, when there's ice and snow and stuff, and it's too chilly willy, that's when like there should just be a thing of like, yeah, unless you're like emergency services, unless you're like needed, unless you're what do they call it during COVID? The essential workers. Then like, close it down, close it down. You don't need to go to work. You can stay home. Uh, you're a patient man. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Which, sorry, this is a rant. I'm gonna rant at you guys. We run the Etsy shop, which is also Cryptid Roots. We're a business. We do patches and embroidery, and 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 today I woke up and there was a message. One of our customers had messaged us, right? And I was like, oh, okay, let me go check the message. And the message was them talking about, hey, like, why hasn't my order shipped yet? It's a small patch. I paid almost $20 for it. Why hasn't this shipped yet? And I'm like, wait, what? And yeah, our patches are $10. First of all, they're $10, but yeah, it's shipping and then the tax fees and stuff. Yeah, it was like $17 or $18 or something all after everything was done. Hello, Nevermore. It's good to see you. But and I went through, I'm like, did this not get shipped? Did it get lost in the mail? Am I behind on orders? I went in to look, and like, you got like it's not due to ship until tomorrow, until like a whole nother day. That's when it's due to ship by. And I'm like, I'm confused. Why is this person acting like the stuff is late and we're taking so long? Like it's not due to ship till tomorrow. Shouldn't they have seen the processing times when they got the listing? So I messaged them back nicely, and I was, all customer service voice and stuff, and I was like, oh hey, Subaru is Japanese for Pleiades. Oh, is that gonna be for your story? Okay. um but I checked. I'm like, hey, our processing times are listed and everything. If you, I can see it on my screen, but if you can't see it on your screen, let me know if there's any issues. The processing times still seem accurate to me, but otherwise, like, it seems like it's in a hurry, so we can ship it out today, right? I offered to ship it today instead of tomorrow, and like, it was fine. Just a really passive aggressive customer though, and so then they messaged back, and they were like, oh, okay, I see. Like, I'll just keep in mind not to have like fast turnaround times for your shop. And I'm like, but I'll keep that in mind in the future. Thanks. And I'm like, it's exactly in our turnaround time. What do you mean it's not late at all? Their estimated arrival time, like when it should be like done being like shipped and processed by USPS and stuff, right? It's not due to get to them until like February 3rd. Like, I'm confused. I could not do customer work. I would end up biting someone's jugular like an animal. Pixel some days, I swear. I'm actually when I worked a lot of retail jobs, and I keep going up the ladder a bit, a lot of my boss and stuff, they really liked my customer service. I was really good at customer service. But you're absolutely right. It tears you apart inside. It's horrible. It's a bit better now that I work for myself and Roots. Me and Roots work together. It's our business. It's a little bit better, just because if I do make the call, right, make the executive call to like turn away a client or end something, or like ban someone, or refuse a sale, there's not like a manager or a supervisor who can come in behind me and like undo all that work, because it's me, right? I'm my own boss. Me and Roots, we're our own bosses, right? So there's not like those managers that to come in and like give a Karen whatever they want, even though it's against the rules. That helps. That does help a lot. And generally, as a small business, there are less Karens and like horrible people to deal with than if you work at a big retail spot. But you still have them. And this person, if they weren't horrible bad, but oh my god, they were obviously very passive aggressive and like very, very rude. And I'm just like, what the hell? Just go feral. Karen can't talk shit if you're barking and growling like a rabid dog. Oh. Right? Yeah, if it's an in-person thing, Sometimes I am. Sometimes I do check them a little bit, and they're always really surprised if I check them back. It hasn't happened once. I think we've had like 2 or 3 rude people in real life, like at conventions and booths and stuff in markets. And when I'm not like rising to the bait, and I kind of check them a bit, you can kind of see their eyes widen. They're always like a little like shocked, like oh, and they take a step back a bit, and then they leave. So absolutely, if you are in a position where you can be rude back to a Karen, I always encourage it. But yeah, like on official correspondence and stuff, I try to, benefit of the doubt. I know some people written wise or like emails and messages sound a bit ruder than they intend, so I try to give benefit of the doubt, but this person was just rude and passive aggressive. I'm like, okay. Yeah, people really forget that others can be rude back to them, especially customer service workers. It's like some people forget that workers, customer service people are human. They absolutely do. I've seen the difference. They treat you like you're not a real person anymore. They get so upset. Oh my god. But anyway, yeah, I have horror stories. I've worked Black Fridays. I've worked Christmases. I've worked all the holidays. I've worked the church groups. I've worked with Karens in customer service. I know the horror stories. I've had I don't know, this is in things where, because some of you guys are outside the US, but I've worked things where like part of the onboarding is talking about which exits that us as female employees can use, because there was like a lot of like kidnapping and assaults of female employees when you leave. So like you had to like know which exits have cameras and stuff, because some of the employees in the past would use a different exit, but that one doesn't have cameras, and they would like be assaulted and stuff, or like dead, because like some guy got mad at them for not doing like perfect customer service and giving them what they wanted. So they're like, yeah, part of onboarding is, hey, when you clock out, you have to go through this exit, preferably with like a supervisor and stuff, and they'll watch you go to your car or to your transportation. And that's just some of the places I've worked. Dear God, not the Black Friday. um, Black Friday must have been horrendous. Thankfully, I wasn't in any of the places that get crazy with like the stampedes. They're just like the most entitled people. So they weren't stampedes. I haven't worked at a Black Friday stampede, but I have worked with like Black Friday Karens and like the most horrible people that come out during that time. Oh no. Yeah, if I don't think I've ever gone out during a Black Friday for shopping. If I have, it's because I wasn't looking at the calendar and I didn't realize. Um, but I've only ever gone out on Black Fridays intentionally because I worked them. Right, I was a worker. Um, but yeah, I think for people outside the U.S., if you see those like horror like mobs and stuff, it's not normally that bad. That's only in like certain very specific niche areas. Most of the time, it's just a horrible crowd of people going for a deal, right? It's not end of the world apocalyptic like some of those news articles are. Oh my god, but those ones are crazy. It's crazy to see them on the news. But let's go ahead and see here. I believe this is 3, 4, 6 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 pages. Okay. So let's see here. Gotta adjust my headphones. Once long ago, when stars had never yet been blinded by the lights of man, a small hare decided he wished to know life as one would know a path. So in this pursuit, he ventured far and wide and met its many travelers. The hare found the path of an ant, and as he saw the line of small workers, he asked the questions on his mind. Coming off a 17-hour-long nap? Oh, that sounds like a good long nap. I don't think that's a nap anymore, Chatty Matty. I think that's just you went to sleep. That's just going to bed. That's not a nap. You, small ones, work your lives away as if the long chains you followed would lead you to salvation. Oh, geez, this is judgy. Is it worth your exhaustion, small ones? They do not, answered an ant. They lead only to more work. Then why do it? Questioned the hare. Would you not rather sleep and rest? What good would that do us? To sleep and rest instead of work would be to fester and rot. To live is to work, hare. There is no life where there is no exhaustion. That's a coma. Possibly. Very short coma. The hare then left, as it knew now what it did not yesterday, and seeked next the answers of trees. So it perched atop a rock and exclaimed to his surroundings, Silent elders of this land, please lend me your wisdom. I wish to know what you have learned in lifetimes of watching over a smaller and shorter living than you. The blackened eyes of the birch woods then turned to the hare. Were he any other animal, he might not have heard their answer, but the wind carried onto his ears their muted voices. Some of the words are slightly off. I think this is supposed to be not were he any other animal, it's supposed to be were he any other animal. And the wind carried into his ears their muted voices. Am I right with that one? It could be onto, but I think it might be into. There is nothing to learn from us that time won't teach you on its own. As the moss grows on the fallen, so does knowledge on those who yet live. But time is slow, slower than I run. How will it ever catch up to me? Said the impatient hare. How will time teach me if it can't match me? We are old, hare, older than you and older than those before you. We have watched your kind be born and grow old time and time again. No matter how fast nor how far, you will never outrun the slow pace of death. I can't talk today. Slow pace of time. The only constants to life are birth and death. Do not eager for the wisdom of old age. Use your woof. Okay, I'm gonna take a breath. And then I'm gonna actually say words correctly. Use your youth wisely. It will fade before you even realize. This should be with a Z there. The hare then left, for the age of the trees had made it smaller than it ever been, and that scared him. Made it smaller than it ever been, and that scared him. But his mind still ached with questions. So it ran and ran to the edge of the forest where his mother taught him not to go beyond. And from the other side of a small cobblestone wall, the head of a lamb peeked up. You are one of man's children, aren't you? Asked the hare, who heard tales of innocent animals in the care of man, and of their ends. Wasn't this? I am no child of man. Man is to me as your burrow is to you, child of wild, answered the lamb. In your eyes I see a kindness unlike that of us in the forest. Do you not know what it is to face death and danger? Face death, you ask? I eat from death's hands, child of wild. Do not mistake my kindness for ignorance. To live in this burrow is to someday trade my own flesh for today's calm life. I do like child of wild. I like that a lot. But to live at the mercy of a predator, the hare stammered. No. In the wild, we fear because death is uncertain every day. To you, would it not be worse? Do you not fear at all times? Death has always been certain, child of wild. I choose to need not fight it every day and embrace it when it comes for me, she answered. First, you thought me innocent, victim of an easier life. Now, you think me afraid, caged by predators. Do not judge my life through your own. Different paths are never easier or harder, just different. Yeah, feel free to chill here and hang out. Welcome on in. We're happy to have you. I'm just gonna be yapping away and giving advice. I know a lot of people like working and doing their own stuff while I'm yapping away. The hare then left, for it feared if man found him in its fields, then he would be made one of man's children. But to understand a predator, he would need to speak to one. So he ventured to the very entrance of a wolf's den, and from there he asked, "Wolf, if I step further, will you eat me?" "No, hare, I've had my fill today already," answered a voice from inside the den. "But to come here was foolish of you." "How do I know you are not lying to me?" He was supposed to be a simple OC, turned into plotting a novel. That's how it gets us. But now I'm back to writing an OC. Yeah. See, that's the cycle. That's how they get us. That's how those plot buddies get us. "How do I know you are not lying to me?" "You do not, hare. If I am lying to you, then you'll only know when my maw wraps around your neck. Then I will step no further and ask you my questions from the edge of your den, where I still have time to run if you approach." "Very well then, ask me. I will answer any of your doubts." "Do you repent, wolf? For killing your prey, that is." That's the wrong prey. It should be Prey. This is like praying like to a deity. "I do not. If I did not kill, then I would not survive. That is the cost of living." "But to kill with no remorse, that would make you a monster." "The grass you eat, it lives too, does it not? Do you repent? To live is to be a monster, hare. What drips from my teeth is only honesty." "So you think we deserve your claws then? Because we too are monsters. Do you hate us for it?" "No, hare, I do not hate you. And I do not love you. But I do respect you. Life has set us as foes, but that does not make us enemies." The hare then left, for it felt now he had a duty and climbed the greenest hill he could find to apologize to the grass. So sometimes, just as a note, you use it for the hare, and other times you use he. So if this is not the singular god deity aspect of all hares, then I think just keep it he, but sometimes switching to it. What else would happen? For it feared if man found him in its fields. Yeah, so instead of their fields, like sometimes you use its instead of the other things that would work better. So just be aware of that. Maybe go through it again with a second eye, and try to get rid of some of those its. For it now felt he had a duty and climbed the greenest hill he could find to apologize to the grass. "I'm sorry," he whispered as he dropped a tear on the grass. "I'm sorry for being your wolf." "Why have you come here, child?" asked the grass. "Because I did not want to be like him," sobbed the hare. "Your apologies fall on deaf ears, hare. You are predator and I am prey. No amount of tears will change that. You must forgive yourself." "But how can you forgive me so easily? For what I have taken, you of all beings should hate me." "I of all beings should forgive you, because to live another day is to forgive yourself for the pain you have caused." This is the wrong one. "And to be eaten is to forgive others for the pain they have caused you." "Then may I keep you company as today's sun sets, and we each forgive yesterday's pain." "You may indeed." And I think, yeah, that is the end of it. Okay. That would humanize the hare too much. I wanted to remind the audience, hey, this is an animal. Well, the audience isn't forgetting it's an animal, because it's literally a hare. Every single line, it's a hare. So I promise you, we're not forgetting. This is a rabbit. It's not a rabbit, it's a hare. Rabbits and hares are technically different. But yeah, we're not forgetting. It's 6 pages. if anyone forgot in 6 pages when every single page is mentioned this is a hair, I would be I would be a little bit worried about that target audience. Like that, it's every single page is 6 pages. This is a hair. How could you forget? But I get you. Sometimes we do worry about things like that. Yes, some of the freight, but I think that's just with the minor things you were struggling with, right? With the it's compared to he. Uh, how would you write an appearance description for am I saying it right? Satire? Satire? No, I'm not. Satire. It's not satire. Half goat, half man. Yeah, I'm not saying the words right because my brain's not working. I think it depends on your world setting, right? The most mythical thing I've written is a fae. I'm struggling. Satyr. Satyr. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for rewiring my brain. Hello, Callie. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. I think it depends on your setting. If this is a world where such mythical beings are common or at least not unheard of, then you kind of describe it more casually, right? Like, oh, there's another satyr, right? It might have this color fur on the bottom half. You might like this, but you're going to describe him very naturally because that being does belong in this world, right? It's not unusual for your narrator or main character to see it. If you are like writing a book that's modern day, right? Modern day in the middle of New York, you know, whatever, and suddenly this like young child sees a satyr in the middle of like Times Square or something, they might be like, oh, and they might be more focused on the legs and those mythical aspects, right? Because they've never seen it and they don't even know how to describe it. It has like the lower legs of an animal. The legs are all bent wonky. It has hooves at the bottom. It has this and that. So I think it depends a little bit on the world, how normalized or how foreign a satyr will feel to your character. Let's see. Half man, half lamb. That sounds cute. Cryptid, my book has an ending. Now I have to edit it. I need your help. Hey, you know, keep submitting into the thing here. That's what we do. Just keep showing up. There's always more things to edit. Strange wording was mostly because I was trying to imitate the style of Watership Down and stuff like that. Yeah, I definitely got Watership Down vibes. This feels also very folktale-esque, very folktale. But the grammar is because my native language is Spanish, so the autocorrector didn't help. Okay, yeah, that's fine, that's fine. So yeah, there's translation issues, and yeah, I got the vibe you're going for. It's this old-time like folklore tale, and you're doing it with the rabbits to imitate kind of Watership Down. I do love Watership Down. I remember oh my god, the bird who's all like stupid rabbits and the big water. I remember the bird in Watership Down. Guess who had a power outage because of a huge snowstorm we got? Oh, Relic, I'm so sorry. That caused the power surge in our building and fried my computer even though I had a surge protector. Oh no, that sucks. $1,000 later and here I am. I'm so sorry, author. Relic, that fucking sucks. That is it's horrible. I realized that the ending of the book is not the ending of me writing the book. Gotta actually commit to finishing my first novel before I start plotting another, but I lost interest by chapter 4. You were in the right group of people. You're in the right group of people, Doodle. Welcome on in. I like the Netflix version. Sorry, that was my throat. I like the Netflix version where it has a Scottish accent. Oh, very interesting. I haven't seen the Netflix version. I was able to read the book once, and then I just was. It does have those sad parts in it, and in general, I don't like sad too much. There's already enough sad in real life, right? Like so typically once I have the sad and I finished it and it's good enough, even though it's sad, that I can finish it. Then I'm like, okay, that I experienced the sad. I don't need to go back and re-experience it. There are other books that I will reread and that I have reread, but they're typically a little bit less sad. Oh, look, Callie has the Doritos again, but Callie, I still don't like Doritos. I still don't like them. You gotta share them with somebody else. But yeah, so let's see. So with that vibe, sorry, I got distracted with your chat. It's pretty good, not as traumatizing as the animated version. Oh, so that means it was probably nicer than it's supposed to be. I haven't read the book yet, though. Yeah. Book is it's been a while, but man. Hi, I'm Angus McDougal. I'm Italian. I'm from Spain. Don't ever make me read that again. Did not pace myself well, and then I burnt out, and then I hyperfixated on role-playing again. 3 months later, we're still on chapter 4. I was supposed to get my first draft done by November of last year. Cryptid, where's Roots been? We haven't seen them in chat. They gave the updated rules for story submissions. They did do that for me. But otherwise, I don't know what to tell you guys. I guess you guys gotta be entertaining more for Roots. You guys gotta engage them. Maybe try an offering of trash can images. Maybe shake some nice garbage food at them. What else would attract a Roots? Commander Roots. I don't know. Try adding them on chat sometimes with a picture of a cute raccoon. Cute raccoon or a fat raccoon. Roots loves fat raccoons. Fat raccoons are like the most perfect beings ever. They're so cute and chunky. Like they should look like a bowling ball. Like you could just like knock them over a little bit and they'll start rolling down a hill. Now I want to start writing novels again, but I'm not really interested in the plot anymore. But it feels too late to go back and adjust. Well, first of all, it's never too late. That's your brain. Oh, hey, thank you for the posture check. Okay, everyone, we're gonna straighten out our backs, move back our shoulders. We're gonna turn our head, and my model's gonna freak out a bit about it. Gonna adjust everything. Dear God. Okay, here's your sippy. Here's your sippy. Hold on. I have water today. I'm being a good doobie still. Water get in. How does one submit their writing? There is a Discord. You can see it right in our profile if you just look down. If whatever screen I'm at for you, just literally like look down. There is a link to the Discord, and you just quickly read the rules. They're not a lot of rules, but there's just a few. Specifically for story submission, I don't read spicy contents, no sexy or spicy scenes. Oh, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Cryptid cult. And there's no generative AI. And then yeah, whenever we get to you, then we'll read it on stream. I'll double check that you're here. And as long as you're still here, then we'll read your story, and I'll try to give 1 or 2 pieces of critique. But again, I'm not a professional editor. I'm just your little blue buddy on screen, and I'll try my best to help out wherever I can. Did someone post a generative AI story? Not that I'm aware. Sometimes I think people worry whenever I update the rules that somebody like did something bad, and I'm updating things to punish someone or come out. It's just as we get bigger, I'm trying to proactively address things before I have to address them, right? So with all the concerns with generative AI, I know my stance on it, which is I do not support generative AI. We don't need to talk about it in chat. We don't need to get derailed. But I knew I didn't want to read generative AI stories here, so I'm like, oh yeah, while we're making the rules here, let's just go ahead and add that before it becomes an issue. So that was not at anybody, that was not addressed to anybody, me updating the rules. It's just, hey, we have a group here, the group keeps getting bigger. Let's make sure to establish things that way. As we keep growing, it's still a really nice place to hang out with. Could sing that so I don't go on a rant. It's me too. I've caught myself ranting, and I'm like, hey, that's actually not fun for me. I don't think it's fun for you guys either, and I want to make a place here on the internet that's fun for us to hang out with and get better at writing. So me going on rants doesn't help. I'm gonna post the most tame smut. Who has people start posting the banned raccoon emote? Banned. They're like banned. No, I see. Again, we're pretty chill here. Like Author Relic's like we're joking. It's fine. The Author Relic is not banned. Don't anyone ever actually be worried about stuff. We're chill here. We're good. But yes, Doodle, please feel free to submit. That doesn't mean I'll get to it tonight. I just keep reading stuff until like my voice can't do it. Will it be quiet? Oh no, I'm so sorry, Author Relic. We'll never let that go. But yes, for critique here. So there are the minor little issues. I kind of pointed them out a little bit with the spelling. But again, you mentioned this has been translated. It's not in your native language. That's absolutely understandable. And it was also like a theme, like you weren't sure to use it versus he as a suggestion. At least if the final project is going to be in English, it might not be. But if it is, I would suggest changing it to he. Because the readers will be smart enough. We're following along with this particular rabbit, and the it is a little bit confusing, at least for English readers, when referring to the animal, to the hare here. So otherwise, I do love folklore stories. I do admit my biases here. Whenever I have a bias against something or for something, that way you guys can understand what biases I'm coming into with the critique. I actually am very biased for folklore stories like this. I really like them. It's something I did in school for a while. I wrote stuff in this type of format and style. And I also love reading stories like this. It's very much something I am normally inclined to read. So in that case, understand I am biased for this. I'm wondering about the lines here. Yeah, there we go. I'm not sure, but again, like this is an earlier stage, right? This is an early copy. I think this is somebody who would go through and help you format everything better. Might suggest getting rid of those lines here for the dialogue tags. That's my gut reaction to that. But other than that, that's just formatting and little stuff. She says that she's helping me with my science fantasy. Yeah, and I admit, so that's why when and if, let's say, I do critique something of yours, Chatty Mag, let's say we get more into the rockets, ships, and space travel, I might have critiques against it, right? But then you have to take it with a grain of salt. You have to remember, hey, wait, Cryptid says she's biased against science fiction. Some of those things Cryptid might say about the science fiction elements are biased because she's not normally this type of reader. Yeah, you do blend the two mostly, which is why it's pretty good for me so far. But again, I think admitting biases, that way the people you're critiquing for can understand. Author Relic, you're banned. Oh my goodness. So yeah, those are just formatting and little spell check issues, right? And changing it to he. Those are just little fixes. Those aren't really big edits here. So I think as far as a developmental edit, I am going to suggest, if we look at this, it goes from the hare's talking to an ant, or to multiple ants actually. It's talking to an ant, and then trees, then the lamb, and then the wolf, and then finally the grass. So what happened towards the end with the lamb and then the wolf and then the grass, that felt cohesive. He's asking this other prey animal who's not of the wild, who's captive of mankind, and is asking about that. He's like, oh wait, well that's this perspective. Let me go ask a predator now. Ask the wolf. The wolf says, hey, you're a predator too, just to the grass. And then the hare goes to the grass and apologizes. So those three felt very connected, or we're seeing almost like the food cycle with it. The earlier stuff now with the trees and the ant seem unrelated to that stronger subject later. So this might be a bigger edit, so you don't have to take this, but as a suggestion, I would almost be like, let's get rid of the ant and the trees, the birch trees, because following the story of the sheep as a prey animal to the wolf, which is the predator, to the grass, is a cohesive story right there. It's following that arc. Wait, held a message for bullying. Oh, the relegate held it for bullying. But I'll allow it. I shared chapter 1 with another streamer and they just shit on my writing super hard for no reason. Author Relic, I'm so sorry about that. Just to shit on. Yeah, and that's why I say sometimes, like, critique partners aren't always the best critique partners. They're not always trying to build you up. You have to look at people like, is this someone actually giving me feedback or advice, or is this someone just being a dick to be a dick, you know? He said it was boring. No. Cryptid, go throw food at them. Protect your quiet, Author Relic. Yeah, Author Relic, you hang out with all the good people because you're already an author. You're already establishing a fan base. Yeah, it's why you don't give your work out easily, Chatty Night. Yeah, it's very hard to find editors and critique partners that are actually going to take it seriously, and beta readers, I'll say, like that kind of thing, of people you're sharing your early stages of work with to get feedback. Some people aren't the best feedback partners, and they will shit on stuff, and even though it's really hard to hear, then you have to stop and compose yourself and think, was this person actually giving harsh but necessary advice, and to help me grow, to help me achieve my vision, or was this someone just being a dick, right? And it's always really scary to do that and realize somebody might just be a dick. So I'm really sorry you had that experience, Author Relic. That's terrible. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Yeah, so for anyone new here, I normally do 2 edits. So I point out some minor fixes here, just with like grammar stuff. I don't really consider those edits because I'm not a copy editor. I'm not an editor, period, but if I was, I lean more towards developmental edits, which is big picture, characters, story arcs, cohesion, those edits, and I try to give 1 or 2 developmental edits when I can. So the first edit would be like, hey, the focus here with the lamb, the wolf, and the grass was fantastic, but it is a little bit different compared to the earlier stuff with the birch trees and the ants. Doesn't read my messages because she's already shows my writing a lot love, so she's balancing it. Callie, sometimes the chat just moves too fast when I'm reading. I'm trying to also give critique. I only accept constructive criticism for that reason. If you're just using it as a reason to shit on my work, I'm not accepting the criticism, period. Yep, that's right. Author Relic, be nice to Callie. Oh, poor Callie. I'm so sorry, Callie, if I'm missing some of the messages. It happens as we're growing more and more raccoons, you know? But, so that's the first edit, is doing that work. And could you not do that? Obviously, right? This is advice freely given, which also means if it doesn't work for you, you can also freely throw it away, right? You don't have to listen to my advice. But as a suggestion, that's honest from my heart, I think that's solidifies your message here of this hare going around and learning about the cycle from all these different perspectives of prey and predator, and even applying himself now to the wolf and realizing he's eating the grass. It's nice. You're always nice to Callie. Sure. How can you tell if people are just shitting on your work and aren't like just being real with you? That's a really good question. Call me Phoebe, sorry. Sorry, just laughing at the username. Sorry, it's just a little silly. But yeah, how about let me do my say my name. No, wait. Hold on. I will answer that second. Let me just do my second critique here, because poor Pixel's probably waiting on me, and then I will answer that, absolutely. Because I do have a lot of thoughts on it. So that, I know that's a big edit, but I genuinely feel that will make this piece stronger. My second edit suggestion, right, would be for the grass scene. The grass is talking about forgiveness. And as a suggestion, I would recommend, maybe instead of viewing it as the hare needs to ask for forgiveness, I wonder, would it be neat if the grass points out, like, hey, because the trees had it a little bit earlier. They mentioned like the moss growing on things that are yet to be born and stuff. I wonder if the grass points out, hey, you will eventually die. You can't outrun time, which is kind of what the trees were saying, right? In the trees part, you can't outrun time. You will eventually die and decompose, and the grass and the flowers and the plants, we're all gonna feed off of you. Our roots are gonna feed off of you. You are going to be our prey. It's gonna be a cycle. Um, so and that's the respect thing, that we respect each other. So we are not enemies, but we respect each other. And he realizes like, oh yeah, I'm gonna keep eating the grass, and one day the grass is gonna eat me. That's a mild suggestion, just to maybe tighten up this arc with the lamb and the wolf and the grass. That the lamb is being fed by the humans, and one day will feed the humans, right? It will be slaughtered and be fed to the humans. The wolf eats hares, but it doesn't hate the hares, because even the hares eat stuff. And then he goes to the grass, and the grass is like, no, I'm gonna eat you. At the end of it all, we're gonna eat the humans and the lambs and the wolf, and the sheep. Everything's gonna feed us. Blood makes the grass grow. So those are my two big suggestions. They are bigger edits. And I know sometimes when it's a big edit, sometimes our knee-jerk reaction is like, no, you don't see my vision. And again, it's your work. It's something you should be proud of. And even in its current state, I think this is something to really be proud of. This is a very interesting style to do it in a folklore origin story type way. And I do really like it. But that is, if you, my best recommendations, I think, to make it into a stronger piece. But it is already, I think you should look at this and still already think it is a strong piece. I'm not recommending this to make it a good piece, I'm just recommending it to be stronger. But I think you should already be really proud of it as it is. And those are my two suggestions. The two suggestions is cut out the trees and the ants, and give some of the trees line maybe to the grass, right? And the grass is gonna eat the hare's body one day. And I think that's very much in the style of the folklore format. Oh my goodness, I'm even behind in chat right now. Who's next? I'm wondering that too, Kelly. Well, first there was the question from Call Me VP earlier about how can we, when we're sharing our work and we're getting maybe harsh or big feedback, right? When we're getting that, how can we tell, is this just harsh but true feedback, like somebody who's genuinely like seeing a lot of errors and pointing them all out, which will happen, especially if you get real editors, right? If you hire a real editor. I kind of limit myself to like a few little grammar edits, and then one or two bigger suggestions, right? Because I'm many people's first attempt at getting a critique partner, and I take that very seriously. I never want to overwhelm people with too many critiques, because it's really scary, especially live on stream. That's 100 times scarier. So there will be times, if you have a full-time critique partner or a serious critique partner or an editor, they might give you a lot of critique, right? They'll give you a fuck ton of shit. They might even have things where it's like, yeah, you need to get rid of this whole chapter, these whole two chapters are unnecessary. Rewrite the ending, redo this. You gave the main character 6 best friends, they only need 2, delete the other 4 best friends. There can be some really big, hard edits that some critique partners and editors will suggest to you. So when is that helpful but harsh, and when is it like, this is a hater? Normally, it is when someone's actually giving critique to be helpful, they have the vision you have in mind. They're like, okay, this person's writing this story with this goal. What things can I recommend to help them get to that goal? Like, again, this cast is too crowded. Let's reduce the number of friends. This is a folklore story. What, after I've still suggested stuff, keeps this folklore with this rabbit going around and learning about stuff and learning about the world when he's asking all these different beings questions? What keeps that? The critique partner or the editor shouldn't give you any advice that fundamentally changes what the core of it is. Someone who's shitting on stuff just to shit on it will, one, make fun of it. They won't treat it seriously. They won't treat it. They will make fun of it. They'll say things like, "Yeah, this is boring as fuck," right? Which is what Author Relic was saying that this other rude person had said. They'll be like, they'll say stupid things. Like, if I was being a harsh person here in Pixel, this is just an example. This is not what I believe. They might be things like, the hairs are dumb. I don't like hares. Who wants to read about bunnies? Make it about a cool wolf instead. And poor Pixel would be here and be like, no, but this is an origin story about a hare, and they're going to talk with a wolf later. Why would I make them a wolf? If you're writing science, I'll do Chatty Matty's snip, right? You're doing science fiction fantasy, right? Fantasy. If I was being a hater rather than a good critique partner, I might be like, oops, science fiction fantasy is so stupid and boring, right? I mean, who reads sci-fi anymore? That's stupid. It's all just Star Wars knockoffs. Chatty Matt, you should just change to fantasy. Everyone's going the fantasy route. Right? That's being a hater. That is just me bringing out biases and saying, oh, well, I don't like something. I think it's stupid. I think it's lame and boring. It doesn't suit my taste. So therefore, you should change a fundamental core aspect of the story you're writing. You should get rid of the hare. You should get rid of the science fiction. You should change this from a horror story into a love story instead. You should do whatever whatever I want, whatever I think is cool. GG haters. Oh, I do love jackalopes, but that's just because I'm a cryptid, and jackalopes are really cool. So everything that their harsh critique should still be like, hey, I think this will serve you. I think this will serve the story you're trying to tell. Rather than, I hate your story and I hate you and I think your face is lame. And if you want to be not lame, you should write whatever I want you to write. That's just someone being a jerk, right? That's someone being a jerk. Yeah, see, Johnny Mac, you had the right attitude. Someone's told you just to not make it sci-fi fantasy. You'd be like, cool, you want my target audience, right? They're just being a hater who's not your target audience. But as somebody, let's say, had a valid critique, this isn't about you, this is a wild, crazy, let's say it's not. Let's say in your whole multi-book series, everything was fantasy. It felt the entire thing of fantasy, except there was one character who has a science fiction gun, right? But everything else is just dwarves and elven magic, and they're in forest, and it's Lord of the Rings, but there's just one person with a gun. With a sci-fi gun. Then someone might point out, hey, I know you want this to be science fiction, but there's only one element with one character that's science fiction. Is that helping the story, or would it be better to commit to this just being a fantasy story and maybe give that person a fantasy version? Maybe just have a cool dagger or something instead, right? I have guns in mind. I just adapted it to fit the fantasy flavor. yeah. I was just saying. Let's say I shouldn't say said used to. Let's say somebody has a multi-series book and everything is strictly fantasy, except for that one science fiction element where like they give Gandalf a gun. Well, Star Wars is technically sci-fi. They have starships and stuff too, right? They have the spaceships. Just has a plasma gun. Yeah, random guy 215 just has a plasma gun. So then someone might give a critique like, hey, this is really strongly actually like fantasy setting. Everyone else is living in fantasy land here, except for random guy 215 who just has a plasma gun. Like, maybe cut out the plasma gun, and then I think your story would be a stronger fantasy book. I think that would be more in its element. That's a critique, saying, oh, all these characters are lame, and one character having a plasma gun is stupid, and why there are even 215 guys here, that's stupid, that's too many names to remember, and remember, that's just it's just being a hater. I definitely think Shisha corrects to broad and teasing. He's the only PC in the NPC universe. Gandalf would have been more compelling with Booba. That was always my problem with the Lord of the Rings books and movies. See, no, Bob, you're not seeing the vision. Bob, you're almost there. You're so close, Bob. You almost see the vision. Bob, hear me out. Hold on. I did my model bigger. Bob, hear me out. The vision, Bob, a kiss, listen to me, the vision. Okay, Gandalf, everything is the same. He's exactly the same, right? Old man, long white hair, long robes, the whole bit, okay? He's exactly the same, except Hear the vision. Except every time he lifts up his rose a little bit, he has like the stocking that fishnets and like the little, not super high heels, just a little pump, just a little sexy heel and the fishnet stockings. Just the old man in his fishnet stockings. Come on, come on. You guys see the vision, right? You guys see the vision. That Gandalf would absolutely be more of a fishnet guy compared to like a booba person. No booba. Gandalf doesn't need booba. No. It's just gonna be hidden underneath those robes anyway. But just that little peek, just that little peek of the fishnet stockings. Come on, come on. Tell me I'm not alone here. A guy in fishnets, so Valentina. There can be more than just Valentino and fishnets, although he is from Florida, so they maybe represent. But come on, it's the vision. It's the vision. Let me shrink back down. Whew, that was my soapbox. That was my soapbox. Okay. You got this. Leave a player that doesn't change names, just flavors. That's the reason for the number. He's from fucking Florida. Your soapbox was large. Listen, it has to be a large soapbox. If I had a small soapbox, it wouldn't be able to hold the booba. It would collapse. You're very. Oh, sorry. I'm going back up. So, Lamb to Boyle. I am very nervous about my own story as I've never written fiction before this. I am primarily an analytical / essay writer. Well, hey, we never get good at stuff until we try it, right? I think people get really nervous about failing, and I'm not saying that yours is. I haven't even looked at it yet. Right? Yours could be the greatest piece of fiction ever written in all of history, right? I have no idea yet, but I'm just saying I feel bad that you're nervous because I think a lot of people feel nervous about being bad, about not being good enough to this perfect standard of writing or in any creative hobby, and really it's you don't get good at it until you suck at it first, right? So I really want to give you guys permission to suck at it. And also, when we first write, it's very rarely like a final draft that we see in a published book. Any published book you pick up, that is draft 1932. Okay, there's a lot of drafts between writing a really shitty first draft and doing all the work to edit and revise and work on the language and work on the story and work on the characters. And you keep working on doing all those revisions and those edits to make a polished book that then gets picked up and put in a bookstore somewhere, right? It's a lot of work. And when that choose any book that you love. First, if you look at its first draft, which you almost never see, you might see an earlier draft. There might be leaked early drafts of a story. You very rarely ever see a first draft, and a first draft sucks. First draft fucking sucks. You engage with a lot of literature, but even then it's mostly realistical fiction, like Steinbeck, Kerouac. I'm not sure I said that right, my apologies. And a little bit of Hemingway. Okay, yeah. So then if that's the style that you want to write in, then it's good that you're engaging with that type of literature. If there is a style of literature that you want to write in that's more fiction, but you don't read a lot of that style, then I always suggestion is, hey, why don't you try picking up some more books in that style that you want to learn from? You're studying to teach it. That's fantastic. I was originally in college for my English degree. I was originally wanting to be an English professor, but then through burnout and depression and just a lot of life stuff happening, I ended up switching majors and I got it in costuming, in sewing and embroidery. And now I run a sewing and embroidery business with my sibling Roots, and therefore Cryptid and Roots. But yeah, funny how life works. I was I was so close to actually getting my degree in English. Isn't that funny? Just like the stupidity graph, if you don't dive in at all, you won't have motivation to try and no incentive to improve. That's right, you can't get better unless you start. Even if you start at the bottom, then the only way up is up. Take the Doritos. No, Kelly, it won't. But I think I caught up with everyone. I don't know if Pixel is still here. I don't see any comments from them. But otherwise, Pixel, thank you so much for submitting. I really liked the piece. I know some of those suggestions I gave were bigger edits, but I think the bones are right here. I think even if you didn't listen to my edits, this is still a really good piece with those minor fixes of changing like it to he for the hair and stuff like that. those are just minor copy edits, right? Minor spelling edits. And I think it's a great piece, and I really liked it. So thank you for submitting. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of this. It's gonna show you guys a black screen for a second. Hold on, I'll fix it. Let's see here. Is it this one? Yes. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. So I will go delete that one. What is before Roots' rules? Then I do have what with the Solaris, and I have somebody whose name is just showing up as K. I'm not quite sure who they are, but they have Tales of the Teal Mountain Sect. I can click on it. What's their full name? I don't know why it does that sometimes, where it just shows like a Koizetsu. I had to like pull them up to see it. Oh no! Wait, I can't see anything now. One mutual server, Cryptid Roots. There we go. Reload clips. A terrifying presence has entered the room. Well, welcome. Hey, we're all cryptids and monsters here, and raccoons. And really, what more terrifying things are there than the raccoons? Other than like, I guess HOA ladies. Like a Karen who works in an HOA, that's terrifying. So as long as you are not an HOA lady, then you're more than welcome in. So welcome, Reloads Clips. Welcome on in. I hope you have fun here. I'm here for all the stream. Let's see. My first draft of the story about the pianist was about a trio of adventurers who were all into each other, and they were drinking coffee at a Starbucks, so I rewrote it. Yeah, see, it's crazy how much things change between rewrites, right? Your first draft was just a giant text wall. Yeah. See, we work a lot between our first draft and then the later drafts that we start sharing and stuff, right? It's all a process. I never want you guys to feel bad about writing shitty stuff first. That's why even my earlier stuff, right? It sucked, and I fully admit it. I wrote shitty rough drafts live here on stream, so you guys could see, like, yeah, you have permission to write shitty drafts. It's fine. It doesn't do anything. Nothing's taken away from you. Once it's done, then you can make it better. Is that most lit has a guilty pleasure, and that draw to its reader. It's something that also gets lost when the author gets what they think is better and more mature into the writing, and they drop off because that flavor is lacking. That's interesting. It hides things so you don't accidentally stream them. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, Bob, for letting me know. But it shows some people's, but it doesn't show other. Oh, do they do some setting for it themselves to hide their names? I don't know. To the tar monster. So hanging, had a rough night and looking for a laugh. Well, welcome on in. Fuck the HOA, that's right. All my raccoons say no to HOAs. We don't like HOAs here. The original currency you had for Barry's story was called Starbucks. That's fantastic. You want to write a story, but time won't allow? Yeah, finding time to write our stuff is very difficult. I want to do like a twist where the writer was insane the whole time and have like an unreliable narrator. That's really fun. It's hard to pull off. Sometimes it's really difficult, but I'm all for it. If that's something you want to pursue, that'd be great. So is K here for Tales of the Teal Mountain Sect? I think I said that right. Or is what still here for Solaris? Otherwise, I will move on. We do still have Chatty Matty for Princess Pleiades, Chapter 1. And then some of the older people here is Meowscarada. I think I said that right. And you have 2 earlier stories that we haven't read yet. I'm just nervous because I don't want to accidentally, like, misrepresent a mental illness. That's a good point. Normally with stuff like that, sometimes a recommendation is either, it depends on what your style is, right? What will actually make you get the work done. Because some people try one method and they just get lost in a rabbit hole and they don't get the work done. Some people like to do the research first of a mental illness or a mental disorder, right? And hear like testimonies, hear how it's described, research it, watch document, right? Do all that research first and then write their story based around that. Other people are like, okay, while the idea is here in my head, I don't want to go on a research rabbit hole and research for hours and hours and days and weeks and then never actually get anything written. Sorry, hiccup. So some people will write the story first, but with the understanding of they might have to go back now and do, after then they do the research, fix a lot of things. Because they might be like, oh, I wrote this and some of these facts and these styles here, some of the things that are represented here are incorrect. Now that I've done the research, let me go in and when I do my edit, I'll fix these plot points, these plot holes here, and I'll make it more accurate to whatever illness or disease I'm trying to represent. And that just depends. People do it both ways. There's not a wrong way. It's just whichever way works for you. Some people like doing the research first. Other people recognize, they're like, nope, I'm going to go on a research rabbit hole and never get the writing done. So let's do a shitty first draft first with all the errors and stuff in it. Then I will research and make it better. It's either or. It's not a wrong way about it. What is here? Hello, what? I haven't had a turn. My dog always runs the sheets. Callie, don't ruin the sheets. And I'll plan to make a book more of a no-sleep story. I'm a big horror fan. Oh, that's cool. Oh, hi, Luna. It's good to see you, Tuna Fish. I think that's Luna. Hi, Luna. It's one of the black cats. There's too many black cats in this house. Next we found out I can do crazy characters. Oh, what a way to find out, Callie. You had to research a lot for World War I era stuff for a crime drama. Oh, wow. Yeah. My shower in the dumpster was delicious. Now I'll tune in for the stream. A little creative one. Hello. Oh, thank you for the follow. And hey, welcome to the Cryptid Cult. I hope you enjoy it here. We mostly hang out. I do gaming sometimes, but also I just show up here and I read your guys' story and I try my best to give good critique. Oh, hey, we reached a followers goal. Oh my goodness, thank you guys. Wow. We have so many raccoons. It just keeps growing every day. Oh, hey, white text on a black background. Yes, I thought it would be more easy on the eyes. It just wasn't like that earlier because it was a Word document. Not a Word document. And this is a Google document, and I have this set up for the Google documents. At least for mine, I think whenever I'm reading your guys' story, then it's the white paper with the black text. She's chapter 3 at the end. Oh, wow. Very, very cool. Okay, so what you are here. I researched creating some stuff for a character and I regret it due to the ads. Oh, the ads started appearing. Oh my god. So we have Alexa devices. Whenever I'm talking about her in our family, we call her Destiny when we don't want her to activate. So if you guys hear me say Destiny, know I'm talking about Alexa. So anyway, the Destinies. And I was wondering for a long time, I'm like, why my accounts specifically always get baby ads. I get a lot of baby ads. I get a lot of channels and advice links for single moms and baby supplies, and I have for years. You would think the ads would pick up like, hey, why do we need to send this one person ads for diapers and baby food and baby lotions and stuff like that every day for years? You would think the babies would eventually grow up. Why is it always baby stuff, not even little kids stuff? Like why? We've realized that the Destinies always are listening to you, right? That's scary fact, but true. They're always listening. And they're feeding stuff to give you ad suggestions. They always hear me talking about the babies. And oh, the babies are so cute. And oh, my babies. And oh, it's so hard being a single mom to so many babies. About my cats. I always refer to the cats as babies, and oh, they're such cute babies, and you guys are lucky you guys are such cute babies, otherwise I would yeet you across the room. The Destiny's always hearing me talk about my babies, which are the cats, and I'm you know, it's just me, so I'm a single mom to all these cats. So all of my ads are literally stuff for cats, cat food, cat can advertisements, cat medicine, vet insurance, whatever, and baby stuff, baby formula, baby lotion, baby carriers, single mom assistance plans, things like that. Those are all of my ads. If you guys could ever, like, if you guys are in my walls and you guys are ever looking at like my screen, my YouTube stuff, all the ads, that is exclusively what my ads are. Uh, Cats, stop being babies, right? They need to stop being babies. That way they stop being so cute and getting away with shit. Like, you guys ever have your cats do something horrible, like a war crime, like they knock over something and break it, and you're like, no! And then they run away, and then they come back 5 seconds later looking really cute in order to, to get away with shit. You get contraception ads in women's bedroom toys. Oh my god, Chatty, that's hilarious. I think I got some of those when I was still a supervisor at Spencer's. Spencer does have the adult section in the back. So I think when I was working there, I got some of those ads still. But I also didn't have the cats. I didn't get my current round of cats until after I was laid off from work until around 2020. That's when I got Lucius and Lupin. They were my 2020 babies. All cats are baby. Oh my god. Okay, gotta ask Cryptid. Favorite what? What's my favorite? My favorite what? Favorite food? Oh, that's hard. You will never research for spicy lesbian season. That would explain it. That's why you're getting all that stuff, Chatty Matty. Oh my god. So I had a thing for a while where I loved collecting and buying Halloween themed or Halloween inspired versions of adult toys. If they were Halloween inspired, I loved them. And if I didn't use them, I'm just like, no, it's part of the collection now. Because I am like a spooky girl in real life, right? I'm a spooky person, so I just love it. T-shirts, but never venture into the bag again. Why? It's funny for gag gifts. It's fun. It's really good. There's a lot of people there who are getting like their very first adult toys there, their very first venture into it. It's the kind of like safe place to go because you're still in the mall. It doesn't feel super taboo. It's still relatively safe. So it's a nice place when you're like younger and it's your first time doing that stuff. And then like as you get more comfortable in it, right, then normally you go and explore like actual like either adult shopping sites or adult stores in real life to buy more products and the things that you actually like. But as far as like helping little you know like the littles like become all grown up, it's a good place for that. I have problems writing male characters as objects of desire. I feel that. What makes a guy sexy? What makes a guy sexy? When they give me food, when they listen to me and don't talk over me, when they shut up, when they have really big booba. I don't know, are there any other redeeming qualities to men? Seriously, the past few months, I have either gone out on dates or I've gone out on social gatherings with guy friends. Like first, like I was just doing it as friends, but like I knew they were kind of interested, and I was open to it. Maybe I was doing a lot of like date scenarios with guys, and oh my god, the amount of men who will spend the whole time talking about themselves and will barely let you get a word in edgewise. Oh my god, it's crazy. I was told when I first ventured to the back and the lady working at the counter didn't say shit. Yeah, why would they? You're silly, why would they? My answer to my social media accounts think I'm either a princess or like a balding champ. Yes, the algorithm having trouble pinning us down. I've had a tractor rescue me yesterday and today. A tractor? What farm are you nearby, Creative One? What's going on? You're a nervous wreck on dates? Yeah, it's nervous, but like, geez, like the amount of guys who act like they're better already than the person that they're trying to date. That's crazy. Andre, you have no real evidence in that regard, but I've always been of the belief men want you to be interested in them rather than want to be interested in you. Hence, talking about themselves and their achievements. Yeah. And again, we're not talking about like all guys the same way whenever we're talking about girls. It's not all girls. But is there definite trends? Is there trends that we can like look at a group of people and realize like, yeah, there's a lot of trends here that a lot of them have, even if it's not everybody. Oh, a tractor because the roads are plowed. Oh. Oh no, creative one. That's so sad. Girl asked me something. Me orders coffee and sips. On the opposite, I prefer to be into the girl than make them into me. And see, that's also a little dangerous, right? Because what if you have one of the girls who are like taking advantage of you? Then, right? It's always that back and forth. It's always a little scary. I feel have been raised on the belief, accurate or otherwise, that if they try too hard, women instantly lose interest, so they have to pretend they aren't interested. I feel outed now. Oh no. I feel it's not because I definitely have had men that are very interested and they're very obviously interested, right? Kept it just out of my dating history. That's what I say. That's the reverse of the red flag. Normally you want that back and forth, that healthy back and forth. Like you answer some fun stuff and then they ask about you and then you can say some stuff and then you ask about them. You normally want it to be a more give and take scenario. That's the best sign of like being able to easily talk back and forth with somebody. If one of the person on either side is trying really hard to be the main talker, the main interesting one, and not give a shit about the other. Because you can be not a talker. There are some very silent people. They don't naturally talk a lot. But as long as the other person is still trying and being interested in them, even if they don't say a lot back, that's still fine. That's just not a very talkative person. But the other person should still be engaged and wanting to know stuff about them. Yay, my in real life silence. I usually tell the girl I need prompts just because I need something to latch onto to break my nerves. Oh no. Oh my god. What was I saying though? But no, sometimes I'll like I was on some of these dates and stuff, right? And we were talking. It was actually about writing, right? It was about some writing stuff, and the person was talking all about their cool stories, and I listened to like the whole thing, right? I was listening to all their cool ideas, their whole stories, beginning to end, all the different things, and I'm like, yeah, and then I was like, yeah, and I'm also working on some stuff over here. I have a stream. This was back in like November, so I'm live streaming like my creative process here. I'm working on this project, and they're like, oh, that's nice. Anyway, back to my thing, and I'm like, what? No, I listened to your whole thing. Why? Why did Automat have that? That's weird. But I'm like, no, I listened to your thing. Why don't you want to listen to my thing? What? I even had stuff of them talking about like cool outfits and stuff they want, like because they had like they were an alternative person, so they were talking about like some of the hats or the gear they had, right? Because they were also an alternative person, same as me. And I was mentioning like, oh yeah, like I do a lot of sewing. I'm making my own wardrobe. I love making stuff like this and historical garb. I'm making like 18th century clothes, and my sewing and stuff has actually been on the Grammy red carpet. Right, that's huge. Technically our work has been on the Grammy red carpet twice on two different artists. Both our embroidery and my sewing has been on the Grammy red carpet on two different artists. And I was like, that's a fun fact. This like, hey, like, isn't this cool? Like, this is some of the cool stuff I've done. And they were like, oh, that's neat. Anyway, back to my to this button I sewed on to my jacket. I'm like, no, you don't. What? Yeah, if you tell somebody I'm working on a book and they don't at least go, what's it about? It's over. Right? I've had someone ask me out on stream. Oh my goodness. While I was editing a lesbian kiss scene. Do they think you were a lesbian? Is that what happened? God, you're not egotistical. it's taken a long time for me to be proud of the cool things I've done. I used to never feel good enough. That was no matter what I did, it always never felt like enough. And now I at least have the thing of like, hey, I'm not perfect. I'm not a master at anything, but I have had some cool stuff I've gotten to be a part of or that I've experienced, and they're like neat. It's neat. It's cool that we got to have our work on the Grammy red carpet twice. I've met interesting people in the costuming stuff. I've worked with very wealthy or influential people. I've we've had a contract with Legoland. We did patches for a parade that opened out there in California a few years ago. Um, and it took a long time to be like, oh yeah, like this is cool stuff about me. It's cool that I know sewing. It's cool that I can make my own clothes or fix my old clothes. It's nice. It's not doesn't make me like the hottest piece of shit ever. No, it's not. I'm not that cool. But I would still like it. Like yeah, after I've learned some cool things about somebody else, and I'm like, that's fantastic. That's so amazing you do it. And then I mentioned something cool about me, and then just to get it brushed off, it's like, oh, okay. I guess I'll just dig a hole in the back and climb in it. Did you guys hear your sippy? Someone just did a hydrate or dihydrate. Creative one. Here we go. Here's your sippy. Thank you for the hydrate or dihydrate. Closest I came to working with an exceptionally wealthy person was giving an oil company exec an Uber drive. I have no interesting accomplishments. No, don't say it like that. But I think you have probably like a lot of interesting things. Not and some of the stuff here isn't like accomplishments. Me knowing somebody isn't an accomplishment. And I don't mean it like that. But it's something interesting again that I've experienced or something I've gotten the chance to be involved in. You might know like a lot of cool things that you did back in high school. You might have been part of like cool projects. You might have interesting hobbies. You might be interested in niche things like, I don't know, 1920s era puppets that depict the giraffe war. I don't know. Whatever like interesting thing about you is. And if somebody was on a date with me and was talking about how they collect puppets from the 1920s that depict the Great Giraffe War, I'd be like, holy shit, I never knew there was a Great Giraffe War or that there was a market for 1920s puppets. Please describe that to me. That sounds fascinating. How did you get into that? How do you even verify it's a 1920s puppet? What is the preservation of puppetry skills here? How does that work? Do you attend showings? Who got you into this? And then if after they get through all that, I'm nodding along and I'm like interested and engaged with all that, and I'm like, wow, that's so cool that you remake the costumes for the puppets. I actually know sewing. I got involved in sewing since I was little, and we're part of some big stuff now. Part of big projects. Part of my career is sewing, and they're like, oh, that's neat. Whatever. Anyway, I'd be like, dude, I just listened to you talking about 1920s puppets from the Great Giraffe War. What? You couldn't even ask me a question back. Lots of chat active, easy to forget the thirst value. Oh, thank you, Creative One, for looking out. Thank you for watching out for me. School days were traumatizing to me. Yeah, me too. There was bullshit back then. But again, just highlighting stuff. It doesn't have to be the most extraordinary things ever. It could just be fun things, be excited things, be like weird niche things that we were all into and stuff, right? Like whatever stuff about you. That should be stuff that is interesting to you and that I hope people ask you about and are engaged with when you're talking about it. And hopefully if someone does pay you that attention and is interested and engaged with you, I hope you guys would then be interested and engaged with whatever weird thing about them they talk about. That's the little polite back and forth. It was a long war. The giraffes were besieged by the evil elephants. Oh dear God, we're getting lore here. I didn't know the elephants were gonna come into this, dear God. That's the long and tall of it. Yep, that was me going on a full rant just to summarize it in one sentence at the end, wasn't it? But yeah. If they thought that, I'll be surprised. School is full of random BS. Yeah, and also like, do you guys ever realize like school really is like, it's full of a lot of people, which is good. We're interacting with a lot of people outside of norms, which is fantastic. Lord knows I was a norm. I was a weirdo. I was a fucking weird kid. I still am. I'm just a weird hag now. In that sense. But it's also filled with like people you can't escape from. You're just forced to hang out with them even if it's not great, and it's like, oh, this is actually really fucking terrible. The war ended when the giraffes killed the lion overlord. Lots of giraffes died. R.I.P. giraffes. You guys fought valiantly for the rights and freedoms of future giraffe kind. Anyway, was what? I am so sorry. You said you were here earlier and I've made you wait so long. Hold on, I'm clicking on it right now. Please forgive me. I'm clicking on it now. I'm clicking on it. I'm so sorry, what? You made you wait so long. You were just listening to my random bullshit with the giraffe war. And 1920s puppet. I've become the man I feared. I was just super laid back. I hung out with the jocks and the super nerdy kid. Exactly. I feel like surprisingly, I went to a kind of alternative middle school where everything was really laid back like that. Like some of the jocks were like the goth kids or the scene kids or the alt kids or the nerdy kids. I was in a pre-IB programs in middle school. And some of the other people in that class, in the super smart class or whatever, right, in the super smart program, were like some cheerleaders, right? Was some of the jocks, was some of the more lazy kids, quote unquote, were the more laid back, the jokester kids. It was for my middle school, it was actually really, really fucking good. I didn't really have much bullying there. I was like weird, but like whatever, that you're mostly just picked on by your friends or random people you don't know, right? It doesn't matter. That was pretty okay. High school suddenly I went to like a more normal high school. High school was like, I was like, no, like it's okay if we're all like weird and different, we can be friends with anybody. And then there were some people who were just like, no. By the way, we hate you. There was they actually made fun real life cryptid lore here. I guess somebody, I never found out who. I never even looked to see who it was. I never spent the time or energy or effort to look into it. But there's somebody at my high school who made a hate website dedicated to me. And I guess it was like every year at school, people I didn't know would keep coming up to me, and they'd be like, hey, I don't know if you know this, but like there's somebody in school, they made a website about you where they like take pictures of you, like sneak pictures of you in the hallways and stuff, and like in classes and stuff, and then they're posting them and they're hating on you and they're writing horrible stuff on this website about you. And I'm like, oh wow, that's crazy. Anyway, thanks for letting me know. Other people have said it, but yeah, no, I know, I don't know. And they're like, oh, so you've seen it? And I'm like, no, I've never looked at it. That sounds horrible. That sounds horrible to look that up. But yeah, people, I think it was through all my years of high school. Is it high school's 4 years, right? It's freshman, sophomore, junior, seniors. Yeah, 4 years. 4 years of high school in the US. And there was this whole entire hate website dedicated to me, and I never bothered looking up the website, never bothered tracking down who it was. I was just like, yeah, that sounds like a lot of really weird effort with somebody. My self-esteem will probably feel horrible if I look up all the things they're saying about me, so I'm just never gonna look at it. But seriously, who does that? That's like fucked up. Like, I'm looking back on it and I'm like, I probably should have reported that. I wonder if my school could have done anything about that, compared to anything else that they didn't take care of. There was a lot of bullying, even from teachers. There were some like really bad teachers we had that we tried reporting and nothing ever came out of it, even though they did some really fucked up stuff. But I wonder if that was the one thing that maybe the school would have taken action against. But I think the school, I was lost so much confidence in the school, I never bothered pursuing it. You went to an online high school and laziness kicked into overdrive. Yeah, I would be terrible doing online school. I recognize that some people, because I have my college degree, but I kind of wanted to go back. And some people were saying like, oh, you can do online school, that will work with your schedule more. And I'm like, no, I know if I spend all the money for online college courses, like I just won't learn. I won't learn. It will be a hassle. It will be a chore. I don't learn well online. I'd really rather just, even though it's more of a hassle, it holds me accountable. I do better taking the time to go to in-person classes. It's a weird thing about me. You also hated the front desk. They never got my last name right. Oh dear God. Ken Burns, insert male chicken word. Come to the office. 2,500 teenagers burst out laughing. Oh no. Oh. Hello, man. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. I had a teacher who said my name with a T. I have a really weird it's from my biological dad's weird German last name. And if there's any Germans in chat right now, they'll probably say that since I'm, Americanized and stuff, saying the last name wrong. But that's how the name was always explained to me. And this isn't a secret. You guys all know, even though I'm Cryptid here, this Cryptid Roots is a legal business. You guys can see who owns Cryptid Roots. So my last name is actually Reisinger. Really weird German last name. Not a lot of people know how to say it. At least the Americanized version way that we say it here. But it's Reisinger. But I had a lot of people say Risinge, and I'm like, no, it's Reisinger. And they'd be like, I've heard rice, like there was a C there when there wasn't. Rice Inger, and I'm like, there's still an S there. What? Like there's just weird things, right? I don't know why. If you don't have a very common name in the US, I feel like it's just asking to be butchered. Unless it's a really common standard last name, it's asking to be butchered. Mine, they didn't believe it was such a grand last name. Oh no. Oh, do you have like a really long one? Oh, it doesn't help your middle name is Richard. Oh no, Chatty Matty. I'm so sorry. Your whole life, people just superimpose my middle initial onto the end of your first name. Always calling me Andrea or Andrew. Oh, that's so weird. They put your middle initial onto the end of your first name with the A. Instead of Andre, they call you Andrea. That would be really annoying. I'm so sorry. I'm Papalopoulos. Is that the Papalopoulos the third? Is that from Avatar: The Last Airbender when Aang's like in disguise? Oh, it's Greek. But anyway, where was I? Hold on, we're getting sidetracked here. Let's look at this. So you said we finished the first chapter. Delphina woke up. She's had this prophecy. I am focusing. I'm already focused. I'm focused. Yeah. I'm just kind of recapping here. I'm like remembering what's that. So Ophelia and Delphina. Okay. And Jasper. The druids that Ophelia speaks highly of were hanged for their ideas to improve upon magic. That's where we ended off with. Okay, I'm kind of caught up here. Pop a fire. How many pages? 1, 2. It's 7 pages. Do I have 7 pages in me? The 7 pages short. We'll see. I'll go as long as I can. Let's see. The sounds of the wounded echo out across the battlefield. Wait. Haven't we read this? Not read this? They cry out to their mothers, their wives, or their patron god. They are the lucky ones. The unfortunate ones were burned by fire from Wayland's pets. Fuck him and fuck his war. I feel like we've read this, right? Hey, Eric's, you ever think, why are we here? Gideon asked. All the time. You'll think the elders are punishing us for something. Is it you'd think? You, like apostrophe D, like you would think the elders are punishing us for something. Oh, okay, I read the opening from a question you had. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. But I think it's you'd think the elders are punishing us for something. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. That's just... I think that's what it should be. We're supposed to win a war for an entitled child who has 2 fucking dragons under his control, Eric's loudly vocalized. I think it's supposed to be W-E''re. We are. Eric's loudly vocalized. There'll be no disrespect of King Waylon, a knight said, gripping his sword. Might be oi. Oi, there'll be no disrespect of King Waylon. In which case, oi is oi? Oi. I think that's oi. Well, you tell His Royal Highness that he can... Eric's, leave the man alone, Gideon interrupted. That's Gideon Eric's. You two are still alive, a voice surprisingly said. Where the hell were you, Finn? Eric said. I was protecting His Royal Highness, Finn said. He doesn't even have the balls to charge with his own men, Eric said. But he does have the balls to start a war in his second year as king, Gideon said. Lady Finriel, Sir Eric's and Sir Gideon, you're expected to meet with the War Council immediately, said a young knight. Lady, Eric said, laughing hysterically. I'll castrate ye, Eric's, you tall fuck, Finn said, following the knight. So Finn is Lady Finriel. In the ruined meeting hall, King Waylon sits in the captured nobleman's chair as his generals gather in front of him. Would he literally be His Royal Highness? Sire, please, I beg you to show mercy. King Harkin forcefully put us in this predicament. All houses had to be war-ready or face execution. My people were on the verge of starving before the war started, the nobleman pleaded. So, King Waylon is the one they were talking about with the war. That's their king. King Harkin forcefully put us in this, so that's probably the rival king. The nobleman pleaded. Any valuable information you provide will lessen your punishment. As it stands now, you will hang from the gallows. Any news on our allies and the other kingdoms, Sir Wilton, King Waylon asked. Yes, Your Highness. Eldoria, Ironhelm, and Avalon are preparing their armies for war. King Vale of Eros is ready for when the Eldorians begin to march. Jarl Sindre, and Jarl Harvick both have pledged their men and ships, Sir Wilton said. Isn't Harvick the one who... Eric's whispered. Yes, Gideon interrupted. Sire, our spies have taken note that the Icon fortress is susceptible to be infiltrated by a small force, while a larger force acts as a distraction. I think the warden should lead the distraction force, Sir Lysandros said. A small force. Our spies have noted that a fortress is said to be infiltrated by a small force, while a larger force acts as a distraction. Okay, so this is an enemy fortress. You think the warden should lead the distraction force? Sir Lysandros said. It's a waste of our talents, Eric butted in. The filthy fucking northerner knows best, apparently. Lord Theo, he doesn't say afterwards, I could easily lop off your head, and Eric said. Eric's, Finn yelled. I'll place your fucking head in the corner so it can watch as I Eric said. Eric's, Gideon yelled. I hope Great Mother carries her Eric said. Enough, Warden, what plan do you have for attacking Icon, King Waylon demanded. Sire, Finn, Gideon, and 2 of your knights can sneak in at night to gain control of the gates. Once they raise the gates, the main force can charge in. Attacking them at night will disrupt their ability to respond to the charge. Me and Ashton will lead the main force, Eric explained. He named his fucking axe, Finn said in disbelief. I told him it was stupid, Gideon said. I like this part. So Ashton here is Eric's axe. I love that. Like, he named his fucking axe. Told him it was stupid. That's funny. Good. Wilton let the men know that we're marching for Aiken tomorrow, King Wayland commanded. Great Mother, please protect your loyal idiot, Finn prayed quietly. Aiken was a 5-day journey from Velfor. The men marched tirelessly, only stopping so the horses could rest. The clouds began to roll in and thunder walloped the air. That one's a little funny to me, but that could just be bias. So again, I'm noticing the same issue I commented before. The pacing is really fast. We are 2 pages in. We go from them surveying the battlefield to being introduced to 2 characters, having this background about the war and that this child king has 2 dragons. We're introduced to some new characters. We're introduced to the kings, and we're hearing information about a war without really understanding what all this information means, and we're just having the dialogue back and forth. And then we finish it. We already have a new plan of attack for the sneak attack, I guess. And then it's this 5-day journey. That's all in 2 pages. It's really, really fast. This whole scene could have, honestly, we could have still just been in the throne room talking about the plan and having the internal dialogue of explaining what all this means. Who are these allied forces? What are they hearing? Seeing if he's drugged from his throne room. He's a royal highness. But yeah, the pacing here is still very fast. I'm noticing that even after only 2 pages. You alright back there, Finn? Gideon jokingly asked. It's Pishinit Voon and we're walking through a damn marsh, she yelled. What? Gideon said, raising an eyebrow. It's raining really fucking hard, Finn yelled. Gideon Eric's laughed, watching her struggle to walk. You want me to carry you? Eric said, holding back tears from laughing. The day you carry me will be the day I'll marry you, Finn said sarcastically. Aiken was upon them, and with the sun starting to set, Gideon, Finn, and 2 knights headed for the east wall. Aiken's east wall was the best spot for them to infiltrate, as it had a blind spot coming from the southern tower. As they gathered at the wall, Finn prepared her magic to create a rope vine to scale the wall. Once you're up there, take out the archers and we'll push towards the gate, Finn commanded. Yes, ma'am, both the knights whispered back. Gideon climbed up first, stabbing a guard in the neck once he reached the top. He quickly grabbed his body and threw it off the wall. One of the knights followed up next. He jumped over the wall, drawing his dagger. He gave Gideon a nod before heading left towards the blind spot. He stood in the corner listening for any patrolling guard. The light shuffle of armor drew his attention. A guard was near. He waited for him to approach the corner. The knight slowed his breath and tightened his grip on the dagger. He grabbed the guard, covering his mouth. The guard struggled, trying to break free. The man locked his jaw, biting the knight's hand. The knight gritted his teeth as he thrusted the blade up through the guard's chin. He twisted the dagger to make sure the man was dead. He turned the corner, heading for the ladder. With each step, he grimaced in pain. Before fully completing the climb, he checked to see if the archer was looking away. With his hand bloodied, he rushed the guard, tackling him. This one's phrased a little funny. With his hand bloodied, he rushed the guard, tackling him to the ground. Maybe it would be better. But in this one, when it's all one like this, he rushed the guard, tackling him without any space. It sounds like he's rushing a guard, and the guard was tackling him. That's why it reads a little confusing. He smushed the man's face as he drove the dagger into the archer's forehead. Oh, you meant to say archer. Okay. The other knight followed behind him. He grabbed the archer's bow and shot an arrow, taking out a guard in front of the next tower. The knight with the injured hand climbed down and headed towards the 3rd tower. The 2nd knight grabbed another arrow out of the quiver to take out the archer in the 2nd tower. Oh, wait, hold on, there's no stuff in it. grab that archer's bow. Lying down, head towards the third tower. The second knight grabbed another arrow out of the quiver. Take out the archer in the third tower. Let the arrow loose, hitting the archer in the back of the head. How close are these towers to each other? That's my first thought. Gideon and Finn readied their weapons to take the guards by surprise. Finn sprinted towards the first guard. She jumped on his back, stabbing her knives into the sides of his neck. Gideon rushed past, using his swords to cleave the next guard in half. Finn threw an icicle, hitting the guard who tried to sneak up on Gideon. As the man gurgled on his own blood, Gideon stabbed him through the heart, ending his misery. Eric's eyes burned a bright orange. Using his Vesper owl vision, he watched as Gideon and Finn took out the guards. He pressed his axe against his nose. Great Mother, bless me with the strength necessary to take out my enemies. May you bless their souls as they head into your warm embrace. Eric's prayed. Lord Theo looked on in disgust. Damn pagan, he muttered. Wouldn't he have done the blessing maybe earlier? As a slight suggestion, like before they went into battle? Finn took a step back as a red glow illuminated in her palm. A bright red fireball filled the starry night sky, exploding into an ember-filled cloud as the gate raised up. The alarm bells sounded. The Iking soldiers scrambled to respond. A small force rushed the ramparts, trying to secure the gate controls, while the rest of the Iken soldiers fought the Freemian army in the streets. Oh, this isn't a sentence. Gideon and Finn ran to fight them head-on with no hesitation. So I think the period should be gone here. Finn threw icicle after icicle, slowing down the soldiers' advance, while Gideon picked off anyone who made it past. So yeah, same issue as some of the periods, I think should be commas. My magic is going to hold out for much longer. My magic isn't going to hold out for much longer? Do you have a plan, Gideon? Finn asked. Not at the moment, but we're not going to last long up here, Gideon said. Eric's, kick the cart, Gideon yelled. Finn, we jump, Gideon said. So all three of these lines are by Gideon. So it's a little bit weird, the spacing here. And there's no like prose to even break it up. That doesn't sound like a plan. She looked over to see Gideon jumping off the side of the rampart. Damn it, Gideon! She yelled, following him off the rampart. Finn hit the hay cart with a solid thud, knocking her unconscious for a couple of minutes. She woke with a nagging headache. She crawled out of the hay, saying a myriad of Eliani cuss words. Where is everyone? She whispered to herself. The battle in the streets was bloody. Both the bodies of civilians and soldiers lined the streets. It angered her seeing the innocent slaughtered like that. She followed the bloody path, finding a knight pulling a sword from the back of an elderly man. What the hell are you doing? He's not an Iken soldier, he's a civilian, she said. Lord Theo's orders are to spare no one and burn the city now, the knight said. Where is everyone? Finn asked. They charged after the soldiers once they started to retreat. Would have followed if I didn't spot these two, Knight said, pointing to the bodies of the elderly couple. Finn took her dagger and sliced open the knight's throat. He scrambled to cover the wound, but he was losing too much blood. Finn watched as the light faded from the man's eyes. Great Mother, guide the spirits of the innocent to peace, Finn prayed. The Iken soldiers and people took refuge in the city's keep, which was more fortified than the walls. The soldiers were trying to break through the doors while being picked off by archers and ballistas. As one man fell, another ran in to replace him. Eric's used his axe to chop at the door hinges as the men slammed into the door. Take heed of the Northerner! Bring that door down! Lord Theo shouted. Should be quotation marks. Finn watched as one of the ballistas reloaded. Don't, as much as I want to kill him, we need him alive. Gideon said, grabbing Finn's hand. Listen to yourself, Gideon. You want me to spare that spineless worm, but the moment Harvick's name was mentioned, you almost lost it, Finn said. I'm a hypocrite, I know, but if Theo dies, Waylon just uses the dragons to finish the job. Who do you think gave Theo those orders, Finn? Gideon said. Finn pulled away from him. It pissed her off that Gideon was right. They barely survived the last battle when Waylon called for his pets. The door wailed before shattering in half. Leave none alive, Theo shouted. So here, it seems like they don't want King Waylon's pet dragons here, because the pet dragons, they barely survived the last battle when Waylon called for his pets. The pet dragons are even hurting their allies. It's hurting these people too. But in the beginning, it almost sounds more like when Eric's is complaining, we're supposed to win away war for an entitled child who has 2 fucking dragons under his control. Like, they're mad he's not using the dragons. So I'm wondering, do they want Waylon to use the dragons to fight his war, or do they not want to be here because the dragons are hurting them? It's hurting its own allies. That's a question I have, just to clarify. Eric stayed still as the soldiers charged past him. He placed his axe back onto the handle on his back. Tears fell from Eric's face as the screams bellowed out from the keep. Lord Theo smirked. Too much for you, big man. I thought you wardens were built for war. I have no problems killing. One day I'll kill you and wear your head on my belt. Those people would have easily surrendered, Eric said. You have a heart under there. They are enemies of the great kingdom of Frimas. I should have you executed for insubordination. Take a deep breath. This is the smell of victory, Theo said. So chapter 4 in Barry's first book is entirely dedicated to introducing the princess. Oh my. A thick smell of burning flesh emanated from the keep. A knight on horseback bolted through the streets, yelling for the men to retreat. The knight, seeing Lord Theo, jumped off the horse and ran to him. Sir, you have to call the men back. The king has ordered a retreat, the knight said. The battle's almost over. Why retreat? Theo questioned. I have to sneeze. Hold on. Oh god, it's right here. It's in my nose. Oh my god, I hate when there's a sneeze right on the edge of your nose. They hate the dragons. The battle happens off screen. I'm guessing that's they hate the dragons. The battle happens off screen. Yeah, they barely survived the last battle when Waylon called for his pets. Yeah, that battle happens off screen. I'm saying they barely survived it. That makes it sound like they don't like the dragons, right? Because when the dragons do come in, the dragons almost killed them. They barely survived when the dragons were last here. So that sounds like, hey, we don't want the dragons to show up to the fight. The dragons are assholes and will burn us too. In the beginning, in this third paragraph, we're going to war for an entitled child who has 2 fucking dragons under his control. In this context, in the beginning context, it sounds like, hey, why isn't this child king using the dragons? Why are we fighting and dying on the battlefield when he can use the dragons? I'm saying that I'm pointing out there's 2 different feelings from the same group of people about these dragons. In the beginning, it makes it sound like, hey, we want the king to use his dragons more rather than having the soldiers die. And then in this one that happens off screen, it sounds like, yeah, we don't want the dragons to come because then we barely survive. Yeah, a mode of change, yeah, like a feeling change here. Like they feel suddenly differently about the dragons. The battle is almost over. Why retreat? Theo questioned. An Eldorian force of 200,000 is on its way. King Waylon ordered for us to cut our losses and retreat, the knight said. You, tell the men we're retreating, Theo said to a knight. Do you know who led them? Gideon asked the knight. So this is here noticing that there's a knight who's jumping off a horse and saying a message to Lord Theo. And then that knight explains, this message carrier knight says, oh, the Adolian force is 200,000 odds away. And then he says, you tell the men we're retreating. Theo said to a knight, a different knight, knight 2 here. And then, do you know who led them? Gideon asked the knight, going back to the messenger knight here, right? Having some descriptions here about these knights would help differentiate them. Like if one knight is wearing blue armor and the other is like a, I don't know, all covered in blood. So he's asking the blue armored knight, like, oh, yeah, there's 200,000 on the way. You tell the men we're retreating, Theo said to a different knight covered in blood. And that knight scrambles off. Do you know who led them? Gideon asked the knight in blue. Like having like some little description here to separate these two because they're mentioned back to back to back. Scout said he looked like one of the princes, the knight said. Yeah, so having that back and forth here, it's a little confusing. I'll fix that. They are supposed to hate the dragons. Okay. Yeah. And I mean, it does sound like they hate the dragons. It just sounds like they're changing whether or not they want the dragons to fight with them. In the first one, it sounds like even though they're like stupid fucking dragons, they hate these dragons, they still want them in the war. Hello, and thank you for the follow. And hey, welcome to the Cryptid cult. I hope you like it here. We're going through I'm reading some of my little raccoons, some of my chatter stories here, and I try my best to point out just a few little fixes, and then at the end I try to give 1 or 2 critiques to help make the work a little bit closer to what I think they're trying to make it be. But again, I'm not a professional editor. I'm just your little blue friend here on screen, trying to give the best advice I can for you. So always take everything I say with a grain of salt. And if it doesn't help you, then hey, it was free advice. You can always throw it away for free too. Where was I? Okay, here we go. Yeah, I did highlight it. I think we're actually almost done. Yeah, okay, we're almost there. Scouts say you look like one of the princes, the knight said. Over 5,000 civilians were killed in Aachen that day. Okay, so now we are... Time skip again. Prince Vandalis only arrived a day too late to meet the Freemian troops at Aachen's walls. Oh, only arrived a day too late. How many survived the attack, Vari? Vandalis asked. Around 1,500, my lord, but there are too many wounded to even get an accurate count, Vari said. Get a message to my brother Destin. Tell him Eros will likely march ahead of time to intercept him, Vandalis said. Sire, the Iron Helm army has reached the kingdom of Haskir, a scout said. Good, our arrival has made them disorganized. Tell the men to gather everyone who can walk and prepare them to head to Haskir. As for the wounded who can't, have them treated to the best we can, Randala said. King Wayland and his men retreated back to Velfor. The Grim Warden, Leaf, waited for their arrival back with news for his fellow Riven clan. Gideon! Gideon! Leaf yelled. Is that Leaf? Eric's asked. Eric's, Finn, you guys are here too, Leaf said excitedly. Leaf, I thought you were still on a hunting mission, Gideon said. I killed the beast. It's good to see you guys, but I carry some bad news. Gideon. You're, I think it's supposed to be apostrophe R-E, because you are being pulled from the war since you have connection to Jarl Hardvik, Leaf said. What? Gideon, Eric's, and Finn yelled. Hardvik has a sea-bearing force. It's unlikely we'll ever cross paths, Eric said. Gideon, you're being assigned to kill a girl by the name of Delphina Siorfra for the crime of hearsay. She is a student at the Miera Magic Academy, Leaf said. How old is the girl, Leaf? Finn asked. She's 17, Leaf said. Eric's and Finn's heart dropped. I think it should be hearts dropped. A girl from their neck of the woods was to be hunted down by the second best assassin in the clan. Great Mother be with her, Eric's whispered quietly. Okay. Thanks to Cryptid's device-like sermon, please no. Oh no, it's I'll always take it with objection hearsay. Yeah, and noticing these little errors when we can, that always helps a bit. And again, I always say my critiques, my 2 critiques I try to do per piece. That doesn't apply to like little fixes like that, little grammar and word fixes. That's just I try to point out a few as we go. I pointed out a few, but that's fine, right? This is an earlier draft, like it's fine to have stuff like that. That's expected in an earlier draft, but I would feel bad if I didn't point out stuff like that. So there's a few there, but I tried to point them. Try to point them out as we go. So I mentioned earlier the pacing, and for a little while here, I thought it was getting a bit better. None your assigned Cryptonomicon. It's true. Copy editors, people who do like those deep grammar and spell checks, they know off the the Chicago Manual of Style. Am I saying the right book? Hello, welcome on in. It's good to see you. But yeah, copy editors do. I believe it is the Chicago Manual of Style. They know like rules of grammar that like would turn your head sideways. I never claimed to be the absolute pro. This is from one of our users here, what 16, but I'm reading their work. This is chapter 2 of a piece they're working on, and now that I've just finished reading it, I point out some small minor little spelling issues or word issues here or there, but now I'm going through and I'm going to give the 1 or 2 pieces of main advice, and I do better at developmental editing advice, which is big picture. We're talking about characters, we're talking about pacing, storyline, plot holes, things like that, and that's normally what I'm better at giving advice on. But again, I'm not a professional editor. I am just your little blue friend here on screen, and I'm just going to try and give the best advice I can. What has also submitted their work a couple times for us, so I've seen some samples of their writing, I've seen multiple samples of their writing, so this isn't just issues of noticing this piece. I also point out things that like I see in multiple submissions that I think could be better worked on. This is a prequel that I just started working on. Oh, okay, yep. But yes, welcome on in. If that's kind of your jam, then hey, there is a Discord, and that's where you can submit your own stories for future critique. And this is what we do sometimes. Sometimes I also do gaming, but otherwise this is kind of what we do. We just like a little critique circle. But knowing that I did mention earlier there is the pacing issue here, I thought it started getting a bit better. I did notice the pacing got a little bit better, especially compared to some of your other samples you submitted, when they're going in and fighting. And I think you said you've been working on your fighting scenes too, on slowing the pace for that. I did notice that the pacing was getting better. I did notice that improvement. If you're wondering if it was noticeable, this is a noticeable improvement. I will still say it is still a little bit on the too fast side of things, but it is better. It's closer to what I think you're trying to go for. And then honestly, after the fighting scene, it all starts getting really, really fast again. It goes back up to what I noticed. So it was like only really the fight scene here was had a slightly slower pace that I think you're aiming for. Oh, that's right. Princess Pleiades is also your prequel story too. So yeah, lots of prequel stuff we're working on here. So I will still get the advice I gave before. I think a little bit more work on the pacing, and I think really like find some works you enjoy reading, whatever book that is. And I do recommend this. Try looking at reading some scenes there with active reading, not just passively reading a scene. Really pay attention to it. How long is a scene? How do they break it up? You do have the habit of sometimes just having the dialogue back and forth. Gideon, Leaf yelled. Is that Leaf? Eric asked. Eric, Spin, you guys are here too, Leaf said. Leaf, I thought you were still on a mission, Gideon said. There's just blocks of dialogue, which we can send it. It's not a hard rule. We can sometimes do it, but I think you sometimes feel the need to overly rely on it. I think your pacing would get better if you did have more prose with the dialogue. And I think that would help slow down the pace a little bit, right? Having that prose, having those descriptions of these characters. I still, after reading this whole chapter 2, I don't think I actually know what any of the characters you introduced us to look like. We didn't get any descriptions for the main cast, which is Eric's, Gideon, Finn. Did we get any descriptions for the king? Let's see. In the ruined meeting hall, King Leyland sits in the captured noble's chair as his generals gather in front of him. So no, he's just sitting in a chair. We didn't get any description of King Wayland. And then the knights earlier, remember you had two different knights back to back to each other, but there was no differentiating between the two knights. Eric's is tall, we know that. Oh, dude. That's true, that's true. Eric's eyes burned a bright orange, but I don't believe they're always orange. I think that was just the powers activating. Eric's is telling me that I make sure all my characters are described across scenes, usually. Yeah. I think for yours, Chatty, your advice was like, oh, you should break up the descriptions. Or I try to sprinkle the descriptions throughout the text rather than just all at once. I think that was, if I'm remembering right, that was your advice. But here, I don't really think we get much description at all. And having that descriptions, not just of the characters, but of the scenes. You mentioned briefly it was a ruined hall. Let's see. Nope, it's further up. So yeah, in the ruined meeting hall, King Leon sits in the captured nobleman's chair as his generals gather in front of him. How is it? Is it ruined from fire damage? Are there dead soldiers scattered around? Are the tapestries torn? Have some of the windows been completely blown out from like medieval fantasy bombs? What does this look like? We have some description of the sound of the battlefield, but where physically are they? Are they near a forest? Has this whole place been leveled? Is there a river nearby? Is this on the border between these two areas of land, between King Harkin and King Wayland? We don't know if this is near the border or not. I need to find a way to naturally do it because Eric's is 6'4", Finn is 5 foot, and Gideon is 5'11". Yeah, just even have stuff like that. Like so Eric's is the tallest. So even stuff like this of isn't Harvick the one who Eric's whispered, comment, leaning down a bit to reach Gideon because he's so like tall and lanky or something, right? Yes, Gideon interrupted. Eric's kind of backed off and slunk back up to his full 6'4" height, standing against the back wall. Right, just having little descriptions of the characters in between the dialogue makes it Eric's whispered tally. But yeah, if you're wondering, every time there's just these back and forth lines of dialogue, which you do have a lot of, that's the place to insert some little details, both of what they are doing, or descriptions, personality stuff, somebody who slouches, that says something about their personality, versus someone who's standing very still and stoic in a corner. You all right back there, Finn? Are they walking? Yeah, they are walking. Gideon Eric's laughed, watching her struggle to walk. You want me to carry you? Eric said, holding back tears from laughing. And you can mention something about how even through the rain, it was only the bottom of his feet or bottom of his legs were wet from the puddles. His upper legs still remained dry as he towered over them, even Gideon. Something like that. Just finding little ways to insert stuff. crouching to be heard, being forced to his knees to whisper down to Finn. Yeah, right. Eric's handed Finn the scroll. Finn ducked, narrowly missing shoving it into his mouth, etc. Oh my goodness, now we're making fun of even fictional characters' height. For reference, I've mentioned this before on stream. I am just a hair under 5 feet. I'm a shorty in real life. It's so hard being short. It's so hard being so close to the flames of hell and hearing all the secrets from Satan whispered directly into your ear. It's hard. All you tall folks gotta start ripping out your kneecaps. Make us all on equal playing ground. Those poor hairs. Oh no. Everyone seems gonna make fun of me now. But yeah. And the parts where I said, like, well, the parts where you weren't just doing dialogue, right? Where I was saying, like, the fight scenes, now you're going into more paragraphs, multiple paragraphs of explaining stuff. It's still a little fast-paced, but this is I'm noticing the improvement here. You have been working on it. It is better. And it's not just going back and forth with like, it's explaining things. At least it's explaining what they're doing. It's still kind of like a list of what they are technically doing. And the pacing could be improved by adding descriptions. What does things look like? What do they feel like? What are the characters' thoughts? How are they reacting to things? What are their faces like? And I think that will give you that little edge and help those pacing issues that I keep bringing up sometimes. Gotta tell you, it is not hard being so close to the lips of heaven. Okay, everyone. Gather around. We're stealing Bob's kneecaps. He's too tall. You don't need those kneecaps. They're mine now. We're dragging you down here. You're gonna get on my level whether you like it or not. Gideon is a year and a half ahead of Delphina. Year and a half ahead. You mean a year and a half older? The dream that she has at the opening. Oh no, like time-wise, he is a year and a half ahead of Delphina in the story. Okay. The dream that she has at the beginning in chapter 1 is the off-screen battle. No, I need them banned for that pun, Bobbikins. How dare you? Oh. Gideon is a year and a half ahead of Delphina. That dream that she had. Okay, steers fall. What the hell is that? So, a tidal wave of fire salted the earth, cleansing everything of its suffering. In that case, if the important thing from this vision is that the tidal wave of fire, to hint that it was the battle with the dragons, right? That the off-screen battle was the battle where the dragons came, right? After an hour of bass practice, been getting more improvisational lately. Think you feel less the goat. Very cool. Dragging them down. But yeah, if this vision she's having here is that off-screen battle that she mentioned, the dragons, I think maybe there should be more references to the fire, because really it's only part of one line that tidal wave of fire salted the earth. We only get that quick thing. Most of this is the purple prose in the beginning, the winds and everything talking about Delphina, random languages. Oh, we do get choke and ash. We do get smoke and ash. But we get mostly, it just almost seems like a horror dream sequence. It seems a little bit more artsy rather than literal of like, hey, there is a dragon. Maybe mentioning like the shadow. Splain purple prose. Okay, I can admit, I will. But having maybe the shadow appearing overhead, the wing beats of the dragon, a roar. What does a dragon roar sound like? Mentioning more of the fire. that just to really hit, like, hey, there was some really big horrible thing, and maybe something of like both sides, people from both sides fell to the fire, and then she wakes up, and to make it a stronger tie to this war where the dragons did show up, might make that a bit stronger. But to answer your question, purple prose, I can even actually pull it up. It's an actual thing. It's an actual term, I should say. Purple prose. But it is a style of writing. It's very flowery. It's very ornate. It's almost distracting. Some people say it's a little bit pretentious, but it is a lot of very fancy smancy words that don't actually tell you anything. I won't even say this example prose, but for what here, this was in their chapter 1, this is how they started it. Their opening lines were, life, death, and fate are the things that bind us to the world, and in between where the gray reside is where our people call home. Fate does not guide us. Life is the world's greatest joy, and death is just a reset. The Great Mother will embrace us all. And then later on we have stuff like the winds whisper during their gentle song. They serenade the sun as a gift for its embrace. The clouds smile as they look down at the world with great pleasure. This is all very purple prose language here, which is a little hard to do in the beginning. Right? In the beginning, we normally want to establish a character and a setting. We normally want to establish what are we physically seeing, what can we picture. Purple prose, it's very hard to actually picture what is happening. What does it... The clouds are not actually smiling. What does the wind's gentle song... What are we supposed to vision when this great mother will embrace us all, when life is the world's greatest joy? What are we picturing? What characters are we picturing? Writer sounds like they're pleasuring themselves. No, that's that's when we get to pornographic things. But it sounds very ornate without... It's a lot of words, not telling us, the readers, anything. We can sometimes have a little bit of purple prose, especially if a character speaks that way. If there's a character in your book who speaks very flowery. So hey Oracle, give me a direct answer. It was a dark and stormy night. The waves of the breeze surged like the breath of virgins whispering into the ears, passionately intertwined caress. What is this? As though to the air itself yearned to be felt. Even then, that's just a lot of descriptions. That's why I'm like, a lot of metaphors. If you have like too many metaphors piling on top of each other, it gets muddy writing. But even then, I'd say that's like muddy writing. I normally don't like to say lots of piling metaphors is purple prose. But a lot of things that are so flowery and descriptive without actually telling you anything, that you cannot picture it in your mind. You cannot visually see the scene in your mind. There's no characters established. There's no... You don't like purple prose? Yeah. You see it sometimes a lot in poetry. Sometimes poetry we can have purple prose. But again, it's poetry. We can sometimes have stuff like that. Even then, not all the time. I would still argue that good poetry doesn't even always have a lot of purple prose, but it's something to be aware. Sometimes we need to establish and have a grounding intro first, with characters, with setting, with what we are seeing, and then you can sneak in some of the cool lines of purple prose here and there. Scott Fitzgerald, Steinbeck. Yeah, so... But that's kind of the gist here. We want to... Oh my god, ow, something was spiky? Maybe there's a bug somewhere. I don't know. Something was hurting me. What was I saying? Yeah, purple prose is kind of like that, and we kind of want to be a little bit more direct and clear with just like a metaphor or two here, or a simile here or two, to make our writing cool without like bogging it down, without making it difficult to read. That's kind of the gist. And again, when can we use it? If you have a character who always speaks like that, and then sometimes even your other characters can speak more plainly, and they'll be like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Uh, familiar phases will again get a new beginning. Okay, I'm not quite sure what you're referencing to, but yeah. So anyway, God, what was my critique? I got so sidetracked. So I pointed out where your pacing has improved, but I still think it needs that little extra oomph to get the pacing where I think you want to be. And I pointed out some areas where the pacing is still lacking, and we pointed out some ways to fix it, right? Having some more prose in between the big blocks of just dialogue would help. Having those physical descriptions and the descriptions of the setting sprinkled throughout. And I think those are going to be my two critiques with having that pacing fix, and how do we fix it with character descriptions, with setting descriptions, stuff like that. And then I think you'll be on the right track to get better pacing that you're trying to aim for. And then scenes that here are taking a page or just half a page sometimes. Suddenly you want to give those scenes like the maybe even multiple pages they need to breathe. Even stuff like here where the informant is giving all these descriptions of like Eldoria, Ironhelm, and Avalon are preparing their armies for war. King Vale of Eros is ready for when the Eldorians begin to march. And then the Jarls both have pledged their men in ships, Sir Wilton said. Right? We actually, as readers, right, we don't know all this role playing that you are. We're hoping you, the writer, are gonna immerse us into it. So having this broken up a bit and having our characters' thoughts on it, which I believe is Gideon. We mostly follow Gideon. I think you switch around a bit. But having Gideon here thinking like Sir Wilton said, and then maybe like Gideon shifts to his other foot and sighs because like and we'll hear his thoughts about it. Like maybe I'm saying this just as spaghetti. I know this probably isn't true, right? I'm saying for you to put in the correct things here. But maybe he's not worried about Eldori and Ironhelm, but Avalon is the real threat. Avalon has the best technology and the strongest mages or something, right? That's the real threat. It's bad news hearing that Avalon's preparing their armies. Maybe he even has the thought of the Jarls here. He hadn't seen Jarl Sindre ever, but Jarl Harvick he had seen, and then it might cut off his thoughts. And then Eric's whispers, "Isn't Harvick the one who?" Yes, getting interrupted, right? Having some thoughts here to give us, the reader's, context for this world, because we're just hearing a lot of information and a lot of names and a lot of places. Having that context here could help. Not just a road map down the road with just a map, but having a tour guide that points out the landmarks onto the bones and the living meat running and playing at the safari. Okay, so yeah, not just the physical road, but having that planned tour guide pointing things out, guiding us along and explaining things to us. Yeah. And that's kind of what we as the writers have to do. Right? We're shifting our readers' focus and attention to help them understand and read this story. And having that context of Gideon's or whoever our main character's thoughts is with all this information would help. I haven't planned that Harvick is the one slaughter his entire village in a raid. Okay, Jarl Harvick. Okay, because at first I was like, who the F is Harvick? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's this guy here. It's Jarl Harvick. So Harvick is the one slaughter his entire village. Is the one who slaughtered his entire village in a raid. He slaughtered his own village? Oh wait, is it he slaughtered Gideon's village? Did he kill Gideon's village in a raid? In which case, why would they get Gideon off the case? You'd think they would want Gideon here to fight Jarl Harvick. Unless Jarl Sindre and Jarl Harvick are allies. Yes, you see, there's a lot of questions as we have. I'm not quite fully understanding, so that's why having that little tour guide into Gideon's thoughts would help. So yeah, he did slaughter Gideon's entire village in a raid. Okay. Wait, where's my lo-fi beats? What happened? There we go. They're allies. Okay. They are allies. So yeah, that would make sense for why Gideon is removed. He doesn't want Gideon doing anything to Jarl Harvick. But do you see how that kind is explained? Like, oh yeah, like these are allies. This is the other thing. Like Eldori and Ironhelm, we were expecting their help. Avalon, you know, we're glad it's inspiring news to hear that Avalon might help us, but they're so far away. Maybe their reinforcements won't come until such and such date. Jarl Sindri has no grudge against, but Jarl Harvick was the monster who, and then you can cut off the thought. Isn't Harvick the one who? Eric's whispered. Yes, getting interrupted, right? Like but give us some nudge. Give us some nudge of the context here. That will help, because that is a lot of information thrown at the readers with not a lot of context. And have it planned. So yeah. Those are my critiques for it, but otherwise, thank you for submitting. I hope my little guidance here and showing out the areas where you definitely have improved, and the other areas where some of my suggestions on how to improve those other areas. I hope it helps. Eager from the progress. Yeah, the scene, the fighting scene, I definitely noticed the pacing has improved. This is definitely improved a lot. I was really happy to see that. And then outside the fighting, it then went back. Yeah, thank you for being such a brave raccoon and submitting your work for us. We love seeing your stuff. But that is it for critique there. Let's see. I'm clicking the wrong things. I'm just clicking things at random here. What's happening? Echoes. I guess the question I'm asking is this. I'm having trouble engaging with the dialogue because I don't always understand each character's intent. Are you talking about your own thing or what wrote? I'm not sure what position each person is taking or what their incentives are in the conversation. There's a lot of back and forth, but without clear context for why each person is speaking the way they are. It's hard to fully get into it. Okay, what I read. So what blah 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 blah. What submitted? It is kind of funny. It's trippy sometimes that their username is what. But yeah, what 16 submitted piece. Okay. Yeah, and that's you know, other things to be improved on. I try not to give too many critiques all at once. It can be a little bit overwhelming to get like 20,000 notes. Things to improve. I try to do the biggest, broadest things. But you're saying here one of the things for the dialogue is showing each character their motivation, their intent, their motivation for why they're feeling certain ways. And hey, that's a valid critique too, right? Absolutely. I could see having maybe some stronger personality, stronger intent behind each character for explaining their thoughts. Could elevate the piece more too. I think that is absolutely valid criticism as well. So thank you for pointing that out for what. And I'm excited to see what's next submission in the future, how they take this all together and apply it. I'm excited to keep seeing them grow. That piece already had a lot of clear improvement. Luna, what are you doing? Did you guys hear that? Maybe I'm just crazy. I don't know. I thought Luna was messing with something. But let's see. That was what with the Solaris. So I will go ahead and delete that because I did read that. Delete. Okay, now I have some with the username that starts with K. You heard scraping. Okay, it wasn't just me. Yeah. Yeah, wisdom out the excess, the core goals and motives of a person comes the dialogue. Out of the excess comes the dialogue. Blue Woman stream attended. Hello, Triangle. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Yeah, I thought I heard scraping too, but I'm just looking around and I don't know what. What was being scraped? What are the cats messing with? I never know. So there is Tales of the Teal Mountain Sect. If that is anyone in chat's work, then please go ahead and let me know. You are next. No, I don't think it was the music. It sounded like in real life. So I'm actually really paranoid. I only ever have my headphones. That's how I listen to the music and stuff. I have headphones in. I only listen to it with one ear in the headphones, and I always have one ear out of headphones because I'm paranoid and I don't like the idea of anything being able to sneak up on me without me being able to know. I'm literally just in what is the dining room. There's nothing here to sneak up on me. But I'm always very paranoid, so I like having one ear off or outside of my headphones just so I can hear things. That was not the music. Fun fact, you have a snippet to share? Yeah, that's fantastic. Go ahead and put it in the Discord. We'll see if we get there. The three characters, Eric's, Finn, and Gideon, are enhanced humans called Grim Wardens, and they were assigned to fight in a war by their clan elders. Since this is a prequel, I did skip over a lot of that information. Where's the Discord link? If you scroll down, whatever screen I'm in right now, I'm on a little screen for you. If you literally like look down, look beneath my character. Look on the Cryptid Roots profile right there. There should be a link for the Discord. And you just click on it, and then you just read the rules real quick. There's not a lot of rules, it's just a few. And then you can submit your stuff to story submissions is the tab in the Discord. How's my lo-fi doing? Oh, my lo-fi's doing good. Maybe I can even yeah, it's near the bio. I'm gonna see if I can pull up another tab and find it. Hold on. Cryptid Roots. Maybe it's Mr. Bell. Cryptid Roots Discord. Control C. And Control V. There we go. There's a link. I ask you guys not to post links, but I can post links because I'm a hypocrite. There we go. I think that link should work. Please help me if I'm wrong. The other issue with prequels, some people do like to read things in chronological order. So since the prequel is earlier set in time, some people might want to read the prequel first, so they won't have the context of the main books. So you might still need to explain everything as if they were new. You don't post links unless asked. Yeah. And generally here, I just to be safe, I ask you guys not. I think it's one of the rules. I ask you guys not to post links, just because I don't want any raccoons accidentally clicking on any suspicious links that, some bad faith person posted up, or they get rickrolled, right? Never want that stuff. So in general, this place is link free, at least on Twitch chat. And links. I might need to adjust for that because I did write mostly with the idea of the main story already being known. Yeah, it just depends, right? Some people do read chronologically in order. Link yeeted. Came here to say hi. Hello, decaffeinated. I'm sorry you're tired. Post a link to Cryptid's glasses cam. No, thank God I don't have the glasses cam. You guys see all that crazy shit with like the glasses that have the little mini cameras in it? Those are they limited glasses? I forget. Those things are fucking creepy as fuck, guys. That stuff is scary. But let me see here. Story submissions. Our oldest one that's been waiting is Tales of the Teal Mountain Sect. I don't hear and I didn't notice anyone saying that was theirs. If you are, speak now, forever hold your peace. It's just my little pop-up screen. I don't have a little background screen. So this is just my Word document with a black background. To save you guys' eyeballs until I post up someone else's story. But it's literally just... Oh, well, it was just a keyboard smash. And then I think... I was... So it was a keyboard smash. And then somebody else's work, they wrote W-E-V-E in the middle of it. I'm like, wait, what's Weve? What's Weve? And I'm like, oh, I think it's supposed to be weave. W-E-V-E. But I forgot the word for apostrophe, so I just typed it out. I'm like, this is what you wrote. I think this is what you meant with the little up comma. I think that's what I ended up calling it because I forgot apostrophe. Oh. Yeah, but it was just a keyboard smash. This is just a screen I have up until I pull up the next person's story. And then randomly one day I'm like, oh, this is what you wrote. I think this is what you meant. How about next stream? I actually have something here. I actually have like words that you guys are gonna have to decipher. That's gonna be funny. That's gonna be hilarious. But yeah, it was just keyboard smash. That's all it was. Starts reciting Barry's Universe's Bible. What is this? Oh, actually, wait. Did you actually... He actually did copy the keyboard smash? Oh. Wait, so how many peeps are in the queue? You can see, let's see, Miascarada I haven't heard from. Blob we did recently, but not that Marauders fanfic. Then it's Princess Pleiades and Tales of the Teal Mountain Sect, but I haven't heard from that person. After that, we're back to Chatty Matty with Chapter 3. Then, I think that's Bob. I think that's the B one with The Border of Heaven. Lambda 2 is then Jumpin' Jack Flash for stream. And then Triangle Toll for Light Snatcher. So we're a couple. If you're one of the later ones I mentioned, you guys might not be done today. Okay, yeah, see. So when I saw the B one, I'm like, I think that's Bobicus. I'm excited to read that one. But there are a few ahead. So if you're one of those later ones, I'm probably not going to get you. I'll probably just do a little bit more. And no one else is... You're next... No, you're next if... Tales of the Teal Mountain Sect. Dear God, what was that? Oh, what are you doing? Oh, my phone just died. That's all. Die quietly. What the fuck? Dying with a noise? Cringe. Never. And I think you're actually next with Princess Pleiades, Chatty Matty, because it's only Tales of the Teal Mountain Sect, and I haven't heard from them in chat. Last minute edits yourself. That's true. That's true. And again, it doesn't mean that you're not going to get read at all. It just means you'll get read next stream as long as you're here next stream. So that's kind of what I say here. Like, I'm like, oh, is such and such here? If they're here, then I read their stuff, because their stuff was submitted early. Their stuff was submitted, you know, a day or two ago. I just kind of go through from the top and see if that person is here. With the exception of Author Relic has some stuff I've kept there. Because I'm like, oh, this was like our first ever fanfic for Cryptid Roots. I'm thinking of making a new tab in the Discord for Fanworks. And I wanted to not get rid of that yet. I want to ask if... Wait, where... What am I doing? Princess Pleiades. There we go. That. Go down to docks. Princess Pleiades. There we go. Usually have fresh stuff somewhere, yeah. But yeah, if you're later in the queue, it just means that next stream, which right now I'm streaming every other day, the next stream I then just pull back up the queue and I go from the top down, and I go, oh, is so-and-so here? Is so-and-so here? And then if whoever's here, then I'm like, oh, okay, you're here. Okay, sweet. You have something in the queue. Let's go ahead and do yours. That's all. That's all it means. Princess Pleiades Chapter 1. Let's see how many pages we have. We have 9 pages. I was pushing it a bit with 7. I don't know if I'll get the full thing done. But I'll try to get at least half of it. Okay, this was written in its original form from 2 years ago. And I fixed it just a little bit. Okay, yep. That's good to know. Where's my lo-fi beats? Everyone comfy and cozy? Everyone ready for story time? Princess Pleiades Chapter 1. In the age of 12, after the Wicked One was banished and the great houses rose and fell, a light emerged from the ruin. Could you be like, attention please? Will whoever wrote this piece of fiction, please stand up. Like the intro to what is it? Is it Slim Shady? Will Mr. Slim Shady please stand up? Oh no. A light emerged from the ruin. Please drop. Her voice filled the silence, bright, fiery, alive. The words flickered like firelight across the page, each line dancing beneath the vaulted glow of the library's skylights. Cortana Lumina's orange eyes skimmed the text, sharp and restless, never quite settling for long. She had read these lines before, more times than she cared to admit, but she refused to let them lie flat. If the words were determined to exist again, she would make them live. Rise but not high enough to see. So I've mentioned before, I'm short, I'm just under 5 foot. Mama Cryptid is also like 5 foot. You know, on a good day. Like if her back's fully stretched, she's standing up tall, then she's 5 feet. When we're in stores in public and we both go into different aisles, or we're just like on other sides of like clothing racks and stuff, we lose each other all the time. It's so hard when you're short. Keeping an eye on party members in a store. We get lost all the time. It's impossible to find each other. We're just like shouting each other's names like fucking lunatics. It's horrible. Oh my god. Rest in peace. Emoji character for this universe. Okay. So she would make them live. Each syllable rolled from her tongue with practiced rhythm, shaped by years. Oh, hello, thank you for the follow. And hey, I hope you enjoy hanging out with Cryptid Cult. Each syllable rolled from her tongue with practiced rhythm, shaped by years of recitation, there we go, caught and carried by the marble columns and drifting motes of sunlit dust. This one's a little bit run on. The sound of her voice felt almost too loud in the stillness, like a spark struck in a sacred place. A minor house in its birth, saviors in the 1,000 Years' War. Born not of conquest, but of celestial grace, of unity. Thus began the Age of One. Thus began the reign of House Pleiades. Marco Polo through the clothing racks. You joke, it's true. Maybe I'm the real Slim Shady. Isn't it like the real Slim Shadys in all of us? We are each our own Slim Shady. Thus began the reign of House Pleiades. So they were a minor house, but then they were saviors in the 1,000 Years' Wars. House Pleiades. Okay. What was being said? I was running vacuum at work. I was saying, isn't in the song like maybe the real Slim Shady isn't all of us? I think that was it. The real Slim Shady was the mistakes we made in our first drafts. Oh my fucking god, if that ain't the goddamn truth. The real treasure was all the mistakes we made on the way to our final drafts before we lost all sanity. Her lips parted slightly as a faint shiver traced its way down her spine, uninvited but undeniable. In her mind's eye, jeweled spires of Exia rose into the heavens, catching 7 suns at once. Each facet blazing in colors she had no names for, hues that felt older than language. That one's a little bit run on too. She drew in a slow breath. The scent of the book, dust, old ink, and something faintly floral, coated her tongue, grounding her in the present even as her thoughts drifted centuries away. Her fingers flexed against the tabletop, itching to trace the history with their own hands, to touch that first light, to feel the moment House Pleiades stepped into destiny. But boredom lingered at the edges, stubborn as ever. For many generations, House Pleiades guided and ruled from the jeweled world of Exia, leading it into a prosperous future. Then came Queen Cleone? Cleone, I'm gonna guess. A sovereign of vision and serenity. Hers was not an empire of iron, but of oaths, of harmony, of stars held in balance. Her heartbeat quickened despite herself. Cortana could almost feel the queen's presence, steady, immense, like gravity given form. A warmth settled beneath her ribs, subtle but insistent, as though Pleone's gaze alone could still the chaos of a room. Cortana's eyes flicked to the next line, but her thoughts lingered, caught in the image of calm authority, of a ruler whose breath alone seemed capable of quieting entire worlds. Pleone, yep. Under her reign, the realms knew peace unlike any before. She was mother to 7 daughters of her blood, and one not born of her body but of her heart. Something hollow pressed against Cortana's chest. 7 daughters, 1 adopted. So, 8 daughters, 1 is adopted. That's wrong. There's 7 daughters of her blood and 1 adopted. So 8 daughters, 1 adopted here. That's a slight issue. Each a note in a symphony she could almost hear but never fully grasp. Tanto Pleone. Oh, I just looked back and suddenly it said 8 and I'm like, wait, did I just misread this? Am I in the Matrix? I swear it just said 7. You're in here actively editing the document. Okay. So chatting about he's giving me a jump scare in real time. Oh dear God. Each a note in a symphony she could almost hear but never fully grasp. Her fingers curled, tapping lightly at the edge of the page as she imagined them, laughing beneath 7 suns, squabbling in jeweled halls, growing beneath starlight with destiny pressing relentlessly against their shoulders. Envy and awe tangled in her chest, a longing so sharp it felt like it could be folded into her bones and carried forever. Cryptid is only reading Mandala archives. Literally, I was like, I swore I was just in the timeline where that said 7. Oh no. I showed you guys my writing that one time, right? And I was like, I swear to God, it's the realest thing, the Mandela effect I've ever experienced. Where I'm like, I remember writing this. I remember presenting it to my class. This is all exactly my writing, except the ending is different. And I can point out the exact line where like it's a different ending than what I remember writing. And I showed it to you guys, and I'm like, I remember all of this except this ending. And I told you guys the ending I remember writing. And that's not the ending that's in this document I had for a college creative writing class. Now I was just looking at like, what the hell? But it's so hard because that's just something I would know. Mandela effects people typically point out because it's normally a wide group of people, right? It's a whole population of people having differing memories about stuff. But for this, it's just like, who would ever know besides me? And I swear to God, it's different. I swear to God, it's different. One teacher called me Max once. Does that have to do with the Mandela effect? That we're for a brief moment were you Max? Gaslit me the rest of the year? No. So folded into her bones and carried forever. Still, that lingering boredom refused to release its grip entirely. Mandela effect. Oh no. They were raised not merely as princesses, but as guardians of the bond between worlds, each one a reflection of the elements that crowned their name. Cortana mouthed the names as she read, almost reverent now. Maya, the flowing grace of water. Alcyone, I'm gonna get these names wrong, don't even correct me, it's fine. The crackling pulse of lightning. Electra, the blossom that never wilts. Interesting. Silano, the crafter of crystals and earth. Tegeta, the flame that never bows. Asterope, the wind that never dies. Merope? Merope? I think it's Merope. The light that pierces shadow. And Proxima, the shadow that embraces light. Her throat went dry. So these two are opposites. Each name struck her like a bell, reverberating through her chest long after the words had passed. Cortana leaned closer without realizing it, the library's silence pressing in around her, thick and expectant. Flower bloom and grow, change the fate's design. Oh, Excalibur's girlfriend! Ooh! That's right. Cortana leaned closer without realizing it. Is this part she's still saying out? It doesn't look like she's saying this out. She's just mouthing these names. Okay. The library's silence pressing in around her, thick and expectant. She could almost hear it, the hum of their power, the pull of their unity, the raw magnetism of something that felt dangerously close to inevitability. Yes, she's mouthing names. Yes, okay. Her lips parted in a soft gasp. Boredom, for the moment, lay slain. Together they were the 8 Pleiades princesses, heirs to a great dynasty. The world watched them grow, believing their unity unbreakable. Her fingers clenched around the page. Unbreakable. The word echoed in her bones, brittle and false. She knew better. Everyone did, whether they admitted it or not. Cortana felt the cracks long before the fall, the invisible fault lines threaded through centuries of reverence and expectation. Her eyes raced ahead now, anxious, even though she knew exactly what awaited her. But fate does not bow to love alone. When Queen Pleione crossed into paradise, the Exodants held their breath. The throne stood empty, and 7 bore the right to claim it. The 8th granted that privilege. But only 2 voices rose. So the 7 blood children have a claim to it. The 8th granted that privilege. The throne stood empty, that's past tense. 7 bore the right to claim it, that's past tense. The 8th granted that privilege. Why is that? Could this one be reworded slightly, like the 8th with the power to grant it? Would that make more sense? I don't know, that something about that line here is a little funny to me. I'm not quite sure how to fix it, but something about it is a little funny. But I get what you're saying. Like the 7 blood ones can claim the throne. The 8th adopted one can choose who's gonna get it. But something about that wording is just a little funny. She was bestowed, the 8th bestowed the privilege to grant it. Yeah, it's just funny. Maybe even split it up into 2 lines. You don't have to fix it live here on stream. It's fine. You can fix it later. The throne stood empty. The 7 bore the right to claim it. The 8th bestowed the privilege. I don't know. Bestowed the privilege. I don't know. I would rethink this line. There's just something about this just not fixing it quite right. But only 2 voices rose. Maya, the firstborn, steady, resolute, bound to her mother's vision. Proxima, the adopted, fierce, brilliant, shaped by flame and shadow. Cortana's chest ached. She imagined the court in vivid clarity, fear buzzing with wielding, tension crackling like static between gathered nobles, words left unspoken hanging heavier than any crown. Her fingers twitched, her body leaning forward as though she might step into that hall herself, stand among the witnesses, feel the moment history fractured. 2 sisters, once inseparable, now balanced on the edge of a blade. The sisters clashed not in hatred but in conviction. Their struggle split the court, and with it the stars. Though soon conviction melted into resentment. Maya and Proxima, once the closest of friends, became bitter enemies. Tight knot twisted low in Cortana's stomach. Her jaw clenched as she read. She could hear it, the anger beneath the words. The sorrow, the fierce love turned corrosive. She imagined herself reaching out, trying to hold the stars together, feeling the impossible weight of history crush down around her hands. As war clouded the hearts of Exia, the remaining 6 princesses turned from the throne and toward the people. They became shield and hope. They fought not for the crown, but for the innocent, for the people. The words lingered, heavy, reverent. Well, I'm confused now. Why didn't the 8th one just choose? The 2 of them want it. Proxima and Maya both want it. The 8th one can choose. Wait. No, Proxima, the adopted, also wants it. So the adopted one wants to lead. Okay. You should have said F the throne. But just logically, it sounds like she only had the power to choose. She didn't have the power to be the ruler. It just sounds like the others, if they're choosing side but they're fighting for the innocent, you're just making the innocent still fight on your side. You guys should have all just chosen as well. Like, no, sorry, Proxima. You're adopted. You don't get the throne. Maya gets it. Heavy, reverent, and for once, Cortana didn't rush past them. Her nails pressed into the book. She could feel it. The pain, the heroism, the relentless courage, as if the words themselves had liquefied into heat and poured straight into her chest. The history no longer sat politely on the page. It burned. You're adopted! Technically what started it. Oh no. It held that triangle for aggression. Sorry, you're adopted. Get the fuck out. Oh my goodness. I'm only like half adopted. Me and Reeds are technically half siblings. So fun fact. Hey, more lore there for you. What is it? History no longer sat politely on the page, it burned. But the fighting grew only worse until they vanished. Sorry, it just vanished. I just think of Avatar: The Last Airbender. For when the world needed him most, he vanished. Cortana's breath caught hard. The library seemed to freeze around her, impossibly still. The distant ticking of clocks sharpened in her pointed ears, each second cutting clean and precise. Vanished. The word echoed through her ribcage, hollow and heavy. Just like my mom. I think this is supposed to be thoughts. So maybe italicize this or something. Some say they fell protecting those who could not stand. Others whisper they were hidden away, preserved by the will of the ancestors for a time yet to come. Her eyes prickled. Cortana leaned closer to the page, as if proximity alone might change the truth of it, as if she could cradle the vanished sisters in her hands and keep them from slipping away again. When the world needed them most, Thanos snapped. It's not wrong, you're very aggressive towards Automod. You were held for the same one. It highlighted both of yours for GTFO. It's kind of funny. Their disappearance broke the war, and they became known as the Lost Princesses. And soon, Proxima too was gone. Leaving no word, no farewell, only silence and cinders. Wait. Yeah, Maya and Proxima. Vanished. Why is and soon Proxima 2 was gone. That's what it means that those two got gone. Why is it saying specifically Proxima was gone? I'm a little confused by that. Her lips trembled. She pictured ashes spiraling through empty halls, the echoes of footsteps that would never return. A quiet fury bloomed in her chest, sharp and bitter. She wanted to scream at the page, demand answers, demand the universe stop taking without permission. With none left to challenge her, Maya ascended. Not in triumph, but in an uneasy peace. Oh, wait. No. The other sisters vanished? Fighting grew only worse until they vanished. Some say they fell protecting those who could not stand. Others whisper they were hidden away, preserved by the will of the ancestors. Okay, the other sisters vanished. Not Maya and Proxima. Maybe clarify that here. When I first read they vanished, I thought it was about Maya and Proxima. Proxima vanished shortly after they vanished. Yeah, but the they, I'm like, wait, who's they? I thought it was Maya and Proxima. 6 vanished first, then Proxima. Okay. Maya ascended not in triumph, but in an uneasy peace. She had not sought power, only peace. And peace she forged, fragile, uncertain, an uneasy peace that to this day holds. Cortana's palms pressed flat against the table, as though she could absorb the weight of those words through touch alone. The truth of it settled on her shoulders like a physical thing. Emptiness, grief, endurance intertwined until they were indistinguishable. The war ended. The stars dimmed. The galaxy exhaled. The wounds did not heal. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. She imagined the throne room in the aftermath, vast, silent, echoing with the absence of voices that once filled it. The courage of the lost princesses lingered there, she thought, clinging stubbornly to the walls, refusing to fade. Even now, the worlds whisper of House Pleiades, of a legacy, a dynasty, cracked but unshattered, of lost sisters who may one day return, of a queen whose reign still endures, shadowed by grief and hope alike. Her throat went dry again. Longing and reverence twisted together inside of her, threaded with something sharper, envy perhaps, or yearning, or both. For the light of House Pleiades does not fade. It waits, burning softly across the centuries, a promise written in starlight, that unity once lost may yet be reborn. Does get to talk to someone soon. Okay. Cortana exhaled slowly, shakily, letting the final words settle. Her hands lingered on the page as she closed her eyes for a brief moment, feeling the pulse of the lost, the echo of heroism and sorrow wrapping around her like a borrowed cloak. Her finger tapped lightly, almost without her permission, against the parchment. So much, all of it, just for a chair. Technically a throne. And yet the story refused to leave her. It lingered, glowing softly inside her chest, stubborn and warm. Leaning back, Cortana let her gaze drift across the vast library. It was beautiful, annoyingly so. Luminous, golden walls shimmered with reflected daylight, and the soft white carpet beneath her swallowed sound whole. Rows upon rows of books stretched upward like ancient sentinels. Every inch of the space meticulously crafted to inspire reverence. Cortana felt none of it. We are almost at the end of 4 pages. Yeah, because this is page 5. 4 pages. And I'll be real honest here, Chatty Matty. This is a lot of somebody being real too emotional about a kind of shitty history book. It's not a history book. It's like a fairy tale history book. It's neither a fairy tale nor a history book. And we spent 4 pages doing a very short story that it would have almost just been faster just to post the actual words here. that the story, fairy tale, history book would have given us. And this girl's reacting real strongly to it. She's acting uncomfortably strong to it. I'm just like, girl, what? So I'm wondering, because I think the story here is important. I think this character is important, this Cortana. I think her reading it is important, but I'm wondering if there's a way to maybe not make it quite 4 pages of her clutching the book tighter and tighter and tighter. Remember that being the issue with the mainland story with Berenike. Berenike also responds really strongly to her history Bible. It's both the history and it's the Bible in that world. Both of these female characters react really strongly and emotionally to text where I'm like, it's not needing to elicit that super strong emotional response for them. Like they're reading about let's give this perspective here. Like the Queen Cleone has 7 daughters and 1 adopted daughter. And she's hearing like a symphony that she can't grasp. Her fingers curled. And she's imagining them laughing beneath 7 suns, squabbling in jeweled halls, doing all these different things. Envy and awe tangled in her chest. A longing so sharp it felt like it could be folded into her bones and carried forever over this person just having 8 kids. I'm like, that's a really strong emotion. If I read about somebody in medieval Europe who was a queen and she had 8 kids, my initial gut reaction is like, damn, that was a lot of kids, that poor woman. And then I don't really care about that. It's just a fact. It's just a history fact. And very, very rarely do we have such strong emotional responses to hearing a history book, to hearing a story. So I'm wondering if some of her reactions here, because it's almost the same reaction, she keeps clutching it tighter, she keeps having these emotional responses to it. I'm wondering if some of her stuff could be cut out and we just get the story. If the story here is important, if this lore is if the lore here, if this history book is important, maybe just have the history book here, and then she like closes it and it's her thoughts about it. I think that would be a little bit of a better. The story is important. Okay, so you do want to keep it. So yeah, maybe just have a shorter version of the story, but not keep breaking it up with these emotional beats with Cortana, because I think as a reader, I'm not understanding. Because for me as a reader, I'm like, this lady's just really, really emotionally responding to history. She's really emotionally responding to the equivalent of me reading about George Washington. You know, I can see her reading the familiar story to cope with bad thing that just happened to her, and constantly drawing parallels between the two, but then it has no place being the opening. Okay, yeah. It's because the entire story I outlined for this was built on House Pleiades. Yeah, and I remember that. I remember the one like waking up on the foreign planet. She's trying to get back with her sisters, and there's the Witches' War. But I'll be honest, I would rather just be reading that. I'd really just rather be immersed in that world, in that history of one of the princesses waking up and trying to get back and fighting the stuff, rather than hearing some other world building. This is essentially world building. It's just a world building dump written as a story that a character I don't know is reading, and so it's like it's even more disconnected than a lore dump. So I would say, like, between the two, maybe consider, you don't have to delete it or change anything here, but maybe put this in like a little separate Word document and kind of have it off in like the 77th tab that you have, just in a little corner, and consider maybe not having this as the opening, because I think maybe the readers would just want to be immersed in the story and learn of the world building, the stuff over time in the story, rather than just having it all be told to us over 4+ pages in a storybook. The fact that central lore dump is important does not excuse the I'm trying to figure out a better way to have this execution here. Either we could work with the scene and improve the scene. That is one solution here, where again, like we cut down some of her emotional responses. We have the lore a little bit shorter, and it's just this cool little entry here and like one page, and then Cortana closes the books and we follow whatever she's about to do. Or again, if it's just to develop world building, maybe just have this in a little separate document to the side and just try writing the story and the world without needing to do a lore dump here. And if it's anything like the Deathly Hallows story reading, we had earned that effort to read them at, yeah, the Deathly Hallows story was like, geez, that was book 6 or 7. It was like way late in the series. There was relevance, and then we had to earn trust. She sanded the book by hand until the cover dented under her palms. Then she hid the hammer inside and sent it to her brother, a book heavy enough to end a sentence. Cool line, I'm not quite sure what that's from. But yeah, I would, my genuine suggestion, and you know I'm not taking this lightly, because I do like a lot of your scenes. I like your world building, I like the setting. But genuinely, I almost feel like you have such other cool characters that we do follow in this world. You've ordered yet another burger. Oh my goodness, Callie. Man, now I want food. Fuck. I think how to weave it in, but I think I have an idea. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know if you should be worried about fixing this yet. I think finish the story. Finish the story itself, right? Do the whole entire first rough draft. Just get it done. I don't want you to get stuck in editing hell and just keep going back over old pieces and fixing and polishing them. Because again, sometimes it's hard to have a hard edit like this until we see the whole scope of the piece. And for that, the whole piece has to be done, right? We need that first rough draft just finished in its entirety. When the full thing is done, I think then look back with a critical eye. Did the whole thing actually need this lore dump explanation in the story? Or were people just immersed in the story? I might be able to just focus on her ancestor, one of the princesses. Oh yeah, so see, we read through 4 whole pages of her reading this. And I still didn't even know how she was connected, so I didn't even know she was connected to one of these princesses. And let her mentor give it over time. I wouldn't say give it over time, because again, it's a very simple story. It's almost more like a fairy tale. This isn't like real history. It's more like just a fairy tale kind of format. And then just hearing parts and fragments of this little fairy tale history over time might just drag it out too long. And even then, I'm not even fully suggesting kill your darlings yet. I'm saying, hey, get your darling ready for her last meal. You know, we'll save it, we'll put it in a corner, finish the whole story, and then once the story is done, look back and think, okay, does my story actually need this darling or not? Does the story need it? Because you even have the other thing, right? In your other one with Berenike, I think that one also had a prologue, right? You like to sometimes have prologues, and while I'm not opposed to prologues do have to be earned. They do. They have that little extra gauntlet of, okay, like, do you really need the prologue or not? She's descended from Excalibur and Moriabe. Or Marope. I feel like it's Marope. Guys, I have a question. My story is like 47,000 words long and has an ending I'm happy with. After I edit, is it still sellable if it just stays 47,000 words? I don't have any more ideas for it. Well, that's the thing. Then you would find an agent, and an agent would look through everything. And then if you can go through the trenches of finding an agent, right? And then the agents would give you like, yeah, is this story sellable? Is this on genre? Is this workable? And et cetera, et cetera. The agent who would represent your work would tell you what it needs to be shaped up to be picked up for publication. And then once it is picked up, then you'll go through all the rounds of edits with whatever company you get picked up by. And while Cryptid isn't opposed to prologues, I am. See, that's one of the things. Sometimes there's biases. If you're really strongly biased against prologues, it's hard to judge a prologue. I am very picky and particular about prologues. So that's what I'm saying. It's not a kill your darlings yet, but hey, give her a good last meal. You know, get her warmed up to the idea. Start bracing yourself a little bit here. Save it, put it in a new document, and you be prepared. I think once the full story is done, and then you'll realize, oh yeah, that actually wasn't necessary. It was just a longer way. It was blocking people from reading my main character and her story. And if you only sell to the Twitch peeps, expect no big fan base. Only sell to the Twitch peeps? Scared of people outside of Twitch? Are you talking about the agent? Sorry, my mom's not tracking. You're talking about the agent? Well, that's when you go through, you'll do as much self-editing as you can, and then you'll start researching agents. You'll do as much editing, you'll go to critique circles, you'll try to find some beta readers, you'll do the best polished work you can. And then you start reaching out to agents. And agents, if they're interested in the premise with your agent query letter, then they might ask for a full manuscript or just the first 10 chapters, whatever it is. But they'll ask for the manuscript if they're interested in. And then if they like that, then they will offer an offer of representation. We are mighty but limited too. Yeah. Been on the fence switching the story. She reads to a prologue, to be fair. This reads like a prologue. It's very feeling like a prologue. I think that's why I completely blanked out. This is Princess Pleiades chapter 1. I absolutely believe this was a prologue. Oh no. So in this Princess Pleiades thing, is Cortana your main character? Or is she just this OG? You said like she's one of the OG characters in the world building. Or is she like, no, we are going to follow Cortana in every chapter. She is like the main. She's one of the 2 protags. Well then yeah, for the first chapter, for one of the 2 main protags, I wouldn't be worried about a lore dump. I would just be her being immersed in doing something. She was one of the first characters I made at this universe. That's super cute. That's a cool fun fact. But the first 4 pages of chapter 1 is just her reading. It's just her reading and being really emotional about it. And I think for some of the cool stuff that does happen in your stories, this is a very tame beginning for the cool stuff and the battles and the wars and the fighting that happens in your books, right? I think maybe look at this, save it, put it in a little corner, don't delete it, but just save it, put it in a corner, and think, is this actually the beginning of the story? Is this the opening scene of Cortana? I just learned that apparently Google considers my legal name to be Awesome Patience, which is a long dead meme. Oh no. But yeah, I'm because right now it feels less like we're learning about a main character. It just feels like the lore dump at this point. And I hate to say that, I think that's the biggest edit I've given you out of any scenes. I'm gonna make a version with the story separated. Yeah. But genuinely, I think even though it can be a really fond thing, it can be something really close to your heart, this might be a future Kill Your Darlings. I'm not sure if this opening scene is helping you. So let's see here. Lower ended heartbeat under your ears. I'm trying to find the end of the story. All of it just for a chair. Dozens of other silver scattered throughout the hall. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know other people were here. The biggest edit be like, redo everything. No, I'm saying continue, and maybe continue and finish the story, but be open to the fact I don't think this is the final beginning of your chapter. Yeah, the prose is great. I think Chai Maddie's very talented as a writer. I just don't think this is the starting scene that your story needs. You have a lot of really cool scenes in your works normally. There's a lot of cool fighting, there's wars, there's good character driven motives. And for the first 4 pages of chapter 1 of your story to just be somebody reading a history book, I'm like, this isn't it. This isn't clicking. I think you have a stronger intro in you. I genuinely do. How dare I say such a thing? I should have been cleaning up my outline. What do you mean? Oh no, wait, did I give too harsh critique here? Are you guys getting worried? I genuinely don't mean this to be too harsh, and it actually kind of kills me to say it. I know, I'm not saying this lightly, I know this is a big edit. It sucks. Oh, thank you for the hydrate or dihydrate. Here's, everyone drink some water, everyone stay hydrated. Here's your sippy. It's still really cold, oh my god. Needs to be cleaned. So people feel this kind of emotions when reading a history book. I guess that's why I didn't major in history. I think when it's something really close to you or something that you spent a lot of time studying something very specific, then you can be immersed in it, right? And hearing Chatty Mac saying like, oh, one of these is a relative of Katana, one of these is an ancestor of Katana. If I'd known that, then I could have been like, oh, maybe that could explain why she's so intense here. But we as the readers did not know that, so it did feel odd. It felt weird for her to be reacting this strongly. But something like Lin-Manuel Miranda, right? Now whenever he talks about Hamilton, he did a lot of studying into Hamilton in his life, and that was such a big breaking thing for him as far as his career. Now whenever he looks at Hamilton, right, he has a lot of big emotions when talking about Hamilton, when talking about that history in Hamilton's life and the people surrounding Hamilton's life. And if you ever told me like, oh, Lin-Manuel Miranda would react this way when finding new history books or new topics about Hamilton, I would believe you. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense because Hamilton has been so pivotal in his life and career and his story making powers, right? So something like that has an explanation, an emotional explanation for the high emotional reactivity. But in this current state, we as a reader who just started reading this chapter have no idea why Katana is reacting like this, and therefore it makes her feel very, very odd, very weird. And like I said, someone originally suggested make another chapter that gave birth to this. Yeah, and that's one of those things. Sometimes people don't always give us the best suggestions. They can be full with love and peace and the best of intentions, but that does not always mean it's always a good suggestion. And really, I'm like, no, this doesn't feel like the rest of your writing, Chatty. Normally the rest of your I think I was actually saying to you last time, I'm like, your strengths are really with your plotting and your world building and your pacing were pretty good. I think I was just saying like your only real aspect I want you to focus on was just the character building. And the character consistency. And then I thought like, no, otherwise then you're a really strong writer. So for this one, I'm like, this doesn't feel like the normal scenes Chatty Matty writes. This doesn't feel like it normally does. Like there's a picture with a person that has a pendant or something. You don't have to explicitly say the relation, just a hint. Yeah. But just saying that having that thread of connection, some reason for the emotional intensity, then makes it pay off more. It can be valid. It can be their brain on a thing that was different from your execution of the concept in thy think hole. Thy think hole. Yeah, you might use the original chapter I made as chapter 1 for this. You might use the original chapter I made as yeah, but again, I would say, always keep your writing, never get rid of anything. Sometimes even when the book is done, it's fun to pull out older versions of it, and see like what stuff made it to the final version and what stuff didn't. Hold on, so I'm trying to read. Dozens of other Silva sat scattered throughout the hall, some whispering, others bent in silent study. Their melodic voices rose and fell like a distant tide, blending with the soft rustle of turning pages. Ears caught everything, the scratch of a pen 3 tables away, the low hum of an idling hollow screen, the rhythmic tap of a heel against carpet. Silence for someone like her was never truly silent. GG, Tessine. But did try. I think we could be nicer than that, but yeah. But thank you. I'm gonna keep reading now that we're done with the history lore. I'm gonna see how the rest of the scene plans out. Her golden skin glowed beneath the warm light, and her fiery brown hair, messy, uneven, rebelliously alive, spilled over her shoulders to her hips, catching hints of copper when she shifted. A sky blue t-shirt peeked out beneath her long, dark duster, its edges frayed from too many adventures and too many training sessions. White shorts and scuffed brown boots finished the look. Half scholar, half wanderer. Elegant, maybe. Focused, not in the slightest. Elegant? I wasn't getting elegant. So she has rebellious, uneven, messy hair. Just a t-shirt. She has a dark, scuffed up, frayed duster. She's wearing shorts and scuffed brown boots. A lot of it's like scuffed up and messy. I wonder... elegant, maybe. Focused, not in the slightest. She was still debating whether she should pretend to care when a soft voice interrupted her thoughts. Aloha Kahana Tana. That's Hawaiian. I don't... Is all this Hawaiian? Tana. Her ears perked instantly, locking onto the honey tone. Across from her sat Hamea Kalua. I think I'm saying that right. She's wryly saying she's elegant but scuffy. Well, normally those are opposites. You can be pretty and scuffy. You can be sexy and scuffed up. Elegant and scuffy are not one thing she said was elegant. I'm confused. What does that mean? Hamea's voice was like warm sunlight given sound. Gentle, musical, sincere. You swapped the original Maori words. Okay. The Hawaiian is placeholder. Okay. Kurtana. Okay, so she called her Tana as short for Kurtana. Kurtana blinked and turned toward her, recognizing the cadence even if the words themselves slipped past her understanding. She didn't need to translate them. The meaning lived in the lilt, in the kindness behind it. Encouragement, praise. Something warm and unexpected sparked in Kurtana's chest. Thanks. Her voice came out softer than she meant. A small grin tugged at the corner of her mouth before she caught herself, straightening and pretending to study the page again. But Hamea's words lingered. Light as starlight, yet grounding her in a way no legend ever had. Zoolander's grunge look. So in. What's that in reference to? Is Zoolander, is that a show? I know grunge. Maybe poise? She could be well poised, but she's slouching. Where she caught herself straightening and pretending to study the page again. So she was like slouched. She wasn't even poised, she was like slouched. She was hanging out. You can't be elegant and scuffy. Those are opposite things. She's meant to look like a gunslinger from the Old West, but more modern. None of that is elegant. Chatty Matty, please. This is quiet. Without the relic all over again. Chatty Matty, you're banned from using elegant. I don't think you know what this means. I think you're trying to say she looks cool and she looks hot. Even though she's scuffed up, she does it in like a hot, cool, badass way. That's not elegant. That's not what elegant means. Scuffy looking nerf herder. That's not elegant. None of the words I just said, like sexy, badass, cool, that's not elegant. That's not what elegant means. More than even her mentors could. Hamea's skin shimmered with a faint aquamarine glow. Her vibrant green hair, tied neatly back in a ponytail, caught the light with a subtle iridescence. The floral dress she wore, loose, flowing, dotted with white blossoms, hugged her figure gently, the fabric falling around her like water. Her emerald eyes gleamed with warmth, and even the delicate, branch-like tattoos curling down her arms seemed quietly alive. Zoolander movie had the line of fashion down the runway in homeless attire. Oh no. And for the first time since she'd opened the book, Cortana felt entirely present. And then there was her pregnancy. Oh dear God. See, now stuff feels like it's happening. Stuff is happening now. It definitely feel like it picked up a bit once we were done with the lore. It gave Hamia a quiet gravity, a subtle inner glow that made Cortana's chest tight in a way that was equal parts awe and something she didn't want to name. Presence, she realized, could be louder than words. And there's Hamea. Yeah, I got that in the next line. Hamea tilted her head, a teasing glimmer flickering in her green eyes. Still bored? Cortana groaned theatrically and thumped her forehead against the open page. Yeah, see, groaning theatrically, thumping her forehead. This lady is not elegant. She can still be cool and badass and pretty and sexy. She's not elegant. I just don't get why I have to memorize this. It's not like I'll need it. House Pleiades, the great houses, the whatever. It's all history. I'm not trying to be a historian. So see, even her reaction here. Here she doesn't care about it. So if, not knowing what you said in chat, right? If I was just a new reader, just following along, I'd be like, wait, what do you mean you don't care about it and you're bored? You were just really hyper-focused on this and reacting really strongly for 4 pages here. That's a lot. So as a reader, this would be really confusing. Hamea chuckled softly, a sound warm enough to make the library's still air feel cozy. She rubbed her belly absent-mindedly, fingers tracing the swell beneath her dress. Well then, let's see how much history stuck anyway. Tell me a few types of Silva. Katana froze mid-eye roll. She fidgeted with a lock of hair, gold fingers catching the light. Her gaze flickered up to Hamia for guidance. The sulfur? She thumped her forehead against the open pipe gracefully. Apathy versus impassioned anger at the content, not the mundane, heavy homework. Apathy versus anger or interest. Yeah. With a graced flourish. A pause, tentative. Then, as if realizing the spark of her own excitement, she leaned forward, eyes bright. And the Tikwa. Her voice surged. Oh, and the Exians! This is broken up funny. She slapped her palm triumphantly against the table. The echo rang sharply in the library. So the few types of Silva. I'm guessing Silva then is the species. And the Sulfur, the Tikwa, and the Exians are maybe where they're from? Is their skin color? I'm not quite sure. Katana is the opposite to Barry with books. Katana hates reading. Barry will read a library in a day. Be realistic. 2 libraries. The elven races. Okay. But yeah, they're not like separate species. I'm guessing this is like where they're from. Like the Exians are probably from like Exia, and this is like if we do the analogy, you have like the types of Silva, like, oh, what types of people are there? And you might be like, oh, there's like Europeans, there's Americans, there's Canadians. It's like the places where they're from. It's like their nationalities. I'm gonna guess that's the comparison. Okay. I don't know if types works. Types make me think it's like subspecies. when we talk about types, sometimes like yeah, I'm thinking of like in animal terms. If you have races of Silva, okay, maybe that's a bit better. Because I'm thinking of types, it makes it sound like they're like only distantly related, and like they maybe can't even like interbreed with each other. Like you guys know, like there's types of dogs, right? But some types of dogs, you would be unethical if you breed them together, right? That's just not fair because they're so distinct. Heritage, or yeah, that's why I said it's like their nationality. It's like their nationality. She slapped her palm triumphantly against the table. The echo rang sharply in the library. A few nearby students turned to glare, and Cortana ducked slightly, cheeks flaming beneath her wide-brimmed white hat. Hamia laughed, the kind of laugh that invited everyone to share in it. Those are all correct. Aloha. Doesn't aloha just mean hello and goodbye? You get a Great Dane with a trot. Yeah, do you see what I mean? Like they're so distinct you don't actually really want them. Even if that's your culture. That's why I said like oh, it means love too. Okay, hey, I learned something new today. That's why I said it's like their nationality. That's where they're from. I'm not going to assume that they each have different like cultures and stuff, or even if they, because I know there are like fantasy skin colors here. Some of them are orange, some of them are blue, some of them are like glowing and stuff. I wasn't going to assume that each place has their own like color, because I think when we were in the Exia place, right, some of them do, or some of them are like purple, some of them are blue, but I think they're all Exians. So I think it's, yeah, I think it's just the region. Those are all correct, but tell me, did you pick Silfrar and Tikua because that's what you and I are? Oh, so she's one of them too. She's a Sylvan as well. Why does she have to be quizzed on this? I were green, I would die. Katana's blush deepened. She looked down, pretended to study the page again. Maybe. Of course she had. The truth was obvious. Worlds apart, yet sharing the same pulse of tropical life. And Hamia, a living heartbeat of that world. Hamia gave a small, knowing smile. And the Exians? Cortana's expression softened. Athena's Exian, she said quietly, almost to herself. So, yeah. Yeah, I feel like now we're back in that scope of this just feels like a forced lore thing, because I'm unclear. Why is she being tested on this when she is she's one of them? This shouldn't be like crazy for her to know. This is the equivalent of someone coming up and being like, yeah, can you name some places that people come from in the world, or like some regions? And you'd be like, yeah, okay, like European, there's Europeans, there's Canadians, there's Americans, there's Africans. Like what right there, there's 4. Like what the fuck you want? You can be like fucking stupid in geography and you could still name that. And she's testing this adult, and then this adult just said one that she is. Let's say that she's American. She just said Americans. And then she said European, like the other one. And she just made up 2 more. My idea seems to be, what are you? But I literally don't remember my thought process. Yeah, it seems like we went from one history lore dump to now the races of people lore dump. We just went from one to the other. When at first I was really excited to get her interacting with Hamia, now I'm like, oh, it's just another excuse for more world building. That doesn't even quite make sense. So yeah, Hamia's eyes sparkled with warmth, understanding more than she spoke. Ah, Athena, she murmured, her voice soft as sunlight spilling over a glen. She's one of your Hokumu, isn't she? I know I said that wrong, my bad. Cortana blinked, brow furrowing. Hokumu? You mean teacher? She asked, hesitant, unsure of the foreign word's nuance. Mia's eye smile deepened, a quiet glow settling across her features that made Cortana feel both small and strangely illuminated. I do. Athena and Gwen the Lodestars assigned to you. Athena and Gwen, the lodestars, assigned to you, yes? Athena and Gwen, is it comma, the lodestars assigned to you? Yes, it was true. 2 teachers, 2 had shaped her beyond anyone else. Gwenheffer? Gwenheffer? Gwenwafer? Gwenheffer? Gwenwifer? Fert Myrden. A human, clever, endlessly warm, Katana's favorite. Athena Bellatrix, an Exian, Marin. Intellect sharp enough to cut through battlefield chaos. Stern, unyielding, impossible to impress. Both pillars of the Regalia Knights, stalwart champions who had spent 6 sylvan lifetimes holding fragile balances across the galaxy. This would normally be okay world building. This is okay thing to sprinkle in for world building. Gwen Weaver. That is actually someone who is a Drizzt Do'Urden fan. I believe that is actually the name of Drizzt Do'Urden's panther. The panther companion he has, right? The spirit panther? I think that's the same name. Am I completely off base? There's gonna be someone who's like, Cryptid, how could you fucking get that wrong? I believe it's the same name. And when I was little, I didn't know how to say it, because remember, I was a little baby Cryptid reading the Drizzt Do'Urden books, these D&D inspired books. So that's the name for Guinevere in Welsh. I'm like, it sounds similar to Guinevere, but it's not. Gwen Weaver. When I was little, I mispronounced it, but I didn't know how else to say it. I didn't know how to say Gwen, so I said it like gun. And Weaver, I said it as waver, so it was it was gun waver. That's what I thought Drizzt Do'Urden's panther was for years. I'm like, oh yeah, his panther in this D&D fantasy world, gun waver. I'm sounding like the most American child ever. Maddie unlocked Cryptid memories. Yeah, as soon as I saw it, I'm like, this looks familiar. And now I'm near 30 and I still didn't know how to say it after all these years. Gwen Weaver. Gwen Weaver. Gwen Weaver. Gwen Weaver. Fert Myrden. Athena Bellatrix. So normally this right here, I think that's fine. This is the type of lore I'm like, yeah, this feels natural. It's sprinkled in. It's giving us context for what we just heard, and then we continue. This would normally be fine. But after the tail end of 4 pages of history lore dump, and then what I thought was a normal scene, but then it's actually just a scene for racial species world building in this world, so it's just another one. After that, this almost feels like a third lore dump. It feels like this is just the third in a series of lore dumps. So I'm removing myself from that. If the earlier 2 lore dumps hadn't happened, this is correct. But because of the earlier 2, now this feels like, oh my god, this is world building. Needs less lore, need more lure. Yeah, and even then, we're talking about like maybe this is just going to be put to the side, and we'll see if the next chapter is a better intro chapter. And Katana, she was still an apprentice, stuck on the cusp. Her fingers twitched almost of their own accord at the thought. 7 decades spent in this liminal space. 7. She'd mastered everything Gwen and Athena had taught her, or thought she'd had. Yet advancement had eluded her more than once. The reason? Her wielding. Mastery, or the lack thereof. So she's been going on adventures and training. So I thought she lived a more rough and tumble life, but she's spent 7 decades just training. Athena's voice, exacting and relentless, echoed in Cortana's mind with each misstep. Her own hesitation had cost her more than once. Yeah, Cortana murmured the word through a dry throat, a strange itch curling in her mind she couldn't shake. Then Hamia's sunny grin hit her chest like a spark, snapping her awareness into sharp focus. Oh my stars, Katana gasped, hands shooting to cover her mouth. I've got that promotion test today. Several nearby library patrons, mostly fellow apprentices, shushed her. polite but sharp. Some murmurs carried a forced edge. Oh, hello, hello. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, Celine. Did you guys have a good stream? Welcome on in. So I'm judging myself. Oh, Jenny, I don't want you judging yourself, but I'm hoping this is proving that when I do say things that I really like about your work, and when I'm pointing out things and I'm typically good with some scenes, I hope now you look back on those scenes and you know that I'm being serious about it, because when I do have issues with a scene, like this one, I'm gonna point it out. So I hope that makes you feel better about some of your other scenes and realize maybe listening to those other voices telling you to put in some other sections that you maybe originally hadn't. I would say maybe be more confident in the scenes you choose. But hello, welcome on in, Raiders. It's good to see you guys. Welcome, welcome. Today we're actually reading some stuff from my little chatters, from my little raccoons here on stream, and I'm trying my best to give critique and feedback. Oh good, the raid worked. I was worried. No, it absolutely did work. I'm so sorry. I was just finishing up my thoughts. But yes, welcome on in. Did you guys have a good stream? Did you guys have fun? What were you guys up to? I believe I say your username as Celine, right? I believe that's how I say it. Hi there, very neat choice for editing. Yeah, it's it started as just like a little one-off thing during November when I was actually just writing live on stream, and then more and more people just kept asking me for it, and now it's at the point where I can never keep up with the queue actually. But yes, welcome on in, Raiders. If that's something you're interested in seeing a critique circle, seeing how writing critiques work, then this is the place for you. Welcome on in. Celine was also reading a story from one of her chatters. Hey, that ends up working out so well. How cool. We did have fun. We were reading a story for one of my audience members. Yeah. Hello, and thank you for the follow, and welcome to Cryptid Cult. I hope you enjoy it here. What, were you guys just reading it to share? Were you guys critiquing? Was it a project you were part of? How was it all being handled? I think I've been realizing it in this little section of the internet, this little section of Twitch. A lot of people really enjoy sharing their works like that. A lot of people like having their stuff read, even for something scary like having a critique done here, like Sir Chatty Matty in chat is having. This is Chatty Matty's work. But otherwise, if you guys are here for a critique, for new people who submit their writing for critique, I normally limit it to just 1 or 2 pieces of big picture, more developmental edits. Why is your follow alert a goat being abducted by a UFO? Well, because I didn't know how to set things up. I felt really proud of myself just to set up a alert. Thank you for joining Cryptid Cult. And the thing is, again, I'm Cryptid, your favorite local cryptid, so this thing has things with cryptids and raccoons and witches and spooky vibes and UFOs. And I'm like, well, UFOs and cryptids are kind of similar. I feel like people who like UFO sightings might also like cryptids. So out of like the default ones I had available when I was figuring it out, I was like, yeah, we'll go with UFOs, because I don't think there was a cryptid one I could choose. And I think it's actually the sound isn't a goat, it's a witch cackle. And I don't know why the goat's there. That's the fact. I'm usually better than what's on usually. No, hey, Maddie, I still want you to be really proud of your work here. I don't want you to be hating on yourself too much just because I have a few more critiques about this one than other ones. I still want you to be really proud of your work. You do phenomenal work. But again, sometimes that's why I say like developmental edits, that sometimes that's the hard-hitting stuff, right? That gets to you when we realize we have to do these big edits. I know they suck. Celine says, it's a project, is it Nico? Had me help edit the early chapters off stream, then asked me to read them out loud with voices for live broadcast. Oh, how fun! The fact that she's not pulling punches really is a testament to the quality of your work, Chatty Matt. Yeah, and I always say that. I say when you're a new person here, it's absolutely just 1 or 2 edits. I never want to overwhelm you guys with edits. It's really scary submitting your work live on stream, and hearing critique. Getting critique is scary. Getting critique live on stream is really scary. I never want to make you guys feel bad or shit on anyone's work. I think you guys are all fantastic when you submit your work and you do this. But you have submitted before. You've also submitted very good work. So the people who submit consistently looking for more and more critiques, I'm like, okay, that's a person who is serious about it, and you can handle the critiques. It's not going to hurt your feelings. And I always point out the stuff I like, and I think you're serious enough in your writing career, and I really do want you to publish this. You're working on a book series. You're doing the work. You're doing the work of the edits too, which is a whole other round of work. So I'm trying to be very serious with the critique that you're asking from me, and being honest and being like, this particular section needs more work compared to the others that you submit. But you should still be very proud of your work overall. But you did off-stream edits, Celine? She does great. I really enjoy it. Aliens are cryptids. Wait, are aliens cryptids? Let me know in the chat. Do you guys think aliens are cryptids? UFO should be pronounced as an UFO for a reason. That ghost gonna get some soon. Oh no, a chupacabra. Also, my sister can't read a lot because her eyes hurt when she does, so this lets her listen to my story. Oh my god, that's Necromancer, that's fantastic. That's a really nice way of viewing it. Yes, my name is pronounced Celine. That's correct. Okay, so it's not Celine, Celine. Okay. Someone who's writing very, it's why I'm being a bit like, this needs work. It is scary, you're right, Celine, yeah. And the people submitting should be proud of themselves. Yeah, I think, I have some people on here, the reason why I'm so careful about it, sometimes I'm the first critique person they've ever had. I've had some people admit, like, they've never even shared it with friends or family. I'm the first critique and feedback they have ever received on any creative work. And when you're given that really important, like, you're the entryway to receiving critique and edits and feedback, you never want to be hater, make meanie pants over it, right? You want to be a pretty nice entry, because I think edits and feedback and critique is huge in improving our writing and improving our craft. But if you start off right out of the gate with, like, everything here is wrong, being this really negative Nancy person about it, right? Then these people who otherwise would have improved their work with the right hand, right, with the right guidance, will be like, oh no, this was like the worst thing ever. This was horrible feedback. This person made me feel shit about my story. That's never gonna happen here. That I will never view you guys' work that way. But yeah, some people, their very first critique and feedback ever is actually submitting it live here on stream for me to read, which is like super brave. That's like the deep end of bravery. You guys like skipped the kiddie pool and everything. You guys jumped right into the deep end in the ocean with the sharks. I've heard Celine and Celine. It's just making it what's most important. You can make it better. Yep, absolutely, Necromancer. I'm fully a believer, and I've done that during November. I actually did my a rough draft live on stream, and I'm like, this is gonna be a shitty rough draft. I'm not even gonna stop. I'm not gonna hesitate. It's just gonna be a shitty rough draft, because the first draft, the only goal it has is being done. No matter how bad it is, you can always make it better, but you can't improve it if it's never done. So I'm a very firm believer in just freeing yourself and making a shitty rough draft. You apologize in advance for any snarky comments that may slip out of my keyboard. Yeah, here for critique, we always want to try and be nice. We always want to try to be positive. Even when I do let my chat have critiques and opinions as well. But again, we're never going to bully. We're always just going to try our best to give helpful feedback. And if anyone does get like a too mean and what should be not constructive feedback, if they get too negative with it, I'm not afraid to like be like, hey, I do check people in the stream. But overall, my raccoons here are actually very wonderful and nice here too. We do treat each other very nicely here. As I gotta go, I'm at work. You seem great. I'll try to stop by sometime. Have a wonderful day at work, Necromancer. Goodbye. Cryptid is the second for me, but she's also the first for some things I submit to. Aw, thank you. Hater, McDarth Vader. I've only heard Wikipedia and TTS rhyme it with beanie in English. How do you rhyme Oh, with the is pronouncing the E at the end, so it's Selene, like beanie. Oh, okay, I understand how it could rhyme it with that. But no, normally I think most people read that last E as silent. That's interesting. Um, Big difference between critique to make better and criticism to shame or feel bad. Yeah, we're absolutely not about the shaming or feeling bad here. Uh, what are we reading? We're still reading Sir Chatty Matties. It's because I feel like I'm behind in chat. Oh my goodness. Sorry, my computer is suffering badly. Oh, I'm so sorry. But thank you so much for hanging out with us. And yeah, thank you for dropping off your chat. I always view like when you do a raid, it's like you're dropping off your kids at daycare and you're like, please, please be nice to my kids. I'll have to toss my hat in the ring here sometime. We'd love to have you. Thank you so much. And hey, if anyone here is also interested in submitting their stories for future critique or feedback, there is a Discord. The link is down below, and you guys just submit it there in the story submissions. But otherwise, hey, welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you enjoy. And I'm going to keep reading from Sir Chatty Matty here in chat here. Snapping her awareness into sharp focus. Oh my stars, that's right, she's got the promotion test today. Well, maybe it's time to head to the training grounds, Hamiya suggested, teasing yet kind. Cortana rose, brushing her hair back. Her orange eyes flickered with hope. Do you want to watch? So now we have another. So we have this promotion test today that people can apparently watch. This now seems interesting. This seems like stuff is going to be happening to our character. Before it was about 4 pages of her reading to herself, and then her talking with one other character, but it was still mostly about the lore and world building. And now this is here, towards the later half of page 6. Now it sounds like, okay, something is happening with Cortana. There's something at stake here. My father will hear of this, Draco Malfoy at daycare. I don't know what happened, but something happened with Reed and I. We were making some jokes about something, and we made a reference to that. We were like, oh, my father's gonna hear about this, like Draco Malfoy does. I forget what we were talking about. She didn't know why, but the thought of encouragement, Hamiya's presence, steadied her pulse. I could honestly use it. Hamiya's hands instinctively rested on her rounded belly again. I would, Aloha, but I need to get back to Moanui? My daughter's nearly here, and I want her born on her home planet. Cortana's chest warmed at the admission, a quiet pride and fondness flooding her. What's her name going to be? She asked softly, matching Hamiya's tender tone. They began moving toward a nearby lift, the sound of their steps soft against the carpet, the library receding behind them. Moanui. Okay. Moanui. Every motion, every glance carried the unspoken weight of history, hope, and kinship. Small, grounding threads tying Cortana's present to the legend she'd spent hours tracing in ink and paper. Wait, Tracy? Hope and kinship. Hamiya paused, thoughtful, letting the gentle curve of her lips shape a name as carefully as a seedling taking root. Her name will be Pele. Pele. The words spilled like sunlight across Cortana's chest, warm and alive, filling her with an unexpected tightness. Presence could be a weight, and Hamiya carried it effortlessly. Cortana pressed a button on the list's control panel. She grinned softly. That's really cute. Pele is in Barry's 3rd book, too. Okay. Past me trying to make the lore dump relevant. Okay. The lift opened with a quiet hiss. Cortana stepped inside, glass walls stretching around her like a frame for the world outside. Her gaze was immediately caught by the panorama beyond. Gold and emerald spilled across the horizon. So only Cortana goes inside? Okay. Sunlight pierced the canopy in shimmering rays. Forests stretched for miles, interspersed with crystal clear rivers, sparkling lakes, and rolling hills that eventually gave way to distant mountains. Mervalin, ancient yet young in spirit, orbited its golden sun, Talia. Its name, Gemstone, in old Sylvan tongue, whispered to her soul. I don't know, Chatty Matt. I think we're still in a little bit of lore dump land here. Ser Leon, the capital, embodied Sylvan harmony, civilization entwined with nature, trees bending to form homes, towers, marketplaces, all in quiet balance. Oh, now she's hyper aware of it. Maybe that is true. Maybe I am being too aware. Like I said earlier, like, oh, this would normally be a good sprinkle of lore and world building, but after the 2 earlier lore dumps, it just feels like a third. Maybe if there weren't the 2 earlier lore dumps, this would feel normal. I'm going to try and picture that way. I think if there weren't the 2 lore dumps earlier, this would feel better. But Katana's eyes found the tallest mountain, Mount Camlin, gleaming emerald against the sky. Trees clung stubbornly to its slopes, all except for the peak, bare and glittering like jade. Mount Camlin, the cradle of the Regalia Knights. The stories whispered of a climatic battle 6,000 years ago, fought between 2 brothers, Excalibur the Great and Clarent. We are still... Chatty Matty, how dare you lie to me? I think we're still in lore. I think this is still lore. Oh my goodness. Cryptid question. How would you go about developmental critique editing if you are just reading 10 pages? But like outside of short stories. So that is what's happening here. This is part of a big thing. Chatty Matty has given me for their berry story. We're on we're starting chapter 3. And I just read like a couple pages at a time. I give my thoughts and critique, and then they resubmit. I'm now deleting it. And if they want me to continue, you then resubmit it, and I'll pick up from where I left off. And I'll continue reading it, and I'll give my feedback along the way. And developmental edit, that's why I do say it is with a grain of salt. Sometimes, until you have the full scope of stuff, some things don't always apply. Like, I might say, be like, is this scene really necessary? But then you get to, like, chapter 36 or something, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, I see how that connects to chapter 36. So then stuff like that happens, right? And so the big scope that you can do with a proper developmental edit would mean, like, hey, like, you sit down, you actually do read the full thing front to back, right? I can really only give not as big developmental edits. I can be like, hey, when is this character not feeling right? When is this feeling a little clunky? When is our character's motivations changed? Is this the best intro that captures the audience? Blah, blah, caps the audience. Dear God, I'm not even talking right anymore. It's 1:30 in the morning. But yeah, to answer your question, I normally read it in parts and I give my critiques as I go, but with the understanding, like, yeah, if there is something that I now don't have the understanding of because I haven't read the full thing, and that's why I say you take my advice with a grain of salt. Yeah, an ending is really important to know for a full developmental edit. But yeah, I'm not a proper editor. I'm just your little friendly cryptid. Some people do submit outlines, the full story outlines, and I have read the outlines here and I give my feedback and I look through the outlines. With an outline, you can see like beginning, middle, and end, and I do give critiques and feedback on that. Chatty Matty's given us outlines. I believe Author Relic has given us outlines, or at least like a world building thing. Some others, we haven't had a lot of them, but we have had outlines here, and that's very, very easy to fix some problems before they actually become problems. That's right, Bob, because you do have an outline coming up. I'm excited to read that. I really liked your last piece, so I'm excited to see an outline from you too. But yeah, all of my advice here is just within the scope of what I see and what I've read. I haven't read anyone's like 100,000 words pieces yet. I haven't been streaming for long enough. I only started this in November. Please. Be patient with me. But the idea is that, yeah, if somebody just keeps submitting, I will eventually finish the piece Is there a certain page limit or range you have to meet to submit? No, absolutely not. Some people have just submitted their opening 2 paragraphs. Just for the critique, do you think this is a strong opening? And I'll just read the starting 2 paragraphs. And be like, oh, here's some spelling errors I issued, and here, this sentence is clunky, but otherwise this is like a great intro. It captures the reader's attention. Or like, hey, here's some. But yeah, some people even just, Author Relic one time just shared their back of their book excerpt, not the excerpt, but like you know how on the back of a book it'll have something describing what the book is about without spoiling it to try and hook the readers into buying the book. Author Relic shared that with us one time, and I just read that back book cover piece. Yeah, the blurb. Thank you for knowing words, Triangle. I don't know words. See, I do things like I mess up what a blurb is, and you guys still listen to my advice. You guys are silly raccoons. But yes, the blurb. And I gave advice like, oh, I actually think this is really well thought out. You started with the character here. It didn't feel too overwhelmed. It seems like you introduced the mystery well. The blurby blurb. Without spoiling anything. And I think I just rearranged like one sentence. I'm like, oh, I would like rearrange this one sentence for better clarity. There is no max limit or anything. People do share longer things like this, like Chatty Matty has submitted like entire chapters. And I always give it the caveat, I might not read the full chapter. It just depends on my voice. Sometimes I'll only read like half of it or a couple pages. So there's, and then if you want me to continue reading, then all you do is you just resubmit. And then I'll just continue from where I left off next time. That's it. But no, there's no like minimum. I'm trying to rearrange myself in my chair. It's not working. Classes got canceled rest of the week, as did my field work. Rip. Oh no. Were you really looking forward to the field work? I'm so sorry. What type of field work do you do? What kind of field you in? I've got blurbs to the blurb for the bigger blurb. I haven't read anyone's 100k word pieces yet. Still issue. They only started this at the end of November. Give me time. But I actually would like to. I've mentioned, I've teased a little bit before, I am actually looking at some developmental editing courses. Again, if it was like a college degree I could just do for editing, I would. But it's not really like a degree just for editing. You can have like an English degree or a writing degree. You can have like adjacent writing fields, but not a degree specifically in editing. Otherwise, I would have just gone back to college for that. But I've been looking at some certificates and stuff for it, and like learning more about it. And I think if I get it, that might be like something I offer here for some of my raccoons. I might be like, hey, I did this certificate. I'm still not saying I'm the best. I'm still a newbie editor. But like, hey, would anyone be interested in like submitting their full work? And I'll try my best to do a developmental edit, and you let me know how well you think my edits are. I'll let you know. I'll let you know how well I think of your piece, and you'll let me know how well my editing is. That might be something in the future, and that could be fun. And then I'll be the first Cryptid developmental editor. That's a new achievement for Cryptids, right? I don't think there's any other Cryptids who've done it. I haven't heard of any. I don't think Bigfoot or anything has done it, nor Skunk Ape. If some Cryptids have, then I haven't heard of it. Your classroom observations this semester. Oh, being an English tutor, seeing what works and what doesn't in class, and teaching a lesson towards the end of my hours. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I can see with classes being canceled, that's kind of impossible to do. I'm so sorry, Linda. That's really hard. But yeah, I really don't like this opening now. I prefer my original opening for the story, which became chapter 3. I'm actually really excited now to read what the original opening for this was now. Because normally I really do like your seams and your pacing. This one does feel a little bit abnormal to your normal writing style. Abnormal to your normal. I know that. Nobody clipped my bad words. I'm actually really excited to read this other chapter instead. I'm really excited to read it, Chatty Matty. Yes, Cryptid my books. Jason. Ain't knowledge for editing, just knowing how to write good? Am I crazy? Not necessarily. That's one of the things too. What's a way to describe this? To give an analogy, there are some people who are incredible at math geniuses, right? Incredible mathematicians. They know math your brain hasn't even thought to not know of yet. They know numbers and numbers you haven't even seen before. They know numbers that didn't even exist a few years ago. They know math. That doesn't mean they are good at teaching math, right? Because teaching is a different skill set. There are people who are just mediocre at math, but incredibly gifted at teaching math. And you can put them into a K through 12 classroom, give them the workbook, be like, you're teaching this today, and they'll be like, you got it. And those kids will, like 99% of them will understand the context from working with that teacher. You give them the math genius. Some of them do have the ability to teach. Some of them do not. Teaching is a skill set. I will say writing good naturally and having the editing abilities to look at something detached, to look at something away from somebody and be like, you started this plot line over here, it's not fully playing off here in the third act. This character here is being inconsistent, right? Because Chatty Matty is an incredibly talented writer. Sorry, Chatty Matty, I'm using this example again. Chatty Matty is an incredibly talented writer. I really like some of their work, even though I'm not a sci-fi person. But even then, sometimes I still had to look through things and I'm like, hey, Chatty Matty, this character's being inconsistent. Barry's not acting her age. She's acting like a teenager rather than 20s in this scene. It's me away. That takes that third critical eye. I would say a lot of writers are good readers, right? Because we're subconsciously picking up on those good writing abilities. So a lot of writers are good readers. But I'd say that other skill of looking at something objectively, feeling and being able to have that third person perspective on yourself. Like I can realize, like a reader could just look at something and be like, oh, I don't like this intro. But somebody who's development and editing has to sit back and be like, why don't I like it? Is this a bias I have because I don't like science fiction fantasy? Is it the characters not hitting? Is the prose not hitting? What? And to intellectually look at your own brain and realize, why isn't this hitting? Why isn't this landing? What's the way to fix it? Is this a small fix, or are we cutting out the whole chapter? Are we cutting out this whole thing? Are we cutting out this whole character? Wow, I just took a shower and you're still here. Decaffeinated. Don't throw me under the bus. Okay, it's chat. Chat got me distracted. I get OCD with edits when I get feedback too. Yeah, I do notice you are very good at implementing the edits, but sometimes one of my concerns now is I'm like, oh, I'm worried about you getting stuck in developmental edit hell or editing hell. Oh, thank you for that. Hydrated hydrate. Here's everyone's sippy. Thank you. I actually really needed that. I didn't even realize. I've just been yapping. I love the little raccoon emote. I'm really happy we got it. Geniuses are often the worst people to learn from because they often have an intuitive grasp on what you have to be told piecemeal. Yeah, they never develop the skill they're meant to teach. That's what I'm saying. So somebody can be really naturally gifted at writing. Chatty Matty's incredibly gifted at Matty. Chatty Matty's incredibly gifted at writing. But if I was just to highlight the first intro here of this piece and be like, it's wrong, go fix it, Chatty Matty would look at it and be like, you just highlighted everything in the intro. I don't understand. What's wrong with it? I did really good words. Why? And it takes that somebody's outside of it, analyzing themselves and realizing, oh, okay, this is why we're having a fancy lore dump here. This is why it's not sticking. Chatty is gifted at Maddie. Yes. You were the best you, Maddie. Oh no. Force myself to back away after one round, then go back. I'm focusing on chat. That's what I'm focusing on. Oh my goodness. But hopefully whoever asked why a writing degree or being good at writing doesn't always make you good at editing, hopefully that explains it in a very roundabout way. Sometimes, like teaching in math, whoever asked, I forgot. I have a name. It was you? Okay, yeah. It was PP. PP asked. Just have your drink unfocused. PP asked. I literally forgot. I was trying to scroll up really fast without you guys noticing, but I was like, fuck. Who asked that question? Yeah, PP asked. Analyzing yourself as a reader and realizing why things don't work or don't hit. is kind of a separate skill set. I think beta readers could be, if they're really focused on being in Shiny Post Resets. Oh my god. Hello, hello, welcome on in everybody. Now I'm feeling anxious. Now I'm blushing over here. But yes, that's why I'm kind of enjoying this. I never actually thought of editing or being a developmental editor until this whole stream thing started, actually, and you guys were interested in my advice and I was giving it, and I actually really like giving. I like analyzing stories. I like seeing you guys improve. I like seeing you guys' third, fourth, fifth submission and actually already seeing improvement. Seeing the stories you guys are writing and giving feedback for. I'm like, this is actually really fun. Who needs beta readers when you can have omega readers? Where's a Where's my alpha readers at? And that's actually a thing. I don't know about omega read, but there are alpha readers. That's actually different than beta readers. Fun fact. My gifted writers aren't necessarily gifted editors, because not everyone can see the bus we're driving off the cliff. Even my trash poetry. Yes, I love everyone's submission. I never want you guys to feel bad about your stuff. I'm so happy you guys take the time and you share your work here, and that this is becoming such a great space with all of us here. I sometimes feel bad about the poetry. I actually, when I was doing the rules for it, fun fact, I was actually thinking of saying no more poetry just because I felt bad. Because I'm not very good at critiquing or editing poetry, and I'm like, oh, I don't want someone to submit it thinking I can give good feedback when it's not really my strength. I'm not very good at giving critiques for poetry. But I know some of you guys do, so it's still something I'm wrestling with. I have enjoyed the poetry that's been submitted, but I'm not sure going into the future how beneficial my feedback is for poetry. So I think considering with the rules of being like, hey, no poetry here, maybe just short stories and works and other creative projects. But then I feel bad. I don't want to like make anyone feel bad about submitting poetry, so I'm like, maybe I'll keep letting it in. I don't know. I'm still up in the air about it. You're just kidding. Mpreg, no hate though. What if your readers want to get Mpreg? No, I'm kidding. I don't have beta readers. I have tragic readers. My bus. Oh no. Your feedback feeds my raccoon self. Hey, all of us raccoons here just trying to be fed. I love the meaning here. Me totally intended to put that metaphor in my poem. Yeah. But again, sometimes it's critique too, so sometimes I'm like, oh, well, you poems sometimes aren't very long, so I'm like, oh, well, fuck, I wanted to do 2 critiques. Man, fuck, what... I have like 10 lines. What's 2 things I can find wrong with 10 lines? Like, oh no. You have readers that sacrifice you to the raccoon gods. Absolutely. My metaphorical bus. I'm reading that in the same voice as like the cabbage man says, my cabbages, my bus. Well, you're all up late. I am. It's almost 2 a.m. here. Isn't that exciting? That is somebody coming down Lina's room. Hello, hello to whoever's coming out. Breaking a metaphorical bus hit the proverbial inn. Oh, no, the proverbial orphanage. The proverbial orphanage is on fire. Oh fuck, I forgot where we were. Excalibur the Great and Clarent. There we go. Her ancestors, forebears, history vibrating through the present as if the mountain itself expected her recognition. The Regalia Knight's headquarters rose starkly against the natural canvas, a metallic white spire outlined in gold, embedded within a crater. Rings of donut-shaped facilities spiraled upward and downward, 800 floors total. Oh, that's a lot. That's big. 200 below the surface. Fortress, palace, monument to sylvan ingenuity. Okay, Maddie, how did you get to be an author? Me, raccoons. Please, please, I am begging. I am begging you. When you become a famous author one day, Chatty Maddie, please, I'm begging you to say shit like that. Oh my god, I want it so bad. I want to be able to like read your interviews and stuff and just see unhinged shit like that. Please. So here, unless she's going to this place, this also feels a little, I'll say blue boobs too. You're only gonna encourage Mama Cryptid. She's like, oh yeah, your little blue booba model. That's what you have fun doing on Twitch. And I'm like, Mama Cryptid, no. What was your biggest source of inspiration? Well, there's that blue woman on the internet. Oh no. Low key, I've been having so much streaming and stuff. I'm actually really looking forward to in the future saving up and getting my official Cryptid model. I think she's gonna, like, in my head, I picture her as so hot and so creepy. With nice booba. That's right. Oh my goodness. But look, I'm actually so excited to get it will be blue. She's just not gonna have the little demon horn. She's gonna have the antler horns that Cryptid is supposed to have. And I want her to have like some spooky fangs. And she's gonna have a different outfit. This model does have legs, but I'm on like the free version of VTube Studio, so it has that little annoying like pink-haired girl floating around. So if you want to see, like, it has the little annoying pink-haired girl. See, like she's just floating there because it's the free version. But oh, the model does have legs. I don't know why it's not here. Maybe this is a different version of it that doesn't have the legs to save on the, not battery, but you know, the memory stuff. All the stuff the computer's doing. But in the official Cryptid model, I want her to have spooky deer legs. Shadowy, spooky deer legs. Who's in the kitchen? Hello, do you want to say hi to chat?
Hi, Jack.
That's Commander Roots. Commander Roots has paid attention to you guys. Who's your favorite NPC? There's a blue booba girl with horns in the background. Her. If you ever write a famous book and then it gets like a movie or an anime adaptation, absolutely, I want to be a little cameo background NPC character, please. Look, hi, Roots. Yeah, that was Roots. Roots only comes in when she gives the bat signal. No, I think Roots is just in here refilling up a new hot water bottle. Yeah. Hi, Roots. Love you. What are you doing up? It's almost 2 a.m. I'm streaming. You can tell what I'm doing. Your friends still have NPCs in your stories somewhere? Oh, that's so cute. If you're feeling up to it, would you mind locking up Luna? Thank you. She's been out till almost 2 a.m. She's had plenty of time out. Where was I? Cortana's gaze shifted back to Hamia, rounded belly glowing softly beneath the library's light. Memories pressed against her chest, the ache of absence, the ghost of her mother, gone too long. 20 decades had passed since she last saw her. Raised by grandparents, tutored under the stern gaze of the late Queen Leah Tara and Grandmaster Ravongamiet Lumina, Cortana had learned discipline, duty, and the cost of legacy. We're still in lore, we're still in background. Her thoughts flickered to Gwen and Athena, assigned to me, when everything else fell apart, because grandfather wanted a knight. This, I believe, is a thought. So maybe italicize it because it says me. Mia's hand rested lightly on Cortana's shoulder, grounding her, steadying the rush of memory and unease. Is everything alright, Aloha? Grandmaster Grandmaster Rongomiat Lumina. I don't know if I said any of those letters right. Who knows? Cortana returned her gaze to the emerald forest and golden sun. I'm fine, Hamia. Just nervous about the test. Half the truth, and she didn't dare speak the rest. The private hunger driving her toward this promotion. Hamia's sigh was soft and pathetic, carrying more understanding than words could manage. I'm sorry for what happened to Queen Leafiel, Aloha. She was a remarkable woman. Guess I'm not sleeping tonight? Why aren't you sleeping tonight, decaffeinated? What happened? Cortana's orange eyes dropped. The weight of loss pressed down. When Leah Fielterra gone too soon. Her mother departed the Regalia Nights. Her father gone, rumored dead in a pauper's grave. Fractures in her family's history had left raw, unhealed scars. Even now, Hamia's presence reminded her that family could be more than blood, that grace still existed in the world. This is still part of the lore. Thanks, Cortana murmured, a small warmth threading through her chest. Of course, aloha, Hamia said. The lift reached its destination. They stepped out. Hamia's hand caressed her belly one last time. How did grandmother die? Do you know? Cortana asked as they walked down the pristine white hall. What? EU time zone supremacy. Supremacy. All the raccoons are awake. Look, our maple leaf is gorgeous, yes, but that's no excuse. It's only 11 p.m. for you? That's crazy. No, it's just past 2 now in the morning for us. You're too Canadian for me to handle sometimes. I do love how two of the most famous Canadian characters are like Wolverine and Deadpool, just these absolute violent asshole characters. I love it so much. I am, eh? Oh, twins? The corridor arched above them in a cylindrical dome. Recruits passed, some nervous, others murmuring about an escaped slave of the Wyvern corsairs on Coriza. The words pricked Cortana's attention. She noted the lodestar overseeing them, a dark-skinned human with brown hair in the standard white knight robes, shushing the group. I don't know much, Aloha. Your mother left the night shortly after her passing. After the grandmother's passing, okay. I was like, yeah, the mother left the nights after her passing. No, after the grandmother's passing. The lodestar bowed as they passed, murmuring. Good morning, lodestar Kalia, and apprentice Lumina. Cortana tipped her white hat politely, though her attention flicked to Hamia and, fleetingly, to the rumor about the escaped slave. Hamia returned the greeting with her own gentle grace. Deadpool is from my city? Oh, wait, what? That's cool. My sister went to the same high school as him. Uh-oh. Kids, ignore me. No, shush. Focus. Yeah, focus. You focus, Chatty Man. No one needs to tell me to focus. You focus. Katana's eyes drifted to the courtyard. Dozens of knights clustered at benches. Thank you, Roots. Good night. What was that? Oh, thank you. That was very nice. Sparring, sharing meals, moving with precise confidence. She could read their rank by stance and gesture. Apprentices teetered at the edge of promotion, and at the periphery, higher-ranked knights, paladins, archers, scouts, even lodestars, watched with quiet authority. Apprentices, paladins, archers, scouts, and lodestars. Yeah, Roots is going to bed. Yeah, but we're doing fine. Continue. Is that why Mom left? Cortana asked Hamia. Her mind was only half on the conversation now. They continued down the corridor, Hamia guiding her gently. Oh, Aloha, I understand why you asked, but maybe it's best to let it go. I mean that with all the love and respect I can give. Cortana's nerves tightened with each step. Yeah, maybe, but I still want to know. And maybe when I'm a gunslinger, I'll be able to find her. Is gunslinger an official title? Like a rank? Like the Paladins, Archers, Scouts? Is that like an official rank? Hamia stopped near a lift. Wait, I'm gonna blow my hair and try to get to sleep. Good night, little raccoons. Good night, Decaffeinate. It was wonderful having you. Gunslinger is part of the archer rank. Okay. That's tricky because normally our understanding of gunslinger is kind of like a rebel outlaw type person, right? So hearing it's actually an official rank is a little different. So aloha, I know you do great today. I believe in you. So does your Hooko Umo Gwen. I know you can pass. I know how hard you've been working to earn that promotion to become a gunslinger. You'll become a gunslinger knight in no time. Katana nod. Hello, cat. Hello, Baba Bean. We have been graced with Baba, the baby Baba Yaga. Hi, baby Baba Yaga. She hugged Hamiya briefly, feeling the warmth and light of her presence. Thanks, really. I hear Baba chirp. Yeah. He's an all black fluffy kitty with an outrageously long tail. He has these greenish orangey eyes. And he's just a baby. He's just past 1 year old. He and his brother Ghost were born on Halloween. So Ghost and Baba Yaga are Halloween babies. Very cute babies. Words I will never say in Slavic countries. Yeah, he's just a baby Baba Yaga though. And again, I know Baba Yagas are actually they're like a female entity or entities. But he's just he's the one little boy Baba Yaga. Yeah, that's just what he is. One day he'll grow up to be a big Baba Yaga one day. He'll be the first boy one. They exchanged a quick, meaningful goodbye. Cortana continued down the hall, white floors giving way to gold carpet, carpet giving way to stairs. Gold letters greeted her on a slanted ceiling as she descended. Words that demanded attention, words that pressed against her chest. Dwell in freedom, enforce peace, deliver justice. The Regalia Knight Creed, coined nearly 600 decades ago by her forefather Excalibur the Great, a founder of the Regalia Knighthood alongside the enigmatic Nimue. Now this story, the Princess Pleiades, this is the story following Nimue and Excalibur, right? It's their story. We're gonna follow along with them, right? Am I getting your stories right, or is this a prequel story? Okay, then I wouldn't have that here. This is almost like just lore spoiling for what's to come. You're telling the readers now, hey, this Excalibur the Great is gonna win. He's gonna found the Regalia Knights, and he's gonna end up and have children with Nimue. So you've kind of spoiled the end before we even started. And that's so sad because that story is really cool. I remember reading your stuff about Nimue and Excalibur, and I'm like, yeah, this is the story. This is great. Like, and Cortana's just over here spoiling it for us in the first chapter. Oh my god. Hi. Oh, that's hi Lupin Dupin. As if guided by history itself, Cortana reached the bottom of the stairs. There it stood, the statue of Excalibur the Great, sentinel of the training grounds. The grass beneath was lush, green, punctured with metallic ore and stone, ponds glinting like mirrors. A playground for Wieldish, normally alive with motion and heat. Today the field was empty, silent, except for the statue and the lone figure waiting to greet her. Cortana inhaled sharply. All that remained between her and her goal was this test. All she had to do was pass. The idea is that I'm releasing the Mariah P. novel first. Yeah? Oh, yay. I was like, wait, what's that in reference to? You can tell it's past 2 a.m. because I'm like, yeah, what? Is that some of the new gay slang? Is that like the new yes? Like yes, yes, queens. I'm like, is it now yacht? Is that the new one? Fuck. I know I'm bi, but Jesus fucking Christ, I can't keep up. Is it the new yeet? Yes, yes, queen. Yes, Chatty Matty, you did it. This is the end of the chapter. This is how you know it's past 2. Yes, eat. There you go. Yes, eat. So the idea is that you're releasing the the Merope novel first. Okay, so then this isn't going back and forth between Nimue. The idea is that story, the Princess Pleiades one with Nimue and the... Wait, I'm getting all your stories confused. Fuck. But that one that I was reading, the story of Nimue and Excalibur is not in this book. This Princess Pleiades one is a different book than the book where we cover Nimue waking up and meeting Excalibur the Great and fighting. No, it's meant to be a whole arc with the princesses first, then this. Different and later on. Okay. Okay. So yeah, there's gonna be the whole Nimue and Excalibur the Great book. And then there's gonna be all the other books with all the princesses first, and then this one. Chatty Patty, this is a really fucking ambitious project. Oh my goodness. I hope I'm saying that right. Yeah, so we're gonna do Nimue and Excalibur the Great first. That's a book. There's gonna be other books with the other princesses that got lost, with the 6 princesses that are lost. And then this is a book that is later. This is a separate book that's later. Following Cortana. I think I'm getting it right. So... I don't know, it's you're working on several different books at once, all in the same world, and then we also have Berenike. We have Berenike's book, and you're working on multiple books in her storyline. You're talking about books 1, 2, and 3 already with hers. You're working on a lot of stuff. All in the same world. You're working on them all at once. And I am getting a little worried, and my suggestion might be choose one and then just finish it. That's why I'm focusing on Barry first aggressively. Okay, yeah. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. The Ancestor. Where's that from? I don't know the... Is that a book, show, TV? I'm not quite sure. But yeah, I really want to encourage pacing yourself. I don't want you being too burnt out with being spread thin through all these different works that then you don't get any of the works finished. I want to see this world happening. I want to see you be successful in your career, and it's gonna be a little anxious how widespread everything is. You've written books 1 and 2 for Barry and working on 3 now. Okay. So then at this point, I know your sister has given you the contact for the one publishing house. I don't know publishing overseas and the standards for that. But genuinely, I want you to maybe be considering already finding an agent for book 1 then, if book 1 is done. Under 10 minutes for a finale? What finale? But try finding an agent. See if there's any other publishing houses also maybe willing to pick it up with that agent, if you can get an agent. Because I don't want you just having all your hopes on just this one connection that your sister has gotten you, because it is a little bit unorthodox for someone to be like, oh yeah, finish all the books and then we'll talk about a deal. That could be how publishing is done overseas. I'm not the end all be all knower on that, but it is unusual here. Oh, your work shift. Oh, creative one, super congrats. Just under 10 minutes. You can do this. You just had to survive. You had to make it. You had to survive out of spite. You can do this. I believe in you. Anyone else during their work shifts when you guys are working jobs and stuff, do you like count it down where it's like, okay, my shift is this many, is 8 hours. I've done the first hour. I just have to do that first hour 7 more times, and then my shift is done. That's just, 14, 30 half-hour segments. That's just this. You just like keep breaking it down smaller and smaller to bite-sized chunks to try and make the time go faster. Sorry. Anyway, that's my mental thing. You can do it. It might be just how my sister's friend wants to do it. I'm talking to him soon so I can ask to figure it out. But again, it's just one connection, and it is a little unorthodox. This is a connection in the publishing industry for you. I don't know this person's like just like a publisher, but it's like more of a vanity press or an indie press or what. I don't know how solid this lead is. And to give you the best bet here, I really want you to maybe be already considering finding your own agent, and getting those other connections, getting those other feelers out, and not just relying on this one. And let's keep pushing on the Berenike story and getting those books in that story. Ghost, what are you doing? Please do not disconnect my wires. Please, dear God, Ghost. You are not Grace. There's a reason we didn't name you Grace. Is that what math people do? I'm not a huge math person. I'm decent. I don't know. Maybe maybe it's just what mentally ill people do. Yeah, Ghost is here. He's hanging out. He's up on the cat tree next to the screens right now, along with Lupin. What was I saying? But I think really let's focus in on nailing down Berenike's story. Let's finish up those edits then. I'm Barry from Wild. I've been told is literally one of my best written characters too. Very cool. Ghost. Ghost. He's Baba Yaga is all black and Ghost is actually all light gray. He's our only all light gray cat. And they're like kind of mirror images. So if Baba's right behind Ghost, it actually just looks like Ghost Shadow. They're very cute. Very cute. They look identical except for like one's gray and one's all black. They're very cute babies. What was I saying? But yeah, I want to keep seeing you, and I want the Berenike story, since it's done and you're already working on book 3 and you're working on all these other books. I want you to succeed with that, and I'm feeling a bit worried about giving you all these edits on so many different pieces in the same universe. Maybe now we'll just not that you have to. Lord knows I'm not the boss of you. But I would suggest for your future edits, I really want you maybe to keep giving me if you want my feedback in the edits, just the Berenike story. And let's focus on the edits for that. That way I can help you as much as I can for that to be ready. Yeah, so I send Barry stuff for now. I think that's the best thing. If I was as a friend to recommend like what should you do to be the most productive in your writing career, since you do want to get, that's the book that in the series you're planning to publish first, I would I like how we're thinking the same thing. Yeah, I think that's the one we should focus on. But otherwise, I think this is still interesting. It's part of the world, but yeah, I can definitely tell. You're right. I think somebody else suggested this idea for you when you wrote it out, but I don't think this is the scene you would naturally write for this story. This doesn't seem like a normal scene you would write, and it has some of those overlord dump issues throughout it, compared to you're normally incredibly good with your pacing, what's happening in your plot. You normally have a pretty good plot. This is definitely out of character with almost every other piece of writing you submitted so far. But I was kind of a little bit shocked. But otherwise, yeah, I think the prose is still good, the writing's still good. It's literally just the scene pacing felt off. Is it going to be on the test? That's right, everyone. There's going to be... How long have we been streaming? We're almost at 5 hours. We're just under 5 hours. There's going to be a test after every stream. There's going to be a question for every 10 minutes worth of stream time that you'll have to answer. If you get anything less than 100%, you will be executed by a raccoon firing squad. No, I'm kidding. But honestly, I'm really excited to keep reading about berries. I'm excited to hopefully keep helping you and giving whatever little suggestions I can. So just stick to my gut, and you don't even have to stick to me. But I definitely think when it comes to pacing in your scenes, you have a really good knack for it. Your pacings and settings that you come up with are pretty good. Well, I'm gonna pour my last drink, then hit me. Execution Thursday is a go! Why are my raccoons so rabid for violence? There's not enough trash pandas to form the firing squad, then we'll have the Chill Utopia again. Oh dear, oh dear. That's why I put you as a thanks in my book too. Aw, thanks. Aw, shucks. Finds out who was left. Okay, so let's thank you, Chatty Matty. This was one of the pieces of yours I had the most consistent critique of, but I hope it still doesn't throw you off. I still really like your work. I still like your stories, and I'm excited to see your future submissions with the Berenike story, with Barry's story. Here's back to my little. I need more. Well, that's just yeah. Actually, no, I don't want all those keys there. Fuck that. That looks like the bad stuff. Let's do some other things. Yeah. That's better. That's better. There we go. Now this is looking more full. Violence is the wash bear way. Reserve your trash can and sewer seating. Oh my goodness. The way the weave screen is back. It's been deleted. Did you guys miss the weave? There. It's back. It's back. It's right there at the top. Doesn't throw me off, it just makes me go, for Princess Please, stick to my gut and advice that doesn't add weird chapters. Whichever friend recommended that scene, be like, oh yeah, add this in, and you listen to it. I bet you that one friend or person's like watching the stream over your shoulder and being like, this cryptid person sucks. This blue booba person on your screen sucks. They don't like my ideas, and I'm gonna be like, no, I just don't think it works for this piece. Please, no. Oh, too late. I'll be forever known as Weave Screen. Oh, thank you so much, Crimson. Welcome to Cryptid Cult. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. So you've got a dedicated background. I'm so excited for a background at some point. It's actually really nerve-wracking hiring artists, because so many of the sites where you hire artists now, right, have a lot of like AI artists on it, and I'm trying really hard not to get scammed by them. It's really scary, and I don't. But yeah, anyway. But I'm really looking forward to in the future having an official background. I want it to be me and Roots hanging out by the trash cans at the abandoned 811 parking lot next to the swampy woods. That's what I want. I want that to be the background so bad. I'm looking forward to it. The original opening chapter was at her test. Yes, that sounds like, yeah, stuff is happening. She's there. There's things she's doing that already, like just that description. I'm like, yes, that sounds better. Unag does art, but she's not cheap. Do you want to send her link in a private message on Discord? I'll check it out. I'll see if it's the style I'm thinking of. Sometimes I might not go for some artists. It's not because they're bad or anything. It's just because, like, oh, that's not the art style I had envisioned in my head, you know? But yeah, you can you've messaged me before on Discord. You message each other. Yeah, go ahead and send me your link. That'll be cool. You only know if you know safe for work artists. Triangle. Oh my god, That's fucking hilarious. I love that. Honestly, NSFW artists are... Actually, the person who made the original design for Cryptid, not this model, which is custom, but the PNG that then I based this customizable one off of, the original design artist who came up with the design for Cryptid for me when I gave them a lot of stuff. They're actually normally NSFW artists, but they were nice and we were friends, and they actually designed Cryptid for me, and then I just customized this model to look as close to her as I can. Can ask her if I can hook you two up, or I can see where her art is. Look them up, I see what you're saying. I can also show the art she did of Sunreal for posters. They stream their less spicy art on Twitch. Oh, yeah. Honestly, well, that's big kudos, big respect to all the NSFW artists out there. Keeping fandoms alive. Big respect. It's already, for normal artists, it's already hard enough. We had to draw, like, hands. We had to draw the other eye, and they're NSFW artists, not safe for work artists. over here like drawing full detailed anatomy in weird positions, doing stuff. Big props to Not Safe for Work artists. You guys are mad talented. Discord now. Oh no. I don't have the little Discord link that pops up. Do you need me to send a link? Can I do that? I think this is the link. If you need to click a link to go to the Discord, that's where it is. Ghost, you cannot climb on the ceiling. Stop trying. You can't be on the ceiling. Hi, yes, you're cute. You're so cute. You're so cute when you adhere to the laws of gravity. Don't climb on the ceiling. That's not where you belong. I mean, send the art. I don't know what any of my characters look like. Oh, that's so interesting, Bavicus. But then again, I think you actually said you work mostly on dialogue first. And I even said your dialogue was really good, and then you just go in and you pad out all the descriptions and details that are necessary. So I guess that actually works with your writing style. That's so interesting. Everyone knows that the Phantoms die the moment the R34 art starts flowing. Oh no. Let's see, it's almost 2:30. So I'm gonna go ahead. We can get rid of Princess Pleiades. I'll delete that. Meowscarada, I don't believe has been here for a while. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this one. And then if Meowscarada ever wants to resubmit, they are absolutely more than welcome to, but I'm just trying to clear things up. Some of the Phantom stuff, that's Fruits. Then we had Chatty Mad Chapter 3, Bobicus with the Border of Heaven, Lambda 2, and Triangle Toll. So it's Chatty Matty, and then how long is this one? Okay, it is 5 pages for yours, Bob. I'm not sure I have a full 5 pages in me today, but we can start with you next stream. Does that sound good? Oh, 4 pages. Yeah, how about we start with yours next time? Does that sound good? We'll start with yours. If you're here for next stream, and then we'll go to Chatty Matty's Chapter 3, and then we'll just go down the list again. Well, your eyes, that's the way it is because I don't sit there imagining things. Oh. Are you one of those people where, like, if people describe things, you can't visually picture it in your head? There's some people who can visually, like, they see it. Like, if you say, like, oh, picture an apple. Some people will actually see the apple, and we can, like, rotate it around in our head. And some people can't. They just, like, think of, like, oh yeah, the apple, the concept of an apple. No, I can't. It's not quite Aphantasia, but it's close. Oh, that's so interesting. Chapter 3 is better paced than it was before, and some dialogue has changed. Very interesting. Oh, you have that Aphantasia. Yeah. I was always told it was part of me and Papa Cryptid having dyslexia, that we can visualize stuff really, really well. Like, if you tell us to, like, picture an apple and, like, now turn it around in your head and see the underside of it. Now picture this. Now that I can, like, fully picture something and, like, turn it around in my head. I can, like, see the shading. I'll see how the shading changes. I'll see how that changes. Like, we can picture it, but I was told growing up that was because we were dyslexic, and sometimes dyslexic people can do that. Also, my thoughts are sublingual. I don't need to think in words. Very interesting. Mine can only be slotted last at any stream since I'm usually here just for the last hour. Oh, yeah, that's true, Triangle. I think if you, next stream, if I'm streaming late again, when you come on, just be like, hey, I just came here now, can my piece be next because I won't be here early next time? And then I'll be like, yeah, sure, and I'll start. I'll do yours after you come on, when I'm done with the previous person. You just have to let me know, that way I can see in the chat just as a reminder, because otherwise I'll forget. I'll be like, oh yeah, we'll just catch you next time, Triangle. But if you give me that reminder, I'll be like, oh yeah, Triangle is more time limited just because of time zones and stuff, so I'll do yours when I can. Get some of our art there. And I appreciate starting on mine, even if we had to come back to it next year. Oh, okay, you want us to start? Yeah, we can do that. I'm not sure how far I'll get, because my voice is starting to give a little bit. Yours is called The Border of Heaven. Let's load it up. Let's load this up. Here. Hydrate or dihydrate, yay! Thank you for the redeem. Here's your sippy. I need to get better track. Oh, actually, I want another sippy. I'm actually really parched. Okay. I hate the fact that I can tune in an hour earlier if it weren't for the fact that the internet had problems on your end. Oh, I'm so sorry, Uni. That always really sucks. That's always like horrible. I felt so bad. We were trying to do a collab stream a little while ago, me and Penny, and there was internet issues on there, and I think they said it was the upload. The uploading was hard, so they couldn't stream it. We actually ended up just recording the game off stream. I'm really excited to keep recording with them soon. I had to plan that with them. But I felt so bad. They were really bummed out that they're having internet issues. I know how like sucky that can be. The Border of Heaven, Book 1 of the Inquisition Chronicles. Oh, that sounds very fancy. Don't kill Cryptid! Maddie is protective of his friend's health. Also, Cryptid, you're always welcome on my stream too. Oh my goodness, so exciting. My internet decided to go connected. No internet. Like, bruh. Yeah, I don't know. Thankfully, Papa Cryptid, who works in IT support, and Roots, who is my forced IT help support, thankfully they take care of all the tech issues for me. I don't know what to do with that. You'll see how distracted my thinking can be. I still haven't named any of the characters yet. Okay. Ow, hold on, my foot's asleep. Fuck. Let's restart my lo-fi music. Cats, you guys aren't getting into anything, right? Probably not. What are you guys doing? I hear a bag crinkling. What are you guys doing? I'm trusting you. Don't be doing anything you shouldn't. I don't love you. They just want to have a triple team to bully me. That sounds about right. So let's see, the world building. Maybe a large continent, gunpowder, but not yet to the age of exploration. Okay. So that gives us an idea of the scale of what resources people have available yet. Magic system is servitors, repetitive practiced behaviors. So you had to learn probably specific hand motions and things like that, like repetitive practiced behaviors. As the empire of the immortal Lich King fractures to the east. I already fucking love that. That sounds fucking cool as shit. Having this empire of an immortal Lich King fractures, what? That's already a cool as shit setting. The Inquisition advances across the borderlands, bringing order, protection for the souls of the dead, and an uncompromising vision of salvation. I don't know. These guys maybe sound like not the good guys. Maybe. A young inquisitor serves in a land where loyalties shift. Hold on. The model's gonna stare at you guys. I hear them messing with something. I hear them. I know you fuckers are doing something. Think you were doing? What were you guys doing? It's crazy how different the model is. Me moving it versus not. Hello, I'm back. I'm here. Repetitive practice behaviors are the objects that can be manipulated. Skills can be transferred between people or objects. Oh! Are the objects that can be manipulated. Okay, I don't quite get it yet, but I'll keep reading. I think I'll pick up on it later. No fireballs. 1,000-year stare. I also love how every alone scene with Barry and Fee in book 3 is easy from has been Season 2 starts playing. These repetitive practice behaviors are called servitors, term I borrowed from real-world chaos magic. But the repetitive practice behaviors are the objects. I think I'm hearing behaviors and objects. I'm like, those are two different things. So my brain's not quite getting it yet, but I'll keep reading. I'll see if I get it. So a young inquisitor serves in a land where loyalties shift with the seasons, and faith is a matter of survival. Yeah. Trained to hunt monsters and suppress forbidden magic. He believes the Inquisition stands between the world and catastrophe. Yet as doctrines, titans, and old customs are erased, he learns that there are those who would choose stability over truth. Well, if he's... It sounds like maybe the Inquisition and the Inquisitors are the stability, and then there's the truth. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that's supposed to be truth over stability, I'm not quite sure. In a place where empires rise and fall by belief as much as by force, the Inquisitor must confront a dangerous reality. Some questions are more perilous than the monsters he hunts. So I like this idea. The only part that's really getting me is the repetitive practice behaviors are objects, but maybe that's just we're gonna keep reading. I'm gonna see if I catch it. So Act 1, small stakes. A heretical tract has been printed. So mentor leads main character to have a word with the printer. Okay, so it is like it's like a book or a pamphlet. I think tract like okay, it's like a small piece of writing. I was thinking of like a tract of land or like a trail, but yeah, it must be like a small piece of writing. Okay. I learn new things with you raccoons every day. The printer reveals that though it has his mark, he never printed this. He would never endanger his contracts with the Inquisition by printing something like this. His contracts with the Inquisition by printing something like this. He laments about forced shifts and rogue shops. Who would fake his mark? That's some sketchy stuff. Oh no! Stakeouts, tracking down excess paper and ink deliveries, talking to guild mages looking for signs of overcapacity and corruption. Coffee salons where papers are delivered and discussed. The Inquisition is not well received at the salons. The idea that they're willing to investigate guild violations is suspect there. The mentor's favorite hedge mage is consulted. So they do consult with hedge mages. So there are... It's saying that the doctrine is tightening. That there are some forbidden magic, suppressed forbidden magic, but that means some magic is allowed. So there is something with what is allowed and what is not allowed magic, and that the line keeps getting smaller and smaller. So the hedge mage is apparently okay. MC goes to a religious ceremony and then confession to clear his mind before the raid. He confesses his anger at the salon goers. He confesses confusion at working with hedge mages. He confesses zeal to capture those behind the heretical document. They raid on the rogue shop. A hedge mage, so the hedge mage gives them the rogue shop. Hedge mages are illegal but tolerated, especially by mentor. Okay, so then there is this line of what's allowed, what's not allowed. The hedge mage helps. Okay, so yeah, they raid on the rogue shop. A hedge mage tries to escape out the back and is captured. The workers are let go to be punished by the guild. The journeyman and the hedge mage are taken into custody. After the raid, MC goes for a celebratory drink at his favorite tavern, out of Inquisitional uniform. His friend is thinking of joining the Inquisitional Guard. They discuss the geopolitical situation a bit. MC confides his mom doesn't want Inquisitional burial rites. She wants dissolution, like his father had. His friend invites him to watch the hanging tomorrow. MC goes to assist with the preparation of the burial rite boxes that will hold souls to be transported out of the borderlands. He is denied access to the final preparations, as that is a magic that the Inquisition keeps secret, but he is allowed to inspect boxes and seals and give blessings as an Inquisitor. So some people do get transported out of the borderlands. That's interesting. 2 hangings and inquisitorial. I'm gonna keep stuttering over inquisitorial burial rites. Small boxes containing souls that will be shipped to inquisitorial states for protection. Mentor runs into him in the town square with a new case. A man has been caught smuggling 20 pounds of lace. Oh dear God, no. Mentor and MC head over. Lace, historically, is very expensive. It's very time consuming. It's very skilled labor. Lace is a big deal. The mentor arrives on scene, lets the smuggler go. Everything ended up being in order. And then hands the case over to the main character. Mentor expresses faith and confidence. She says moving 20 pounds of lace with proper paperwork is no crime. Producing 20 pounds of lace without the guild knowing about it, we've got a hedge mage binding unlicensed servitors. Find them and bring them to justice. So there's paperwork to move it, but there's no paperwork to produce it. Who measures fabric by poundage? Very, very interesting question. I think that was a... Yeah, people transporting. Yeah, that was a thing. Hold on, my brain's not working right now. It's almost 3 and it's 2:42. Sometimes even heavier weight fabrics because they have more thread or they're thicker material. Like, let's say like a yard of dense wool, and then you have maybe like, let's say a really light, like barely like threadbare, like cotton or something, right? The wool took more fibers. It's thicker, it's denser, it's heavier. That is a heavier fabric than this barely holding on together cotton. The wool, even though it was a similar construction, might be worth more, and therefore it's it's heavier, it's harder to carry, and they'll charge more for it to move it. But that was a thing. But 20 pounds, I'm over here. Sewing Stealth is over here like, oh, 20 pounds of lace, 20 pounds of lace. That's so much lace. I can make so much things with that much lace. I won't lie, just a little worried about Cryptid sleep right now. I don't want to stop the critiques though. It's all good. I'll handle it. I'll complain a little bit, but I'm good. If I'm actually too tired, I'll stop. I'm an adult hag. I'll control myself. It's all good. But yeah, so there was paperwork produced to move it, but there was no paperwork produced to actually produce the lace. To find them and bring them to justice. As main character investigates, the lace stops being produced and the unlicensed lace makers go to ground. The guild is happy at the halt in production, though MC is not. The guild assures MC that they'll do frequent health checks on their mages to look for signs of excess activity. If it's one of ours, we'll find them. It tried, the Automa got you for pound of wood. Because it probably thought it was like a weird way of saying go pound wood. Oh, that's I'm allowing. That's absolutely so funny that Autobot tried to get you for that. The Autobot's so silly. A pound fabric don't weigh the same as a pound of wood, though. So it'd be weird, not mean. You mean? Automatic compound sand. I'm confused. Why you think a pound of something isn't the same as a pound of something else? Do you mean size-wise? Yeah, a pound of fabric might take up more or less room than a pound of wood. You're right, but it's gonna weigh the same. It's still, a pound is a pound. That is the weight. That is how heavy it physically is. But space-wise, yes, it might take up more or less room than a pound of wood. But sometimes it's hard to always price things. It's okay. I'll wait. All good. Oh, you're back already? Oh, jeez. I was gonna wait a little bit longer for you. But, yeah, a pound is a pound. It's just a unit of measurement. That is how heavy it is. So a pound of something weighs the same as a pound of something else. But yes, if you're talking about the space it takes up, it could take up a different amount of space. That is harder to charge for. So just as easy sleight of hand, it's easy to charge, like, yeah, by the pound for transportation, right? Because that's how heavy it is. The horses physically can't carry, like, let's say like 10,000 pounds. So you charge by the pound. That's so funny though. You got stuck in ads again. Oh no. I think my ads are pretty short though, right? They're not overly long. What are they saying though? Yeah, it's one of ours. We'll find them. So as main character investigates, the lace stops being produced, and the unlicensed lace makers go to ground. Whatever trick they had to make 20 pounds of lace for this magic, whatever magic they had to make 20 pounds of lace, I want that magic. That I'm literally, it's it's almost 3 a.m. and I'm over here like, oh, 20 pounds of lace. All the projects I could sew with 20 pounds of lace. That's so much lace. You guys have any idea how expensive lace is? I mean, you can, if you even do it equivalent, like let's say you can buy some cheap cotton fabric for $5 a yard, and then you can buy like a yard of lace for $5 a yard, right? That's still, you're getting so, you have a yard of fabric, you can make stuff with that. 1 yard of lace, that's like nothing. That's nothing. You can't even hem a skirt with that. Like, what the fuck? So, with the amount of material you're getting far less than you are of normal fabric. And the reason why it's equivalent is because, again, lace is a very labor-intensive, intricate, detailed process. So like, yeah, lace, the money adds up fast. I love good quality. I'm very picky about lace, but I love good quality lace. I love hemming a lot of my historical skirts with lace. They just look so good. It adds that extra little bit. Oh my god. If I could drown in lace, I would. Sorry, whoopsie. I got off track. So MC talks to Mentor and her favorite hedge mage. I know you want to find your man, but if the guild's happy, sometimes that's all you can do. No need to drop the investigation, but don't let it take over your life. Just keep your eyes open. MC notices excessive familiarity between the two. Oh no. I cast Conjure Lace and dual cast it into Market Crash and crafts people unemployment. Oh my goodness. Well, so much a lace now is machine made. So you could argue you're just using magic for what machines are already doing. There are people who recreationally do make still handmade and handwoven lace. And it's incredible seeing. Have you guys ever seen that? Seen the thousands of pins they have in these tiny little spaces that they can do lace with. Oh my god, it looks insane. It looks mind-blowing. Maybe when I'm done reading this, I'll pull up the clips of lace makers, because it's insane. I would never be able to keep track of those patterns. They are doing a crazy skill. MC spends some time investigating his mentor, but turns up nothing awry. Superiors note his ambition and loyalty to the Inquisition approvingly. He finally questions her, and she explains the relationship began before she joined the Inquisition. Some expedition about a time before the immortal Lich King died. You don't have to worry about any indiscretion, MC. I'm being assigned to the capital. A promotion. I leave my lover in a month. I think I leave my lover is a little clunky for dialogue, but that's just a bit. I know this is just words. This is just a rough, quick outline. It's fine, but just a note. MC visits the tavern again, drinks with his friend, who is now an inquisitorial guard. Friend complains about having nothing to do in this place but drill, but MC is silent and in his cups. Bar fight, somebody looking to make trouble with the Inquisition has overheard their conversation. Friend handles it easily while MC hides behind a table. Guess all that drilling comes in handy at some point, huh? Maybe yeah? So MC hides behind the table. That's interesting. He's been so pro standing up for the Inquisition, and somebody wants to start a fight over the Inquisition, and he's now hiding behind a table. That's really interesting. MC does some dead-end investigating of the Lace case. He looks for guidance in text. He goes back to the salon out of Inquisition robes and listens to heresies and anarchist arguments with skepticism before walking out in disgust. Without the Inquisition, he reasons, there is only the rule of liches. That's how you say it, not leeches. Liches. The Lich King. Lich is. I don't know why I'm struggling with that one. MC gets a message from the Inquisitorial the church. A lich hunting assignment to the east pops up, and they're looking for a volunteer. So there's not just the one immortal Lich King. It sounds like there's a couple of these undead guys going around. There's a couple of them. There was one who was an immortal king and he's now gone, but he wasn't like the only person like that. There's a couple of the undead guys around. A lich hunting assignment to the east pops up and they're looking for a volunteer. He says a lot of worldbuilding that has gone unsaid and silent. That's fine. MC's friend signs up for the assignment and MC's ambition rears its head. MC is heading east, so they both volunteer. Act 2, Hunting the Lich. My initial gut after Act 1, this is just an initial read, I might read Act 2 and 3 and be like, oh no, this actually makes sense. My initial gut, I'm like, there's so much cool stuff with the Lich King, who's now gone, and them doing all these cool lich hunting stuff. That these smaller cases of the printer and the lace maker almost seem like small beans, small fries, a mistake. So, what did I just say? I don't even know what words I just said. They almost seem like small beans in comparison. I was going on about the lace, but that's because, again, I am a seamstress. I love historical costume making and lace, so that was just a bias there. But I'm like, this is almost like small beans in compared to this cool thing with they're not going to go lich hunting. So let's see if this all wraps up. Act 2, Hunting the Lich. A series of stories told as they travel, from the Lich King of the world who starved himself trying to become a god, the follies of the last era of warring states, and a story about the city they are traveling to. So this is going to be a series. We're going to have a story of each one. Like, oh my god. Mr. Pants. Chaucer, that's a series of stories. Which, yes, fun. Canterbury. So you got it. I was saying Chaucer, and you got Canterbury. Thank you for... We're gonna uncover my mind's Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, see, you're an old World of Warcraft fan. I see you. That's probably the only reason I know how to say Lich King. But the reason why I said Mr. Pants first is because his name is Chaucer. And if you guys ever wonder, like, oh, what's Chaucer? It's Chaucer's and Brays are just their pants. His name, if you were to translate to modern day, if it was to be like redone, it's like a Dr. Seuss name. His name is just Mr. Pants. It's just Mr. Pants. Mr. Pants wrote Canterbury Tales. Chaucer's are just pants. Isn't that weird? I was like really like when I was looking at historical garb and stuff, I was like, huh, that's weird. MC is coming in as a negotiator, as a cover story. He can't go lich hunting as an open inquisitor. Very interesting. But yeah, so it's gonna be Canterbury Tales kind of here, which could be done well. It might be hard to pull off though. So like proceed with caution. There we go. It's not a no. It's just like, hey, be careful. Hard to reinvent them pants. Well, they kind of did when they made them one singular pant. This is back in the time when you had it was literally a pair of pants. You had one for each leg. One for each leg. That's why I kept it to 3 stories. Yeah. Well, that's why if you guys ever wonder why it's a pair of pants, is because there was one per leg. You had a pair of them. They weren't connected. So you had your underwear. And then you put on one pant leg, and you put on the other pant leg, and you tie it up to this little belt where you strung it up. and then you wore the other stuff over and under it, and that was your pair of pants. You had to have two. I think they always look funny though. You guys ever see the historical ones? They have like different colored like they might have like a red leg and a blue leg. It's because they mixed up their pair of pants to be more fashionable. They mixed it up a little bit. It's like when you Anyway, MC and his friend disembark. MC's friend will apply his skill as a carpenter in this new city. MC will act as a negotiator to potentially induct the city to a merchant league. After all, guild production is up recently. Introduce the merchant, generous, reckless, overbearing. MC gets lost in his role as negotiator, shadowing the merchant, enjoying his luxuries and eccentricities. Only when they start visiting the guilds does he start noticing odd things, like the unburdened attentiveness of the mages running into the guild's manufactories. The guilds have no reports of guild violations recently. Reading everyone else's story definitely makes me realize how different I write. That's one of the things too, and this is differently even to how I write. Very much my stuff, when I'm writing my rough drafts, I'll do like blah blah blah. I can't think of a cool intro, but it should introduce my main character. Bitch has no name yet after she has killed the dragon. Maybe still covered in dragon blood? Could be hot. And that's literally how I do my rough drafts. It's not even a lie. Blah blah. Weave, cool intro. Me too, my writing looks kind of like yours though. Which is no name yet. Yet people said Shakespeare's dead. This was all November, guys. This was every single day of November. I showed up and I'm like, I'm gonna show you guys how to get a shitty rough draft done. You guys don't need to feel guilty. You guys don't need to try and get it perfect. It just needs to be done. Here's how we fucking do it. No shame. I can't give you guys critique of like, oh yeah, you shouldn't feel bad about your rough draft. Hello, readers. Let me go back to these pretty words instead. Hello, raiders. Welcome on in. It's so good to see you guys. Hello. Did you guys have a good stream? You kind of let the story happen. Obviously, there's planning, but for me, story writing is a happening. Yeah, exactly. You can even see that with this one. I was like, I don't know the exact thing, but maybe it should be after she's killed the dragon. Maybe still covered in blood? I don't know. And I'll keep doing things like that until I run into, like, I'll even get, like, halfway through, and I'm like, actually, scrap that. She didn't kill a dragon. She killed a giant robot. There we go. And I'll just continue writing like that. Hello, Ito. It's so good to see you guys. Welcome on in. Yeah, egg salad stream. What? It's like, hey dude, that's so fine. And sometimes there are like people who are just like casually viewing. I think it doesn't always pick up on them if they're like a lurker. It doesn't always show you guys. So sometimes there can actually be more people than you think. That's one of the things. It doesn't always, the viewers and the counters don't always pick up lurkers. Yeah. It's almost 3 a.m. Okay, I'm not gonna say good words anymore. But yeah, I am the new Shakespeare. You guys can you can see, you can use the @ sign to see who is in the chat. I didn't know that, but that's who's in the chat. That's not, sometimes if there's lurkers who do not write in chat and they're not engaged, like if I'm on someone's second monitor and they've never been in chat, they are literally just listening to me as they write, which some people do, they actually don't appear as a viewer. It's really interesting. I can't watch Star Wars anymore. The fandom ruined it for me. That's sad. You shouldn't let a fandom hold you back from stuff you enjoy. You don't write in the stream, you won't show up. The difference is that you guys seem to write your first draft with your fingers. I pound the keyboard with my forehead. Uh, some bitter fans. I agree, Echo. Yeah. See, like, again, I'll just keep going. I'm like, and then maybe bitch has no name yet. Should she's being difficult. I don't know what she does yet. Maybe I'll kill her off. But if I don't kill her off, then plot stuff will happen, and she'll be here, and she'll hang out with these cool other characters. And two of them don't have names, but the third one is Stephanie, with a silent Z at the end. No, I'm kidding. It will just be crazy stuff like that, right? It just happens. Now let's keep going back and fixing things. I got attacked for just saying I found Acolyte's ideas interesting. I have no idea what that means, but hey, if your forehead isn't in play, then your story ain't alive. Then you're not putting your whole body into it. So let's see. He gets lost in his role as negotiator. So he's noticing odd things. The unburdened attentiveness of the mages running the guild's manufactories. The guilds have no reports of guild violations recently. So everything here seems too good, too calm, too easy. Gotta go big dick. I mean, that's silly, but I still want to take Star Wars fans very seriously anyhow. Oh my, I'm getting Star Wars lore here that I don't even know about. Let's see. Goes out for drinks with his friend, who is adjusting to being simple labor again. Not having to think as hard while working. Yeah, this is like his friend's like first job, and he's already like pretending to be back to simple labor again. So that's kind of weird for him. Not saying it from a right side, I'm just saying like, oh yeah, for that character's point of view, he's like, oh yeah, this is kind of wild. No, they hear about an upcoming feast day, and MC resolves to make a hedge mage friend, or a former Imperial Lich Hunter. To make former Imperial Lich Hunter. Imperial. There were Imperial Lich Hunters? Let's see. Because there are Inquisition Lich Hunters. Is that the same as the Imperial Lich Hunters? Are they part of the Imperial Lich Hunters? The Mentor was one. Okay, an Imperial Lich Hunter is the mentor, and a hedge mage friend. Okay. Feast day. Main character sits himself near a guild mage and chats. The Imperial Lich Hunters are dead? Dun, dun, dun. The head one of old age. His apprentice died in a break-in and robbery. MC tries flattering him about his skills, but the guild mage answers only cryptically and changes the topic. The MC offers to introduce him to the merchant, but the guild mage leaves busy. The MC fails to make a friend. Big L, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, MC. We've all been there. We've all been over there trying to make friends while we're trying to be like double-crossing assassin lich hunters, and we can't. We're trying to get information. The people we're getting information from don't want to be your friend. That's always really hard. We all empathize with that. We've all been there. I just can't watch Star Wars currently because of the bully. I was traumatized of it for now. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Is that how it keeps into every form of media? I'd love to invest in an old typewriter for all my writing so I can feel very regal and old. Buy myself leftover whale oil stock for lighting. Oh my goodness. That would be so aesthetic. Typewriters are coming back in, right? There's a whole movement. There's more and more people picking up typewriters again. It seems so cool. I don't know if I would like the noise. Typewriters are a little bit noisy. So that might not be for me. But aesthetic-wise, absolutely. I've always been of the cringe mind with shows until I watched them. Just checked out Pluribus. Pluribus? It's actually so good. That's why I had the clickety-clacky keys. Because the typewriter sounds legit. I don't know. I just don't... Roots actually loves it. They have clickety-clackety keys. They got a special keyboard to make it extra clickety-clackety. And I hear the noise and I'm like, I'm gonna rip my eardrums out. I'm gonna stick my claws in there. I'm gonna rip out my eardrums. It's a like grounded sci-fi done totally different. It's so unique. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. So the MC goes to a magistrate to ask if he has any hedge mages awaiting trial. The magistrate is helpful, telling him no, but giving him the address I don't know why I said that way. The address of a hedge witch anyway, and tells him not to go to that part of town alone. You're Inquisition, aren't you? Yeah, you were spotted instantly. MC doesn't answer, but doesn't deny. Basically body snatchers with a twitch. With a twist. See, I'm not saying any words right. MC pulls along his friend for the talk with the hedge witch. She asks if he needs healing, a love servitor. The friend interrupts. He's here about the lich. So MC shakes his head, admits it's true. Well, you won't find him where you've been looking. You'll find him down here in the gutter, feeding. He disensouls them, then lets them come home, hug their wives and kids, and then they die in their sleep. Or that used to be how he did it. He's gotten craftier over the years. So this guy's been here for a while. You broke the blue book, bro? The blue. Did my model break? Oh man, I was. Sometimes I don't always notice when the face tracking is off. Oopsie. I try to be more mindful. It looks like it's working to me now. Oh, you good? Okay. So then it's been here for years. MC visits the soul dissolutioners with a friend. Ask if they've seen anything unusual with the dead. They deny anything unusual. Friend gets a little heated, starts trying to rough up one of the dissolutioners for answers, and MC tries to play good cop. Guards show up and arrest friend. No, we broke it. I'm getting conflicting messages here. Oh no. The lich. Guards show up and arrest friend. The lich disensouls MC's friend. Dun, dun, dun. When did the lich get here? Oh dear God. He got a friend. He got the main character's friend. Please, he was so young. He just started this career path. He's barely been an Inquisitor for a day. I'm kidding, I know it's been multiple days because of travel and stuff, but he's barely been an Inquisitor for a day. Please. He was gone too soon. Rest in peace. The lich talks through the friend. That's gonna be spooky. I already know how you handle some spooky scenes. I can definitely imagine you doing this really well spooky. They sent you against a force you can't even comprehend. Your zeal is admirable, but you won't have the resources to take me on. I'd like to organize a truce. Not between me and you. You're no threat. But between me and the Inquisition. I know more of you are coming. Eventually. He offers to return the friend's soul if the MC cooperates. MC delays making a decision. The longer you wait, the more changed your friend will be when I return his soul. I'll keep in touch. Thought that was the cross? What is it? Pepperonis? Pepperonis? I don't quite understand it. MC goes out carousing with the merchant and gets absolutely wasted. You can't go getting absolutely wasted right now. MC, your friend's been dissolinized. What? Disensouled. Like, get back over here. MC accepts the lich bargain. His friend's soul is returned. His friend is calmer, changed. Rip friend, but Twitch emote style. Rip friendo. Oh. Act 3 is after a time skip. Hi, Ghost. You're a roast. I love you. You're a ghosty toast. Yeah. The Inquisition has brought in a priest and more Imperial guards. They've started offering inquisitorial burial rites and shipping out the souls, but most choose dissolution. MC investigates those who go outside the guild system to produce goods. The hedge mage, who told him about the lich's hunting methods, is dead. Disappearances are down. MC sits in a bar drinking silently with his friend. MC receives a note from a message. The master requests your presence. MC visits with the guild mage. Internal monologue reveals that the lich is puppeting the guild mages. The mage speaks. So he's puppeting all the guild mages? Jeez. A magistrate has failed to remit his tithe. See that he repents. So the guild mage internal model reveals that the lich is puppeting the guild mages. The mage speaks. A magistrate has failed to remit his tithes. See that he repents. MC questions the magistrate, who begs for mercy that he can't deliver that many people to the hangman each month. MC investigates the magistrate and finds minor malfeasance, getting the magistrate put in jail. Routine. More and more people are arriving to the city despite its heavy use of capital punishment. Everyone knows it is a place of prosperity, and some of them are fleeing the violence in the east. MC attends a sermon meant to attract some of these people to the Inquisition, and reflects on the Inquisition working with the lich to expand its influence. MC thinks, I should be fighting this thing. The lich lays out new terms. The soul dissolutioners are all delivering to him. Hedge witches who would provide alternative solutions are being repressed. There is but one thorn in his side now. Too many people are choosing inquisitorial burial rites and being shipped out, inaccessible. MC writes an honest letter to the Inquisition about the terms and requests guidance. He is told to instruct the priest to produce fake seals easily bypassed. He does so. To his surprise and horror, the priest complies, apparently aware of the danger of the lich. If we're not doing this to save souls, what are we doing it for? Thinks MC. The MC drinks with his friend and is quickly reminded of his compromises. He drunkenly confronts the lich. If I am forced into daylight, the transition will be violent. We don't want that. Neither do they. Go home, sober up. Don't make me play your confessor. I thought you lot had priest for that. I'm good for around to finish doing something. My bladder is killing me. Oh no! MC goes to confession for the first time in a long while. The priest says, I can see you are troubled. Have faith. The Inquisition will not tolerate a lich forever. He's only growing more powerful. Remember the story of the Lich King of the world. This too shall pass. Time skip. MC checks in on the Gunsmiths Guild, which is in high production. He shadows the guns to the armory, watching for any spies who might be tracking the excess production. MC meets with the Lich, now dressed in a general's clothes. MC reports that the arms production is going smoothly. The Lich is drilling soldiers. Friend smiles and winks at MC while in the officer's tent. MC doesn't understand why. MC reports to the church and talks to the priest. To his shock, he learns that the guild mages are being taken care of. Taken care of like they're going to be killed? The lich had many puppets that will all be starving in just a few days. They'll be looking to feed. They'll be looking for old allies. Kill any that come to you. We know we put you in a difficult position, MC. You show good judgment and unwavering loyalty to the Inquisition, and you'll not forget it. Try to enjoy this. He hands MC a dagger. Wait, I got a little bit confused here. The lich had many puppets that will all be starving in just a few days. I think this is dialogue now. So they're saying, like, all the puppets are going to be looking to feed, and we're going to kill all of the lich's puppets. And then he hands MC a dagger. As the MC walks in the street, a town crier calls out that the Inquisition has discovered a lich. The lich dies today. Glory to the righteous Inquisition. A few days later, MC wakes to a knock on his door. The lich, pathetic, barely able to stand. MC drives his dagger into his chest, but feels no pleasure, no finality. On his desk lies his letter of promotion. And that is the end. Why did the lich show up at his door? That doesn't feel like a... Since it's such a cool, badass, spooky lich, I thought maybe he'd have to, like, hunt it down and do something smart to trick and deceive it and win. But at this point, the lich, already weak, shows up just to his door, like, knocks on his door. And he just kills it. That almost seems maybe a little bit anticlimactic. I'm wondering if there's a different way maybe for this fight scene to play out. maybe even if the lich is still in the friend, if the lich is using the friend's body still, maybe it could be really an emotional scene of having to kill the friend, to kill the lich, because the lich is like maybe is still inhabiting the friend's body. I'm not quite sure. It depends on your role, but on how the laws of and the rules of this magic and the lich taking control of people works. But I wonder if there could be a really emotional scene of maybe having to kill this friend, because so far the two main characters we follow are actually main character and friend. Our initial characters we meet in Act 1, which is his mentor and the other hedge witch, actually don't come up again. And the story doesn't end with him defeating the lich, it ends with the Inquisition defeating the lich without telling the MC. On his desk lies his letter of promotion, and with him defeating the lich, it ends with the so he drives the dagger into his chest, but that doesn't kill it. Later on, the Inquisition kills the lich and doesn't tell the main character. The story isn't one of heroism, it's one of institutional compromise. I did get the idea that this is a very corrupt thing. I almost felt sad that he's kind of still with the Inquisition, when we have the earlier hints of like, oh yeah, his mom and his dad kind of didn't stay with the Inquisition at the end. That they both kind of left. It just seems like there is the story is the like this main character going on this quest, he has to defeat the lich, and along the way he's also realizing like, hey, his thing that he's serving is very corrupt. Basically, the lich has been neutralized the day he goes to the church, and it is going to starve. Yeah, so it's starving, but he kind of gives the last dagger hit. I don't even know why it showed up to main character. Why did the lich bother going here? Unless it was trying to eat main character, but he was so weak. Remember, the lich isn't one body. Yeah, it's kind of like possessing other people. It's looking for old allies. Okay. But the beginning, we're following this main character. He's going on this lich hunt. And along the way, he's bringing his friend. The friend will be compromised, and he's realizing during this hunt all the corruption in the organization he's in, right? That is the general thread we're following. But if I was to look at Act 1, Act 1 is almost more of a, and even the beginning of Act 2, is more about, like, slice of life, like, mini mysteries that they're solving in this world with his mentor and the other hedge witch, and then telling the snippets of other stories here, the other 3 stories, when they start on their travel. That almost seems like 2 different focuses. It seems like, oh, it's like detective stories, like we're going to keep following on doing all this, compared to the rest of the half of it is the one big case, which is the lich. I wonder if it might be a better order to start Act 1 with the end of a case. Like, they're finishing up, they have like a chase scene or something happens, they finish up a case, and then he meets up with his friend's thinking of joining, and then some people come by and they're like, oh, well, we're looking for volunteers to go with this lich hunt. You know, you can bring your friend, and he kind of indoctrinates his friend ends up joining, and then together they go off on this lich hunt, and that would explain why maybe he can have a lot of guilt later that he was the one to convince, sorry, something bit me, his friend to join, and then his friend ends up being changed because of the lich, and maybe even his friend doesn't survive it, right? But in the beginning, we do have these other characters in these other cases that don't really connect with the main thing, which is the lich hunt, right? That's the big turning point in the rest of the story. Well, I has something biting me. It's a little ant. Ant, get off. Jesus. I know that's my initial gut one, but also your storytelling is pretty good. I don't want to give you too many edits at this stage because I've seen your stories. We saw the other one. You are very good at writing short stories. So I don't want to veer you off track from the vision in your head. So I will say it's not maybe a hard edit. It's a suggestion of maybe focusing on the main part here, which is the lich hunt. The lich hunt and the friend being recruited and doing all that. But these other earlier stuff that happens, kind of like the bird. Remember I was like, oh, I really love the bird in the beginning of your other story. The bird's fantastic. I love it. It's great story building. And then I got to the end and I'm like, wait, the stuff with the bird never got brought back up again. I was like, it's disconnected. It's like a loose thread. And this similarly, it almost feels like we read a bunch of stuff that ended up not circling back to the end. So my initial suggestion is either make this a bunch of mini cases that he's solving, kind of like in the first act, or cut some of the stuff in the first act and have it a little closer to them going out with his friend. You had to show the normal world before the lich hunt, I feel, though. And you can't, that's why I say you don't have to start instantly with them going off on the lich hunt, but maybe show them at the tail end of a case. Show them hunting down a lace maker. Show a mentor telling him to call it quits. It's good enough. He's feeling frustrated. He meets at the bar with his friends. His friends just recently joined or is thinking of joining. And then they go off. They hear the call for recruitment for this lich hunt all the way over here. And they're like, yeah, let's go. And they both go. But not having two full cases that end up never having anything to do with the remaining 2/3 of the story. That's a lot of showing the world before the lich hunt. That's a whole lot. I think narrowing it a little bit. Even though I do love the cases, if the thing was just a series of cases like Sherlock Holmes style, where we're just following different cases, then I'd be like, yeah, go ahead, let's have several more. But that's not what the story is. The story is mostly this lich hunt, and we can have a little tail end of what the normal stuff is. But that's my gut reaction. If you're feeling like I'm wrong, I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna defer to you. You are the writer. I've seen your writing. You're pretty good at it. So if you're feeling in your heart and your gut that I'm telling you bad advice, I'll always say trust yourself first. But if you were looking for an outside perspective at this early stage before you commit too much, then yeah, I would say there's a lot of stuff happening that doesn't connect to later. Did you ever find out what the beeping was? It was from a previous stream. It was a Bluetooth device Mama Cryptid left on her desk. But it kind of just looked like a little candle jar thing. It didn't look like a electronic device, so I kept looking over it. And yeah, it was just keeping. I guess it was just trying to connect, or it was dying or something. I don't know, but it looks like a little decorative jar thing, and so I never realized it was a Bluetooth device, and so it just kept beeping, and I'm like, this is driving me crazy. In Barry's story, I like to introduce everything from her point of view, so you get all the world building through her. You give it a think. Yeah, that's all I ask. You just give it a think. It's either will work for you or it won't. You can be the final judge of that. This is a very new and raw, so it's very malleable right now. Yeah, that's why I always say, like, doing some early edits at this stage will always save you time compared to having a completely finished manuscript and then trying to do the edits then. The more things you can catch earlier on, the better. You won't catch everything, but you'll catch some, and that will always save you time. You're a freak? Well then, hey, welcome to Cryptid Cult, I guess. Hello, that's right, welcome on in. You were swearing too much? Oh no. What else were we going though? But yeah, that was the view, so it's just a Bluetooth device. You're a chatty freak? Hello. But yes, otherwise, I actually kind of like the format. I had some questions along the way just to catch up, but I think this is a fine way of doing it. Some things? But thank you so much for sharing. I hope that helped. I hope at least gave you some things to think about. Even if they end up not happening, it's never a bad thing to think about things. So let me go up here. We can delete this one. There we go. R2D2 is very foul-mouthed, so much so his dialogue is censored. Oh, that's funny. My enthusiasm is just the thing that was on the Weave transition screen. I've kept it. I just put it at the top. Just put it at the top, see? Do you want it back here again? Do you want it here? Is that better? What's the vibes here? Do we want it at the top or do we want it at the end of the first sentence? My first keyboard smash sentence. I forgot I actually wrote something here. I was like, wait, what? How did my keyboard smash say could be hot? How did that happen? I meant the fella's name. Oh, my main female character here? Bitch has no name yet? Yeah. Yeah, she killed a dragon. Monkey's typing Shakespeare. I thought it was a reference to the screen. No. So, the bits of the dissolution of souls versus inquisitorial burial rites. Imperial subjects dissolve souls so they won't be lost to the ether. Inquisitorial subjects store souls back in the inquisitorial state. Dear God, you're gonna make me say that word so much. In the state states to protect them from being destroyed or eaten by liches. Both sides agree losing souls to the ether is bad because of the Lich King of the world, who is now a hungry ghost eating departed people. Versus dissolve souls so they won't be lost to the ether, and then they're stored back in their realm versus dissolution. Does dissolution just destroy them? Guy, what's your name, cutie? Girl, Hottie McGoo. Oh, I was writing this whole entire story, and I had all the names for most of the characters. It's my plague doctor and necromancer dad's story, who resurrects his daughter, that he never met before. That one, the necromancer dad, is the only character who doesn't have a name. So in the text, he's just the necromancer dad. That's what I refer to him as. And whenever I was annoyed with his character, and I was struggling with scenes of what he should do or how to move the plot along, I just kept insulting him and making up things. I'm like, I'm gonna make necromancer dad have the stupidest name. I'm gonna give you the most boring ass old man grandpa name. I'm gonna make you have bad knees. I'm gonna have to make you walk with a limp. I just kept consulting him until I figured out what the next thing I wanted to write was, and then I would continue. But I just kept coming up with strings of insults for necromancer dad, because he was the only one that didn't have a name. He was just necromancer dad. I like this man, Bobicus. This is why I named my city Palopolis. Wait until Barry goes on her My Boss Sucks rant in chapter 4. Oh no. We're all corrupted and providing the lich with dead people's souls. Yeah, I did get that. I was like, oh, they're not doing what they're supposed to. They're providing the lich to dead people's souls. I did get that. Which was bad, big no. I felt really bad for them. I'm like, oh, that's really sad. You remember Daedalus, right? Yeah, he's dead now. He got fucking got. That's what Barry's aunt said when they came in. He got fucking got. Like a rabid dog out in the streets. Got fucking got. And now she's jobless. And she's on the run, so she's kind of homeless now too. It's been a rough day for Barry. But I mean, I guess it's been rougher for Daedalus. Just a little bit. He's dead. Yeah, she bitches about it to her. I allowed it. It's fine. But otherwise, I think it is 3:30 in the morning. I am tired. I'm not even giving you guys that good of advice anymore. So I'm gonna go ahead and end stream here. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. Yes, I'm kind of asleep. Have a wonderful night and goodbye. Goodbye.